Sky continent howling forbidden land. Old demon Chu is dying, I think you old devil Chu bullied men and women all your life, and did a lot of evil, but did you ever think that you would die today and return to Soul Cliff? I want to avenge my poor apprentice. Chu Xiu, when you lied to my sister, you not only lied to her body, but also caused her to die. Today, I will thank you madman for tearing your body into pieces, cut into pieces. I've been chasing you for 3 years, and I finally have nowhere to escape, right? Swear, Dad will avenge you today. The top of the Duanhuan cliff tens of thousands of miles high. The young man's face is like a crown jade, his eyes are like stars, and his skin is as white as snow. Black hair like a waterfall, automatic without wind. The red robe was soaked in blood, and it was tightly attached to the body, outlining a well-proportioned figure. Holding the sword in his right hand, pointing at the ground obliquely, drops of blood dripped down the tip of the sword. Looking around, his dark eyes were still as indifferent as before. Rumbling in the void above the head, there are Buddha whispering, Vajra glaring, and Avalokitesvara laughing while holding flowers. There is endless sword energy vertically and horizontally. There are thousands of miles of snowflakes flying and freezing space. There are endless divine flames burning the sky. Dozens of great sages and powerhouses who came to various ancient families, holy places, and great religions suppressed everything, and even the space was distorted and closed. At this moment, Chu Xiu, who had been hunted down for 3 years in a row, finally had nowhere to escape. A stunning and beautiful Mahatma in a fluttering white dress stepped out with a sword. A pair of cold eyes looked down at Chu Xiu, and her red lips parted slightly. Chu Xiu, you can regret it. Chu Xiu slightly raised his head and looked at him, sarcastically. Fairy Mengdie, I have never offended you Taisu Holy Land, why did you come to chase me? You have done so many unrighteous things. I will ask you, but I regret it. Xiao Mengdie's tone was still indifferent. Regret? Chu Xiu raised his head and laughed wildly. I, Chu Xiu, have been practicing for less than 100 years. I have been fighting all my life, and the sky is stained with blood. Among my peers, except me, who dares to be invincible? Who dares to be invincible? You are old and immortal, don't be shy, surrounded and killed me for 3 full years with the realm of the great saint, but instead asked me if I regret it? This seat only regrets, time is ruthless, if this seat is given another 1,000 years, who in this world would dare not be a minister? The wanton and insolent words spread throughout the southern border region, and thousands of practitioners were all moved. Next moment. His hands formed a mysterious magic seal quickly, and the sky and the earth turned pale in an instant, and the wind was surging. Not good. This devil wants to use his backhand to stop him together. The great sage who came to the ancient Buddhist temple in the western region pinched the Buddha's seal in his hand, wrapped in the endless light of Buddha's light and accompanied by Zen sounds, and took the lead in attacking Chu Xiu. The rest of the great saints reacted and also shot one after another. Countless supernatural powers and magic weapons oppress the world, and so many great saints and powerhouses attack together. The power is terrifying, the sky is piercing, the space is collapsing, the chaotic breath is surging, and the Guihan cliff tens of thousands of feet high emits bursts of shock. There was a whimper, and it began to shatter inch by inch. The supernatural tide has not yet hit the target. Chu Xiu's body exploded into blood mist with a bang, dissipating in the sky and the earth. Leaving the void alone with a sigh. Breaking immortality and asking for longevity, the Emperor regrets but I don't regret it. After all, I still lost, hey. Dozens of saints silently watched the place where Chu Xiu's body disappeared. His face was expressionless, but he was relieved in his heart. The sun finally died. If such a person is willing to go to the Tianyuan Great Wall to kill monsters and barbarians, he must be a fierce general of our human race. It's a pity, a month later. Taisu Holy Land. In this era when the great emperor passed away and the quasi-emperor did not appear in the world. For a force to be called a holy land, there must be at least one holy king-level overlord-level powerhouse to suppress everything. There are 18 sacred peaks in Taisu Holy Land. The first 3 peaks, Xingfa Peak, Yunxia Peak, Tianjian Peak, and the owners of the 3 peaks are all great saints. The owners of the other 14 peaks are all minor saints. The last Taisu Peak is the place where the Holy Lord lives, and it is also the place where major affairs are discussed within the Taisu Holy Land. Status is a pyramid from bottom to top. As followed. There are millions of outer disciples, 10,000 plus inner disciples, tens of thousands of direct disciples, elders of each peak, hundreds of true disciples, 14 peak masters, 3 peak masters of saints and saints, saint masters, and supreme elders, the abdication of the Holy Lord, and some old immortals. Yunxia Peak. Personally passed on to the eldest disciple Dong Fuzhong. Sitting cross-legged on the futon, the black-haired young man in black robe with his eyes closed slowly opened his eyes, and the blood in the pupils flashed away. The handsome face was full of mockery, the corners of the mouth were slightly raised, and he smiled evilly. I have to say that sometimes, failure is also a means to an end. I am indeed a man who wants to be invincible in the world. Old clappers, you wait for me, the 3-year siege will definitely be repaid in the future. Now let me take a look, the memory of the tool man. Oh, it turned out to be in Taisu Holy Land. The young man stood up and brushed the dust off his robe. For today, this seat has prepared a total of backhands and resurrection methods. After all, it should be in Taisu Holy Land. It seems that this seat is destined for this place. Jie. This person with a weird smile, named Chu Xiu, was originally just an ordinary college student on Blue Star. When he returned to his hometown during the summer vacation, he accidentally fell into an ancient well, and when he woke up, he was in the Sky Continent. Just like the protagonist of the novel, he is also bound to the system. But this system is unusual, it is called the Destiny Villain System. As long as you do a lot of evil, you can quickly become stronger. After 9 years of compulsory education, of course he refused at first. However, in this world, the weak are preyed upon by the strong, people are like birds without feet, if they don't fly, they die. He can only swim against the current. Fighting for 100 years, rising from the bottom, fighting all the way to the peak of Shaoxing. Offended the Sky Continent, the territory of the human race, and almost all the big forces that ranked high. Therefore, it is not surprising that people were besieged and killed. Of course, Chu Xiu had long thought that this day would come, so he arranged dots in advance. Being able to die and resurrect now is one of the many backups he has prepared for himself. Ding, the host has been detected to be resurrected, and the system function has changed, please choose one of the following two. Villain of Destiny, as long as you keep doing evil, you can get system rewards. Goshio Villain, you, who died once, felt pain and thought about it, and decided to get stronger secretly, and then do evil again. Note, as a Goshio, you can get special rewards every time you break through. Note, after doing bad things every time, you will get a breakthrough point, and there is a very small chance to get exercises, props, weapons, pills. Note, consuming breakthrough points can greatly speed up your cultivation speed, regardless of skills, supernatural powers, or intent, and Tao can accelerate breakthroughs. Note, treasures of heaven and earth, treasures of magic weapons, and pills of primordial stones that contain the vitality of heaven and earth can all be exchanged for breakthrough points. Chu Xiu's eyes moved slightly, and he touched his chin. I don't think I'm a good person, but I really don't feel good when everyone shouts and beats me like a mouse in the street. In this life, it is better to be a little bit dog. Wouldn't it be beautiful to secretly become powerful and then harm the world? If he can become the son of the Holy Land undercover, then. Jie. Speed up the speed of cultivation. I like it. I choose the second one. Ding, choose success, Go Xiu's villain system is loading. 1%. 100%, successful loading, system, display my personal panel. Host, Chu Xiu, boundary, no, destroyed state, special constitution, none, qualification, 17, everything, cultivation method, because the host's soul is too powerful, it was forcibly taken away, and it has been erased. Luck value, -18, black, breakthrough point, 0, comprehensive combat power evaluation, you are better than a spirit chicken. Chu Xiu's eyes twitched. Close your eyes, and start to read carefully the memory of Tool Man Chu Xiu. 10 days ago, Chu Xiu, a tool man, and a direct disciple of Yunxia Peak fought jealously for a woman, went to the arena of life and death, was defeated by a single move, suffered extreme humiliation, and was finally smashed into pieces, and his cultivation base was abolished. What a miserable man. Chu Xiu shook his head and sighed. Don't worry, as the client of this seat, your enemy is the enemy of this seat. Sit cross-legged and start to run your mind. After half an hour, he opened his eyes. A pair of sword eyebrows stretched slightly. The qualifications are too poor. The injury is also slightly serious, and now I just need to recover, but... Jia, Kaka, he twisted his neck and stood up. Push open the cave door. Walk leisurely on Yunxia Peak. Have you heard that the peak master who chased and killed Chu Quanma returned to the sect 3 days ago? Ah, can the Chu devil be killed? Demon Chu is indeed invincible among his peers, but after all, he is in the realm of minor sages. He was besieged and killed by dozens of great sages. No matter how strong he is, he will still be hated. Good kill, such a devil, I will kill everyone in the righteous way. Listening to the excited discussions of the disciples around. The corners of Chu Xiu's mouth curled up slightly. You must never have imagined in your dreams that not only did Lao Tzu not die, but he joined you. Can't beat, hey, join in then, well, I'm just kidding. Brother Chu Xiu. Brother, are you healed? Seeing Chu Xiu, the person who had previously discussed old demon Chu had an unnatural expression on his face. Because the name of this senior brother cannot be said to be similar to that of old devil Chu, but only slightly the same. Chu Xiu nodded slightly. Not much to say. Go straight to the Peak Master Cave on the top of the mountain. He is going to see Fairy Dream Butterfly. Familiar with the road, came to the outside of the cave, and touched the forbidden place. Wei Wei cupped her hands and said respectfully, Master, this disciple has something to ask for an interview. A cool and pleasant voice came from the cave. Come in. The blue mask covering the front disappeared. An antique, magnificent and ethereal hall, like the residence of an immortal, appeared in front of my eyes. Chu Xiu stepped forward, walked up the stairs, and quickly entered the hall. Above the main hall. On the lotus throne, a stunning woman propped her chin lazily. She was wearing a white gauze skirt, a colorful feather robe, a tall and graceful dress, bare feet, and flawless skin, like a goddess who could not eat fireworks. Where? A purple divine sword as thin as a cicada's wings floated behind her, the blade exuded bursts of cold air, and one glance at it seemed to freeze the soul. The woman's cold eyes moved slightly, looking at the young man in black robe who walked in. The red lips are lightly parted, the wonderful sound is blooming, and a pleasant fragrance permeates the whole hall naturally, which makes people tremble and fascinated. Chu Xiu, 10 years ago, you were injured in a fight with others. Now that you see me, do you want to be your teacher and continue your cultivation path? Chu Xiu cupped his hands with a sincere face, please. Master. Mengdie frowned slightly, flicked the sleeves of her skirt slightly, and said lightly, you have a low cultivation base, but you are brave and ruthless. You deserve to be abolished now. This seat can't help you. You go back now. Master, my cultivation base is low, and you still don't know the reason. How can I become stronger without cultivation resources? You gave all the cultivation resources to the third junior sister, the second junior brother, the fifth junior brother, and the fourth junior sister. How can I become stronger? Chu Xiu took a step forward, his voice sonorous and powerful. Mengdie snorted coldly, the mighty pressure of the great sage dissipated, and the 3,000 blue silks moved without wind. Presumptuous, your aptitude is dull, and you don't work hard to cultivate, but now you come to blame your teacher. I don't know what to fear. Chu Xiu smiled, I know, master, why don't you give me cultivation resources? Isn't it because I have the same name and surname as that old devil Chu? Is it too ridiculous for you to vent your anger on me? When Mengdie heard this, his cold eyes twitched. The tone softened slightly, as a teacher, I have never angered anyone. You go back, and when the master finds the treasures of heaven and earth to repair your injuries, he will definitely continue the path of cultivation for you. No, Chu Xiu smiled and said, Master, you can help me now. Why did you say that? Mengdie's beautiful face showed a puzzled expression. The corners of Chu Xiu's mouth curled up, and he cupped his hands. It is said that Master, you are the body of heavenly fragrance. If you can double cultivate with you, this disciple will not only be able to repair all injuries, but also improve your cultivation qualifications. Please. Master, please be a disciple, to preach and receive liquids. Hearing this, Mengdie's pretty face turned cold instantly, and she suspected that she had auditory hallucinations. What are you talking about? The apprentice is saying, Master, please double cultivate with me. Traitor, seek death. Mengdie snorted coldly, and the divine sword floating behind him hummed. The killing intent enveloped the entire hall, as if the next moment, Chu Xiu would be strangled to death. Chu Xiu didn't panic at all, and formed a mysterious magic seal with one hand. An invisible wave swayed away. Mengdie paused, her pretty face full of astonishment. She discovered that she was completely sealed by an irresistible and mysterious force with her great sage cultivation. Today's her, let alone a great saint, is probably not as good as a mortal. Mengdie was shocked and angry. You! Traitor, what have you done to your teacher? Chu Xiu stepped forward step by step, her long hair fluttering in the wind, and a soft smile appeared on her face. Could it be that he was able to seal Fairy Mengdie's cultivation by accident? No, it is inevitable. When dozens of great saints chased him down, he didn't do nothing. Item, Reincarnation Heaven Crying Child and Mother Seal. Category, Seal Props. Grade, Divine Grade. Function, designate a female cultivator, and use the seal of reincarnation. You can seal the child seal in the opponent's body silently, control the mother seal, and seal all the cultivation bases of the opponent at any time. Quantity, 2 out of 1, reusable. This thing is a sealed item he got from the system. As long as the sealer moves his mind, the neutron sealer can be completely banned. Very powerful, very terrifying. Under the realm of the Great Emperor, there is no way for a female cultivator who has been sealed by this seal to break free, and can only let the sealer take whatever they want. Back then, on the top of Guihun Cliff, Mengdie asked him if he regretted it. He secretly cast this seal on her. Now is the time to harvest. Rebel, what do you want to do? Fairy Mengdie's beautiful eyes trembled. She started to panic. What does this traitor want to do? Does he really want to achieve dual cultivation with me? How dare he, how dare he? Isn't he afraid of being liquidated by this seat afterwards? Standing beside the lotus throne, Chu Xiu stretched out his right hand to hold Fairy Mengdie's white chin in admiration. Thousands of years old, I didn't expect the skin to be so smooth, just like a 20-year-old girl. Fairy Mengdie was ashamed, her delicate body trembling, and a blush appeared on that beautiful face. Gritting her teeth, rebel, I swear I will kill you, I will definitely kill you. Huh, really? Master, why do you only use these two threats? Chu Xiu grabbed her hair, put it on the tip of his nose and sniffed lightly, a pleasant fragrance entered his nostrils, and smiled, Master, if I tell you about your loss of cultivation, I will tell Yunxia Peak Master Lu Shui. Tell me, will she rush up to Yunxia Peak with her sword and cut you alive, Master? You must know that you killed her father with a single sword, how can you not take revenge for killing her father? Fairy Mengdie's pupils shrank slightly. A chill spread from the spine to the brain. Of course she believed, no, Lu Shui would definitely come to kill her when she learned that her cultivation was sealed, that woman is a lunatic. Traitor, what do you want? Treasures of heaven and earth, or cultivation resources, I can give you as a teacher. Not enough, not far enough. Chu Xiu shook his head, stroking her soft hair. Mengdie wanted to struggle. However, she is just a mortal woman now, and she can't break free from Chu Xiu's clutches. Tell me, what exactly do you want? I want Master to honor you. Chu Xiujia laughed strangely. Impossible, absolutely impossible, don't even think about it. Hearing Chu Xiu's words about tigers and wolves. Mengdie clenched her teeth, her heart boiling with murderous intent, she wished she could kill the rebel who wanted to attack her master immediately. How can a majestic and powerful man in this hall commit himself to an ant like you? Sigh, Chu Xiu's smile became more gentle. I have no grievances or enmities with you in Taisu Holy Land, but you participate in the hunt, are you scared now? Master, please. Tour has an ancient exercise, which is also good for you, just take a look. The index finger of the left hand lightly touches the center of his eyebrows. Mengdie's beautiful eyes trembled, and she was secretly surprised. Immediately felt extraordinary. Where did this traitor come from with such a miraculous double rest technique? This method is faintly consistent with the way of heaven, absolutely extraordinary. Compared with this fairy grade yin and yang gossip combined cultivation method and Hehuan sect suppressing method, Tianpin Dawangxi Zen is simply a fighting girl among garbage. Master, it's getting late, let's rest. Get out of here, Mengdie's voice trembled. Chu Xiu smiled charmingly. Jie. 8 == D. Master is not good, it seems that the disciple needs a whip to give him some encouragement. After a few hours. Chu Xiu stood up turning his head, he looked at the fairy master curled up under the lotus throne. Master, you have worked hard, take a good rest, and disciple will come back tonight. You, a traitor. Chu Xiu glanced at the plum blossoms on the jade floor. Bigger smile, thank you, master, for your generous teaching. Teacher, I'll come later to ask the teacher to respect. Chu Xiu, who entered the state of emptiness, felt dull and turned around to leave. Wait a minute, can you break my seal? Mengdie's tone was no longer as arrogant as before, but rather pitiful. Cannot. Traitor, do you want to be killed as a teacher? Hee, master doesn't want others to know that your cultivation base has been sealed, so hide it well. What are you holding in your hand? Mengdie gritted her teeth, staring at the crystal ball in Chu Xiu's right hand that was constantly tossing up and down. Hee, you're talking about this? Of course it's the photo crystal. What, you actually took a picture? Fairy Mengdie, that beautiful face became even paler. Don't get excited, just keep it as a souvenir. Chu Xiu waved his sleeves and said as he left, Master, listen to my disciple's advice, don't try to break the seal. Looking at the entire sky continent, no one can unlock it, unless the ancient emperor is reborn. Unfortunately, there is no great emperor in the world. By the way, because of our long-standing friendship, Tour reminds me again that in the whole world, I am the only one who can break the seal. If Tour dies, then you can only be immortal for the rest of your life until you die of old age. If you don't believe me, try it. Also, if the apprentice dies, the image in the crystal will not only spread throughout the entire Taisu Holy Land, but even the entire sky continent. You know, Jie. You traitor, you must die. You are despicable, you are shameless, you are obscene. Looking at his back. Mengdie bit her red lips tightly and stood up with difficulty. Hiss. Lu frowned. She is going to take a shower. Wash it 10 times. No, wash it 100 times. It is necessary to completely wash away the smell of that traitor on the delicate body. She still has to find a way to break the seal, and then smash the traitor of the jockey's ancestor into pieces. Humph, she doesn't believe that the seals made by ants who don't even reach the Dao Palace realm are really as strong as he said. However, Mengdie in the bathtub finally put on a pain mask. She sadly discovered that this seal was really strong, and with her thousands of years of experience, she couldn't even read it. Ding, the host turned out to be a rebel against the master. What an idiot that is. He deserves to be the villain of destiny, and he was rewarded with 1,000 breakthrough points. Ding, the host and the body of Jianxiang have completed the double break, and the injury has fully recovered. Ding, the host and the body of Jianxiang have a double break, and the cultivation qualification has been improved. Ding, host qualification plus 100. Ding, host qualification plus 100. Ding, host qualification plus 100. The host's qualification reaches 317 day level, and the cultivation speed is increased by times. The host's cultivation has been improved. The second floor of the foundation, the third floor of the foundation, the eighth floor of the foundation, the ninth floor of the foundation. On the way down the mountain, system prompts kept ringing in my mind. With the improvement of cultivation base, the momentum of the whole body is also continuously improved. Chu Xiu was expressionless. No joy, no sorrow. Mengdie could help him improve his cultivation aptitude. He already knew it when he was in Taisu Holy Land. As for realm improvement, he didn't feel anything at all, since he had to recultivate anyway. This level of cultivation was not worthy of his happiness. Foundation building is very important for monks. If the Luanhai realm is a wooden barrel for storing water, then the foundation establishment realm is the process of accumulating wood. The more wood there is, the larger and stronger the wheel C will be, the purer and larger the water that can be stored, the stronger the Dao foundation casting, and the farther the cultivation path will naturally go. Although Chu Xiu was invincible in the same realm before his rebirth, he could not reach the level of the protagonist in the novel to kill the enemy. If he fought head-on, he would at most be evenly divided with a great saint. If time dragged on for a long time, he might even lose. Why is that? He is already very strong, why can't Mao fight his opponents like the protagonist in the novel? He often ponders this question. Finally, come to a conclusion. After traveling to this world, he was constantly bullied. He became black and started to do evil continuously. He quickly improved his cultivation and skipped the 4 basic realms of building a foundation, Luanhai, Shenxiao, and the other shore, resulting in an unstable foundation. Percent of the reason why he was blocked by those great saints on Guihun Cliff was because he was tired of being chased and killed, and the other percent was because he wanted to die once and seize the house to rebuild. He wants to create a supreme foundation, and by then, even if he encounters a monk with a higher realm than him, he will be able to kill him. Did not go directly back to Dongfu. Instead, he took the flying boat rented from the strongmen and rushed to the outside of the Taisu Holy Land. The flying boat flew for half a day. Arrive at the Taisu Holy Land mountain gate. Register with the disciple guarding the mountain gate. He left the Taisu Holy Land and entered the 100,000 mountains. As night falls, the full moon is in the sky. Arrived in a valley in memory. Standing on the flying boat with hands behind his back, his robe fluttering and his black hair fluttering. Chu Fu looked down at the valley with his narrow and deep eyes, and murmured, I don't know if the resources I left here for foundation building are still there. Control the airship to descend. Among the strange rocks, I found a half-meter high, ordinary-looking gray rock. He bit his finger and drew a pentagram pattern on the rock with his blood. The formation pattern flickered blood light. The rock gradually moved away. Exposed the dark hole below. No hesitation. Chu Xiu jumped down. After half an hour, Chu Xiu crawled out of it. He looks disheveled, but the corners of his mouth are raised unconsciously, and he is in a very good mood. Items that were put here many years ago have been retrieved to make no sense to stay long. Take the airship back home. When we returned to Taisu Holy Land, the sky was already bright. Chu waste. Just going back to Yunxia Peak. But the flying boat was stopped by a bigger fiery red flying boat ahead. Chu Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly and looked up. I saw 2 men and a woman standing on the deck of the flying boat ahead. The leading man was dressed in purple clothes, with a long sword on his back, and a hideous scar at the corner of his left eye. Zhang Meng sneered, Chu waste, I thought you were dead, but I didn't expect to see you after 10 days, and you ran out alive again. It seems that the master of Yunxia Peak has treated you well as a great apprentice. You are willing to take out the treasures of heaven and earth that repair Luanhai and give it to you waste. A trace of blood flashed across Chu Xiu's long and narrow eyes. Control the flying boat, change direction, and pass by the other flying boat. Leave 10 words plainly. 10 days later, I will kill you in the arena of life and death. 10 days ago, it was this person who humiliated and abolished his tools. Chu Xiu expressed his anger. Zhang Meng and his 2 fellow disciples looked at each other in blank dismay. The next moment, he laughed loudly, tears overflowing from the corners of his eyes. Brother, did I hear correctly? What did I hear? This trash dared to challenge senior brother Zhang and even said he wanted to kill senior brother Zhang. Zhang Meng sneered, looked at the direction where Chu Xiu was leaving, and circulated the power of the sea, and his voice spread thousands of miles. Chu waste 10 days ago, for the sake of Peak Master Yunxia, I didn't kill you, since you want to seek death, then after 10 days, if you dare not come to the arena of life and death, I will definitely find an opportunity to kill you outside the Holy Land. When the disciples from all peaks heard Zhang Meng's voice, they started talking about it. That Chu Xiu, how dare you fight in the arena of life and death? He doesn't want his life. Who knows, most likely there is something wrong with the head. I heard that 10 days ago, his Luanhai was scrapped. What would he use to fight Zhang Meng in the later stage of Luanhai? Never mind, anyway, there will be a good show in 10 days. P.S. Ask for collection. Chu Xiu returned to Yunxia Peak Cave. Think for a moment. Still decided to go to the Peak Master Cave. The aura of Master's Cave is relatively strong. And it can also cover up the movement of his breakthrough. I don't mean to be polite. Anyway, what is Master's is his, what is his is still his, and every inch of Master is his. See Chu Xiu again. Mengdie's expression turned ugly for a moment, and her plain hands tightened her skirt. The waves fluctuated. What do you want to do, traitor? Chu Xiu smiled and pinched her cheek. What does Master want me to do? Mengdie had goosebumps all over his body. A chill. Rebel, don't go too far. Hee, there are even more excessive things for this disciple. While teasing Chu Xiu, he took out the formation flag from the storage bag and set up a ban. Mengdie looked at his mysterious way of setting up the restraint, her beautiful eyes were full of astonishment and shock. Could it be that your method of formation is inherited from the ancient way of formation? Oh. Master has good eyesight. Want to learn? What are you going to exchange for? I don't want to learn. Mengdie shook his head quickly. As if thinking of something, a blush appeared on her beautiful face, and her beautiful eyes were full of disgust. Like a proud flower that can no longer withstand the wind and rain. Chu Xiu arranged the main hall to restrict. Soon the main hall of the peak was covered by a layer of mist. Master, apprentice, I will retreat for a while. He said and threw a lot of wild fruits from the storage bag. If you are hungry, eat these. After all, you are immortal now, so you cannot fast. Mengdie looked at the colorful wild fruits on the floor and gritted his teeth. It's not because of you, a traitor. One day, I will kill you. Master is not good. Slap the upturned part was slapped heavily. Crispy, numb, painful and embarrassing. Mengdie's beautiful face was flushed. Tenku let out a feeble roar. Chu Xiu Jia laughed strangely, turned and walked towards the back hall. Master, I have set up a killing formation in the back hall, you'd better not break in easily. The apprentice still needs you to improve your cultivation qualifications. If you die, disciple will be sad. Chu Xiu. Mengdie was really about to collapse. Thinking of her, Fairy Mengdie, who is also considered a strong person in Tianqiong continent, what evil did she do in her previous life to meet such a traitor? One day, this seat will kill you, a rebel. Chu Xiu didn't care about her incompetent roar. When I came to the apse, I sat cross-legged on the jade floor. Taken out of the storage bag, a pear-shaped fruit glows with colorful light. A blue intro bar that appears above the fruit. Item, the Tao fruit of life and creation. Category, treasures of heaven, materials and earth. Grade, immortal grade. Function, foundation casting sacred product. Monks can lay an extremely strong foundation after taking it. Ordinary people can go straight to the other side after eating one, and their lifespan will increase by 1,000 years. Introduction. The Tao tree of life and creation grows at the bottom of the heavenly crying demon abyss, and it bears only 3 fruits for 10,000 years, which are extremely precious. Once, the Lord of a holy land took out 3 heavenly grade exercises and 2 immortal grade exercises in exchange for life. The fruit of fortune only lays a strong foundation for its beloved descendants. Chu Xiu took a deep breath, and the brilliance flowed in his pitch-black eyes. I once got a copy, which is known as the most powerful foundation building method in the sky and the earth from ancient times to the present, the Shenpin of Taoism. coupled with this Tao fruit of life and creation and system assistance. From now on, looking at the sky continent, is there any monk with a stronger foundation than this seat? Chu Xiu smiled wildly, his white teeth gleaming coldly. Put Xinghua Dao fruit to his mouth and bite it lightly. The whole Dao fruit immediately turned into streams of sweet juice, which flowed down the throat into the abdomen. Close your eyes and run the Dao Jing. Chu Xiu began to rebuild the foundation. The cultivation base gradually dropped from the 8th floor of foundation building to the 1st floor of foundation building and finally fell to the mortal stage. Dao fruit essence, along with the operation of Tao scriptures, began to nourish every inch of his tendons, skin and flesh. The muscles and veins all over the body are stretched and expanded, the essence is washed and the marrow is washed, and the flesh is strengthened rapidly. Rumbling qi and blood flowed like a river bursting its bank, crazily flowing through the limbs and bones, sending out bursts of thunder. As time goes by, the cultivation base gradually improves. Whether to make a breakthrough? Whether, yes. It is detected that the host is practicing the strongest foundation building technique, Tao Jing, and the consumption of breakthrough points has increased. It is estimated that one small week a month will consume 100 breakthrough points a month. In the first month, you swallowed the fruit of creation and started to run the Tao Jing to build the foundation, and you successfully broke through the first layer of the foundation. In the second month, you swallowed the fruit of creation and started to run the Tao Jing to build the foundation, and you successfully broke through the second floor of the foundation. In the third month, you swallowed the fruit of creation and began to run the Tao Jing to build the foundation, and you successfully broke through the third layer of the foundation. In the 9th month, you swallowed the fruit of creation and began to run the Tao Jing to build the foundation, and you successfully broke through the 9th floor of the foundation. Chu Xiu's whole body was shrouded in golden light, with myriad visions above his head, phantom shadows of dragons and phoenixes flying, there were Tao ancestor gods preaching, gods and demons roared, and Buddha sang. Countless insights about Taoism poured into the mind. It's not finished yet. Chu Xiu suddenly felt something in his heart, surprised and happy. It turned out to be the case. Everyone in the world says that 9 is the extreme number, and they will only follow the way of the predecessor step by step. As everyone knows, breaking through the poles is the way to go. Ha ha ha, so it is. If you lose your horse, you will know that it is not a blessing. If you break it, you will stand up. There is great terror between life and death, and there is also great opportunity. 7 days later. Chu Xiu clearly felt that the invisible shackles that had been locking up the soul had been broken, and the whole person seemed to relax a lot. At the same time, in the hall, various visions appeared. Building the 10th floor of the foundation, success. Ding, this breakthrough is over, the host successfully broke through to the 10th floor of the foundation, this time took a total of 10 months, and consumed 1000 breakthrough points. The current breakthrough point of the host is 0, boom brunette windless auto. The air wave centered on him, spreading wave after wave around the apse, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in Yunxia Peak gathered crazily. Unexpectedly, above the main hall of the peak, a funnel-shaped spiritual energy vortex with a diameter of 1000 meters was formed. In the front hall, Mengdie, who has been banned and cultivated, has not yet felt the change of spiritual energy. The disciples at Yunxia Peak could clearly feel it, and they raised their heads to look towards the peak. Even the major powerhouses from other peaks couldn't help but look sideways. What a strong spiritual energy tide, is that bitch Mengdie about to break through? On Tianjin Peak, a woman in purple with a white veil covering her face looked in the direction of Yunxia Peak, her beautiful eyes were full of gloom. The accumulation of physical body and vitality has reached the limit. Chu Xiu, who was like an old monk in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, overflowing with divine light. Today, I will break through the shackles with the ultimate foundation, sublimate into the sea of wheels, and forge the supreme foundation. Bang among the Dantian. The sea of golden wheels formed in the blink of an eye. Expanding, expanding. At first, it was 3 times that of ordinary monks who had just entered Luanhai, then 5 times, 10 times, and 20 times. The rich spiritual energy was absorbed and transformed into vitality, forming golden sea water, which continuously merged into the sea of wheels. Whoa, 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 the golden tide is surging. Chu Xiu was like a newborn ancient dragon, his whole body was full of explosive power, his blood was like a pillar, and even a small mountain could be smashed into dust with a single punch. At this time, whether it is his body or breath, he gives people a sense of perfection. To break the shackles and achieve perfection is the ultimate state. Ding, it is detected that the host has broken through the big realm, and the reward mechanism is triggered. Ding, the host actually broke through to Luanhai with the 10th level of foundation building, achieved perfection, and received a reward, the ancient holy body, the Eucharist is merging with the host, fusion success. Chu Xiu's face was gloomy for a moment. What is it? The ancient holy body. The system does not allow fusion. No. Late. Oh, asterisk asterisk, oh, I fuck you f asterisk 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 asterisk, Chu Xiu yelled. Next moment. His dantian will see expanded again, and the aura vortex above the main hall of the peak turned faster and faster. 25 times, 35 times, times. If we say that the ordinary Luanhai layer monk's Luanhai is a well, then Chu Xiu's Luanhai at this time is a lake. The vitality sea water in the wheel sea was almost consumed. If you want to fully store it, you don't know how many natural materials and earthly treasures you need. Of course, the sea of wheels is vast, and there are advantages and disadvantages. Such a huge will sea can fully explain how terrifyingly strong and perverted Chu Xiu's foundation is, and it is definitely at the peak level among the same level. Now he is still at the first level of Luanhai. When his Luanhai is perfect, Chu Xiu estimated that his Luanhai is probably hundreds of times that of the ordinary Luanhai at the 9th level, or even more exaggerated. Of course, there are also disadvantages. Such a large will sea consumes dozens of times the resources of the same level. Mixed joys and sorrows. The joy is that he broke the shackles of cultivation without making a sound, and forged a supreme foundation. What is worrying is that the system rewards him with the ancient holy body. Is this physique strong? Of course strong, but the ancient sacred body, invincible physically, invincible at the same level, is the strongest combat body of the human race. In ancient times, the Eucharist was a physique favored by heaven and earth, it was easy to cultivate, and could challenge the great emperor after attaining great accomplishment. After the ancient times, the laws of heaven and earth changed, and the holy body was no longer suitable for cultivation. Forced cultivation is extremely resource-intensive. Even if you take the entire Holy Land, you will not be able to reach the stage of minor success, resulting in stagnant cultivation. Now, ancient holy body equals waste body. The above remarks are the consensus of all monks for nearly 10,000 plus years. Wow, I broke the limit, and I was a big spender when I practiced. Now I add the wild father of desolate ancient Eucharist. How can I still play? Do you want to practice another number? But I no longer have the fruit of creation. At this moment, Chu Xiu felt like scolding his mother. The system, you bastard. The host doesn't want to be cowardly, just do it, no resources, then go for it. If you can't beat the old ones, go for the young ones, kill until no one dares to respect you, as long as the resources are exchanged for a breakthrough point of points. This system believes that the host will be able to accomplish great success. Ghost knows how many breakthrough points do I need to break through later. How many resources do I need to exchange for breakthrough points? Besides, I feel that the confinement of the Eucharist is not something that can be broken through at a breakthrough point, definitely requires some special encounters. Show my personal panel. Host, Chu Xiu, boundary, the first floor of the Sea of Wheels, special physique, ancient Eucharist, qualification, 317, Tian Pin, cultivation method, Dao Jing casting foundation. Breakthrough point, 0 luck value, -18, black, kill the person with great luck, you can absorb their luck for your own use. Note, luck affects luck, and those with strong luck can become strong even if they lie flat. Comprehensive combat power evaluation, 19 times the combat power of ordinary players of the same rank. Chu Xiu stood up. With his right hand, he pinched the dust remover to clean off the dirt on his body, take out a new set of black robes from the storage bag and put them on. Shi Shiran walked towards the front hall. At this time, our fairy Mengdie is squatting on the lotus throne with her jade feet bare, holding a red fruit in both hands, sipping it, pitiful and helpless. Is it tasty? It's delicious, ah. Chi Mengdie hid the fruit behind her back, raised her head, and looked coldly at the place where the voice came from. Looking at that smiling face, she wished she could tear it into pieces. You traitor, master, I haven't seen you for a few days, like 3 autumns. Chu Xiu strolled over, with dark eyes, looking up and down, this vigilant woman. The skin is like jade, the face is beautiful, and there is a faint fragrance, overflowing from her delicate body. Master, have you not bathed for a few days? When Chi Mengdie heard this, he was almost pissed off. This traitor forcibly occupied the apse, lost all her cultivation, and couldn't leave the hall, and she couldn't find a place to wash off if she wanted to take a bath. It's a good thing now, but she actually asked her, how many days did she not take a bath? Shameful, extremely shameful. Don't worry, master, this disciple will not forgive you. Ah bah, this disciple will not despise you. The body of Tianxiang is really as rumored, without taking a bath for a few days, it is still spotless, with icy muscles and bones. Traitor, what do you want to do? Master, please. Improve the aptitude for the disciple. Jie. You, traitor. After half an hour. A long distance away. Criminal Law Peak. A white streamer rose into the sky. After a few breaths. A handsome middle-aged man with a long sword on his back stands on the top of Yunxia Peak in the air, like a god and a demon. He has a white face, white eyebrows, white hair, white robe, and even the pupils of his eyes are white. Standing there, he is like an unsheathed divine sword, with boundless killing sword intent lingering around his body, and black lines are drawn in the surrounding space. Elder Tianqing's voice was heard in the main hall of the Peak Master. Heaven. Brother Tianqing, are you, anything? Hearing the slightly trembling and hasty voice of his junior sister, Tianqing frowned, and didn't think much about it. I don't know if junior sister can come out and say something. Brother Tianqing, I'm not very convenient. Junior sister, your voice. Just now. Some problems in my cultivation, senior brother Tianqing, don't care about it. Tianqing's handsome face immediately revealed a look of concern. Junior sister, for my brother, there is a 7th level healing pill specially made by junior brother Danding Feng Tian, which can help you heal your wounds. No. No need. Gush Jia Chu Xiu kissed the master's face, stood up with a smile. You traitor, fairy Mengdie curled up, panting, her face flushed. Oh my god, that scene just now was definitely the nightmare of Mengdie's life. She actually had a conversation with senior brother Tianqing, and at the same time was unable to extricate herself from the traitor. Wow, host, you are really the ultimate villain, and you are actually dual cultivating with the master, triggering a special reward, Xianbing, Jade Blood Sword, you and Tianxiang body dual cultivation qualification plus 100, you and Tianxiang body dual cultivation qualification plus 100, you and Tianxiang body dual cultivation qualification plus 100, the host's qualification reaches 617-day level, and the cultivation speed is increased by 25 times, ding. The host's cultivation base is sophisticated, and he successfully broke through to the 2nd floor of Luanhai. Please keep improving and make persistent efforts. Quack, Master Chu Xiu felt refreshed. Fairy Mengdie turned her head, her black hair was messy, she didn't want to look at this traitor. No more, unless you unseal me. I can take out other items from the storage ring. Mengdie gritted his teeth. Beautiful eyes stared at Chu Xiu not far away, who was squatting down and counting the trophies. It's all 4th tier pills, and the 5th tier pills are pitifully rare. There are still 4,000 high-grade primordial stones, which is better than nothing. Chu Xiu nodded, and put all the small pile of items into the storage bag. Thank you, Master, looking at the back that is gradually going away. For the first time in Mengdie's practice career, he felt powerless. Otherwise, I will ask the Holy Master, maybe she can help me lift the seal. No, if it can't be lifted, the traitor feels the danger, flees away, or is killed by someone. Doesn't this seat really want to be immortal for a lifetime, and eventually die of old age? No. That's not my Mengdie's life. I, Mengdie, am stunned and talented. In this life, I am destined to go to the starry sky to compete on the ancient road. How could I fall here? She reached into her arms. Take out a bronze mask with a fox pattern printed on it. Before, when the traitor was unsealed, I took out this treasure. Fortunately, the traitor didn't search the body, otherwise, he would have been snatched away. Bronze fox noodle, it can simulate the covering of all monk breaths. As long as you don't come into contact with people, even the Peak Saint King can't detect from the air. Mengdie was in a trance, recalling the figure on Guihun Cliff a month ago. This mask was dropped when that person was hunted down. Hey, Chu Xiu is also considered amazing and talented. After only 100 years of practice, he is respected by the younger generation. That sentence, break immortality and ask for longevity, the emperor regrets but I don't. How wanton and insolent, how stunning and gorgeous, unfortunately, you are too strong, too evil, if you don't die, how can the great holy lands, ancient families, and great pope sects feel at ease? If you don't die, the emperor's road will open in the future, and who will have a chance in the sky continent? Shaking his head, he got rid of distracting thoughts in his mind. Now I have to find a way to break free from that traitor's imprisonment, otherwise I'm afraid I will be subject to him in this life. Chu Xiu, who returned to the entrance of his cave, seemed to have a sense, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Put it on. If you don't wear this mask, how can I develop in Taisu Holy Land with peace of mind? My good master. Enter the cave. Chu Xiu took out the Xianbing Jade Blood Sword rewarded by the system from the storage bag. The long sword was unsheathed, blood lingered. This sword is 3 feet 3 inches long, the blade is as red as blood, and as thin as a cicada's wing. The hilt is made of the ribs of an unknown beast, revealing a fierce killing intent. It's still a murderous soldier, just barely enough. Chu Xiu shook his head, obviously looking down on him, but he didn't think much about it. His realm is too low now, even if he is given a divine weapon, he won't be able to use it. Sitting cross-legged, laying the jade blood sword flat on both knees, the long and narrow eyes were closed, and he began to refine the xianbing. There are still 3 days until the deathmatch. He planned to use these few days to practice one kind of movement technique and 2 kinds of sword tactics. One of the sword formulas was practiced by the original tool man Chu Xiu, and it is called Xianpin of Qingfeng's 3 styles. The name sounds very low, and the moves are also very simple. The 3 moves are, draw the sword, cut the sword, and return the sword. Draw out the sword, slash, sheath. Chu Xiu was originally a great swordsman. Judging from his eyesight, this sword art, although the grade is low by 2, has a faint taste of returning to the basics and being in harmony with the Tao. What is sword repair? Could it be that one can be called a sword cultivator if he controls the flying sword of his own destiny, kills people thousands of miles away, returns 10,000 swords to his ancestors, and makes all the fuss? Shallow. If the skill is not as good as the decision, it will never be as good as it should be. Sword cultivator, what he cultivates is not sword skills, nor sword tactics, but sword intent. The sword intent enters the Tao, with a flat blow, it can destroy the world. Shouldn't it be right, drawing out the sword, slashing people, and sheathing it? On the 2nd day, the full moon is in the sky, and the stars are thousands of miles away. In Chu Xiu's cave. Ding! Wow, congratulations to the host, comprehend the artistic conception, and start to search for the meaning, a sword cry sounded in Chu Xiu's mind. Next moment. The soul consciousness seemed to be grasped by an invisible big hand, flew out of the cave, passed through the great formation of the Taisu Holy Land strongmen, and flew higher and higher. When he opened his eyes again, his consciousness had come to a dark space. Chu Xiu raised his head and looked into the distance. He could see beams of light of various colors falling from above the darkness. The beams were thick and thin. The thick one is as thick as a bucket, and the thinner one is only the diameter of chopsticks. The original place, looking for meaning. That's right, every beam of light here is a sword intent. Every sword cultivator has only one chance to come here once in his life. Of course, Chu Xiu who has died once is considered a special case. The sword cultivators who come here need to find the sword intent that matches their own swordsmanship here. Sword intent also has strengths and weaknesses. Some heaven-defying sword intents, even if those who comprehend them are at the intent-seeking stage, are much stronger than ordinary entry-level sword intents. Chu Xiu came here once before, but at that time, he had already reached the Taoist palace. In his last life, he didn't have a master to guide him, so he relied on his own groping for cultivation. He entered the original land to find the sword intent, but he just picked a beam of light at random, which caused the sword intent to be weak. To rebuild in this life, he naturally wants to find one of the strongest sword intents as much as possible. The deeper one enters the beginning land, the stronger the sword intent can be found. Think no more. Chu Xiu moved and flew into the distance. Passing beams of light, they continued to fly towards the deepest part of the land of beginning. If an ordinary Luanhai cultivator enters here and travels up to 800 meters, his consciousness will not be able to withstand the pressure of the original place and will be crushed to pieces. Consciousness is crushed. At that time, let alone finding something, there will be a question mark on whether he can survive, and even if he can survive, he will probably be a fool. However, Chu Xiu will not have any worries in this regard. Before he was reborn, he was at the peak of Shaoxing. He fought for 100 years, killed an unknown number of saints, and elders. The great sage is not as good as him. Otherwise, he would not be able to practice the secret art of the soul and forcibly seize the body and resurrect him. 800 meters. 1,000 meters. Meters. 2,000 meters. Taisu Holy Land, Taisu Peak. In the unpretentious Dongfu. Wearing a plain white dress, the female cultivator with long, blue wavy hair slowly opened her phoenix eyes. Her pupils are bright with stars and divine light. With every breath, billions of worlds are born and died in her eyes. At the back of the female cultivator's head, 3 mysterious light arcs of gold, blue, and red rotate clockwise. She is beautiful in appearance and has a sacred and inviolable temperament. Even if the great sage is in front of him, he still has to bow his head, not daring to look at him. She is the Lord of Taisu Holy Land, contemporary Taisuzi. The overlord of the Saint King realm. There are people in the Holy Land, looking for sword intent. She raised her head, her star-like eyes seemed to be able to see through everything in the world and through time. The line of sight fell on the initial land full of chaos. Interesting. It has advanced 500 meters. Not bad, 4,000 meters. As time flows. Gradually, Taisu's indifferent expression became a little moved. 6,789 meters, 7,767 meters, such a strong soul, such a strong will, has come to this point in the early days of Luan Hai. 8,888 meters. It's 18 meters longer than when I was looking for sword intent in the other side. This son is extraordinary. Is he a great sage? Or is he gifted? 3 hours later. Taisu's beautiful eyes gradually widened. 9,999 meters. How can that be? Taisu stood up, parted her red lips slightly, and murmured, 3 years ago, the quasi-emperor sword god in the endless sword realm had a terrifying sword intent. He never killed an enemy with a second sword. He was invincible in this world. It is said that he seeks meaning. At that time, it came to 99 meters. Could it be that I am too holy to produce a character like a sword god? The place of origin. Chu Xiu stopped at 99 meters. His face was pale, his chest heaved, and he was panting heavily. Carrying the mighty power of heaven and earth to come here, even he couldn't stand it, as if his soul would be crushed into nothingness at any time. Looking at the 4 huge beams of light at the end of the front. The one on the far right is obviously missing, presumably there were originally 5 sword intents. Obviously, the sword intent on the far right has been found. There are 4 remaining, from left to right, the colors are white, blood, black, and purple. The beam of light is so huge that it seems to penetrate the entire universe, with an incomparably vast momentum. In front of them, Chu Xiu seemed smaller than dust, as insignificant as a drop of water in the sea. He was not in a hurry to choose sword intent. Close your eyes slowly. Use your mind to comprehend the sword intent. A kind of enlightenment welled up in my heart. I keep asking myself in my heart, what is my way? What is my way? My way. In his mind, he recalled the scenes after he traveled from the earth to the sky continent. From the very beginning of being bullied everywhere, going around for more than 10 years, I gradually got used to the feeling of killing. Every fight, every bloody battle. Chasing, counter-killing, escaping, continuing to kill, 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 kill. Kill until no one in the world dares to honor him. Kill until no one dares not bow his head. My way, asking about immortality and longevity, my way, the way of immortality and invincibility, stop killing with killing. My sword intent is the invincible sword intent, with 1 thought and 1 sword, no one in the world can't be cut. At this moment, Chu Xiu's Taoist mind is unprecedentedly clear. No self, no one, no sentient beings. Hum the place of origin. There was a sword cry. Like the first sword sound when the chaos of the universe first opened. The bloody beam of light trembled, and part of it split off, pulling Chu Xiu into it. The sword intent full of killing intent penetrated into every bone, every flesh and blood, and every cell of his body. I don't know how long ago. Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes. In the deepest part of the pupil, a blood-colored sword shadow flashed like a substance. However, in the deepest part of the original place, there was a scarlet sword intent missing. Ding, congratulations to the host for finding the meaning successfully. Obtain the heavenly killing sword intent of the original 5 sword intents, heavenly killing sword intent category, sword intent grade. Current position, Shuani introduction, conceived in the chaos, born at the first division of the world, only when you reach the end of the original land, can you get the recognition of the sword, prove the way by killing, grow up in fighting, and fight with those who understand, the sword will become stronger and stronger. If the sword emperor's heart desires, slaying monsters and people is also slashing immortals. The corners of Chu Xiu's mouth curled up slightly. I was overjoyed. Heavenly killing sword intent matches my nature. He still remembered that before he was reborn, the sword intent he comprehended was Ling Feng's sword intent. It is a kind of heavenly sword intent with wind attribute, its strength is above average, and I thought it was very nice at first. Now look at. People are more dead than people, and goods are thrown away. Compared with Tiansha's sword intent, Ling Feng's sword intent is simply weak. The bloody sword-shaped symbol appears and disappears between his eyebrows, and finally disappears. Try using the system to break through the sword intent. Chu Xiu couldn't wait to take out all the unused items from the storage bag. Consuming the character weapon Ghost Mysterious Knife, gaining breakthrough 0.5, consuming character armor and pig iron armor, gaining breakthrough 0.5, consumption. The arena of life and death is located at Yunxia Peak. Also known as Penalty Peak. Each generation of Peak Masters, whose name is Tianxing, is in charge of punishment in the Holy Land. Tian Xingfeng's direct and true disciples are all disciples of the Hall of Punishment, monitoring the entire Holy Land. Therefore, the comprehensive strength of Yunxia Peak's disciples is the highest among all peaks in the entire Holy Land. Next is Tianjin Peak. Then there is Yunxia Peak, mainly because Yunxia Peak has too few true disciples, including Chu Xiu, there are only 5 of them. Brother Ling Xiao heard that you have gained a lot from retreat recently, and you have broken through the realm of supernatural powers. I am really happy to congratulate you. The personal disciple next to him was flattering and flattering. Jian Lingyun waved his hand, it's just a supernatural power, it's not worth mentioning. After speaking, he turned to look at the female cultivator in white with a long sword on her back. She has a beautiful oval face, her eyes are like water, her eyebrows are like distant mountains, her temperament is cold, and she is serious. Junior Sister Su, I thought you wouldn't come to such a boring place. Su Tianjin didn't look sideways, and said in a cold tone, this matter happened because of me, so I naturally want to take a look. That Chu Xiu is familiar with me, I don't want him to die here. Murderous intent flashed in Jian Lingyun's eyes. Su Tianjin had long been regarded as a taboo by him, and that useless Chu Xiu dared to fantasize about her, death would not be a pity. Hee, Senior Sister Su, what if he wants to seek death? Zhang Meng, who was standing behind Jian Lingyun, saw that the boss's face was not right, and immediately smiled, Senior Sister, you can't save a person who wants to die. Su Tianjin glanced at Zhang Meng lightly, but said nothing. Then why Chu Xiu hasn't come yet? Could it be that he's afraid? I think it is. Haha, he is still Yunxia Peak's true senior brother, he is really embarrassing to Yunxia Peak Master. That's right, even our Tianjian Peak's Zhang Meng can't beat him, why should he be a senior brother? I don't know how the people of Yunxia Peak can allow this kind of waste to be their senior brother. The disciples of the surrounding peaks communicated loudly, discussed, and sneered and ridiculed unabashedly. Here, Yunxia Peak's direct disciples, who came here to watch the battle, had an ugly expression on their faces. It's true that Chu Xiu is a waste, no matter what, they are also their own people. Now they are so ridiculed by outsiders, they are naturally upset, but they have no way to refute. Hey, at this time. A blue streamer quickly flew away. In the life and death arena, a woman in a blue long dress appeared in the True Biography spectator seat. She has almond eyes and peach cheeks, and her black hair is tied into a simple bun at the back of her head, hanging down softly on her shoulders. It's Tao Yao, the 5th senior sister of Yunxia Peak. I didn't expect this person to come to watch the battle today. Senior sister Tao Yao, Jian Lingyun smiled on the skin but not on the flesh. Tao Yao's beautiful eyes moved, and she sneered, Jian Lingyun, don't think that your breakthrough in supernatural powers is so great. If you dare to laugh at me like this again, be careful that this girl will goug out your eyeballs and throw them on the ground as bright stones. Jian Lingyun's face darkened instantly when he heard the words, but he didn't dare to say anything more. He knew the character of this witch. If he dares to talk back again, even if this is Jianqing Peak, the other party will definitely do what they say. Come on, I don't know who called out. I see. A small flying boat flew from the foot of Jianqing Peak to the mountainside without rushing. On the bow deck, a black-haired young man in a black robe with a long blood-colored sword slanted across his waist stood with his hands behind his back, his waist straight. His long black hair was blown back by the wind. His dark and deep eyes stared straight ahead. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. The flying boat volleyed and stopped above the platform. Chu Xiu looked down. Control the airship to land. Parked on the true seat. He still can't fly through the air like Tao Yao and the others. Only after breaking through the divine bridge realm, the vitality in the monk's body can be transformed into real energy, and then he can fly across the sky. Otherwise, he can only drive a flying boat or other flying equipment, so it is a little late. Big brother, Tao Yao stepped forward, her delicate body bowed slightly. For this, Jian Lingyun and Su Tianjin were very surprised. Who is Tao Yao? Late-stage supernatural powers. Looking at the entire Taisu Holy Land, there are rare monstrous disciples, and they are only a thread behind the holy sons and saints. A notoriously strong quirk of character. How could such a person respect a waste like Chu Xiu so much? That's right, respect. That look couldn't be fake. Chu Xiu reached out and touched her head with a gentle smile, Junior sister, you are here too. A blush appeared on Tao Yao's pretty face, and she lowered her head, eldest senior brother, please rest assured, with my junior sister around, no one can hurt a single hair of your hair. 20 days ago, the junior sister retreated, causing the senior brother to be injured, and the junior sister felt uneasy. Be careful, it's not your fault. Chu Xiu nodded, just glanced at Su Tianjin, who was 10 meters away. This is the Tool Man, the goddess of crush. She looks okay, but her cultivation base is just as so. A strangeness flashed in Su Tianjin's eyes. A woman's sixth sense made her clearly feel that Chu Xiu's gaze was different from before. The previous frenzy has become calm and indifferent. What has he experienced in the past 20 days? Senior brother, Zhang Meng looked at Jian Lingyun, and asked through voice transmission, Tao Yao is here, later, shall I still kill him? In the arena of life and death, what about the killer? Jian Lingyun sneered, could it be that she, Tao Yao, can really cover the sky with one hand? This is Yunxia Peak, no matter how strong she is, Tao Yao can't beat the waves. Don't worry, if she dares to make a move, there will naturally be a little saint to suppress her. Okay, senior brother, Zhang Meng sneered, I will treat him well. Chu Xiu, since we're here, let's go to the arena of life and death. After finishing you, I will go back to practice in closed doors. Chu Xiu was at a loss, but didn't answer. He turned his head and looked around, smiled slightly, and said loudly, everyone. It's not easy for everyone to gather together to watch the competition, how can we lose the prize? I have a bottle of 7th order Sky Profound pills here. There are 6 pieces in total, all of which are of the highest quality. While speaking, with a wave of his hand, a mutton-fat jade bottle appeared in his hand. Pull the cork off, the mouth of the bottle is lingering with rays of light, and the fragrance is wafting thousands of miles away. In an instant, the eyes of the disciples present were all red. Gulu, gulu, there were bursts of swallowing sounds. Even some elders couldn't help showing greed. That was a 7th order Sky Profound pill. For monks in the realm of supernatural powers, it is like a magic pill. Taking this pill can not only increase the speed of comprehension of supernatural powers, but the top-grade Tianxian pill has a high probability of helping them reach the peak of the supernatural power realm and break through the realm of little saints. Don't think that Shaoxing is a big commodity. A small saint can become a great elder in a holy place, and if he joins a weaker religion, he can even become a deputy suzerain. If you join the dynasty, you will definitely be honored as a national teacher and the whole country will celebrate. Wow, the host, you are so stupid, you actually pretended to be a pig and eat a tiger, cheating resources, and getting a system reward, 300 breakthrough points. How do you want to bet? Jian Lingyun stared straight at the jade bottle in Chu Xiu's hand. He can be sure that it is definitely the Sky Profound pill. His master, Lu Shui, once rewarded his senior brother with a Sky Profound pill, and he will never forget the fragrance of that pill until he dies. Jian Lingyun, who had just broken through to the realm of supernatural powers, urgently needed this elixir. Coincidentally, just as he was about to sleep, Chu Xiu sent him a pillow. Eldest brother. Tao Yao hesitated to speak. I said to myself, is the brother playing such a big game? Aren't you afraid that master will blame you? Chu Xiu shook his head at her, looked at Jian Lingyun, and said loudly in a voice that everyone present could hear, you may not know the value of the 6 7th order top-grade Sky Profound pills. This elder of Yunxia Peak, do you understand? Elder Tian Xingfen, who was the referee, came back to his senses and quickly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Zheng Sei, this pill has a price but no market. If it is auctioned, each piece should be at least 100 high-grade primordial stones. 6 are 600 W high-grade primordial stones. Sigh, the sound of breathing in bursts resounded through the sky. 600 million yuan stone, it was an astronomical figure for everyone present. It is absolutely impossible to take out. Jian Lingyun frowned. He couldn't come up with a matching bet either. He, Chu Xiu said with a smile, one person can't get it out, so everyone can make it together. At that time, it will be fine to divide the spoils according to the proportion of the investment, right? All the people suddenly realized. Yes, everyone can get together. However, someone quickly reacted. He looked suspiciously at Chu Xiu, who was smiling at the corner of his mouth. It always feels wrong there. Tao Yao blinked her watery eyes, and suddenly smiled. Jian Lingyun is not a fool, Chu Xiu's attitude is very similar to digging a hole and waiting for someone to jump. He circulated his true energy and probed Chu Xiu's realm with his spiritual thoughts. Heart suddenly relieved. There are 4 floors in the Wheel Sea. Feeling the gathering of countless probing spirits, Chu Xiu secretly sneered in his heart, his expression as usual. It's a bet, I bet. I beat senior brother Chu Xiu to lose. I also pressure brother Chu Xiu to lose. The crowd flocked. One after another, they took out treasures from the stored treasures and placed bets. Tian Xingfen, as the referee's elders, began to count the value of the items. An hour later, the inventory was completed. The gambling funds of 600 million high-grade primordial stones were all raised and piled up into a small mountain. Chu Xiu also put the Sky Profound pill in his gambling money. I declare that the bet is established, and Tian Xingfen is the referee. No one dares to deny it. Present. Except for Tao Yao and Su Tianjin, as well as several Taixingfeng elders who were the referees, almost everyone placed their bets, and Chu Xiu lost all of them, including Yunxia Ping's junior brothers and sisters. It's really for senior brother, good, beloved relatives and friends. Chu Xiu nodded, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Move your body. Leaping down from the 1,000-meter-high true inheritance seat, he slammed into the square stone ring several thousand meters wide with a bang. Hee, Chu Waste, you are finally willing to end. Zhang Meng laughed cruelly, and also jumped onto the ring. He has already found out that Chu Waste has indeed recovered his cultivation, but it is only on the 4th floor of Luanhai, which is not as good as 20 days ago. You know, Zhang Meng is the pinnacle of the 9th floor of Luanhai. Hitting the 4th floor at the peak of the 9th floor is not much more difficult than crushing an ant to death. He is very confident. And Chu Xiu held the bone hilt of the jade blood sword in his right hand, with a solemn expression on his face. See his performance. Zhang Meng became more and more confident. The gambling dogs also secretly rejoiced in their hearts. This wave, steady. Chu Waste, just strong outside and doing nothing, someone muttered. Su Tianjin shook his head, the inexplicable anticipation in his eyes faded a bit. Cough cough, since you are on the stage of life and death, then life and death don't matter. An elder from Yunxia Peak said loudly, I declare that the life and death contest has begun. Bang, in the arena of life and death, the formation was activated, and the ground trembled. A white mask, like a giant bowl turned upside down, covered the entire arena. The gambling dogs waited intently. I kept shouting in my heart. Kill him. Kill Chu Xiu. Zhang Meng killed this trash. Zhang Meng did not draw out the long sword on his back. His figure is low, his leg muscles are knotted, his forehead and neck are protruding with blue veins, and his whole body is full of energy and blood, just like a ferocious wild beast. Lifting his right leg and stepping on the ground of the arena, the stone slabs on the ground were shattered inch by inch. Boom, the whole person is like a cannonball, impacting out, causing bursts of sonic booms. In the blink of an eye, he came to Chu Xiu's left side. A lightning whip kicked towards his head, and the air was howling. Chu Xiu tilted his body and narrowly avoided Zhang Meng's lightning strike. The movement of the body moves, the vitality condenses on the legs, the speed soars 5 times, so fast that 3 afterimages appear, and the distance between Zhang Meng and Zhang Meng is opened in an instant, and they are 30 meters away. Hee, the speed is not slow. Zhang Meng grinned. Then what about this trick? The black light in his left hand flickered, and he flicked his fingers. Clang, a black flying nail pierced the air, causing waves of ripples, and went straight to the center of Chu Xiu's eyebrows. Chu Xiu used the Xianpin movement method to take a picture again, and quickly dodged to the side. Fuck, Zhang Meng's strikes are really ruthless, every blow is a vital point. Chu Xiu's body skills are also good, and he can always dodge at critical moments. Hee, if you defend for a long time, you will lose. No matter how fast you are, if you can't defeat your opponent, then he will definitely lose in the end. Chu Xiu is doomed. A fight without any suspense. There was worry in Taoyao's beautiful eyes. I thought to myself, big brother, are you really acting? It's probably too realistic. The gambling dogs are in ecstasy. Steady, steady. On the ring. The situation is indeed one-sided. Zhang Meng chased and beat Chu Xiu. It took about half an hour to chase. Zhang Meng finally lost his patience. Chu Xiu was as slippery as a loach. Clang, block. Pull out the red long sword from the right. Dao Yuan Li's sword was like a net, and he slashed at Chu Xiu. Completely closed the opponent's dodging space. Chu Xiu's narrow and deep eyes were half closed. He holds the scabbard in his left hand and the bone hilt in his right. The jade blood sword stands in front of him. Slowly draw the sword. The blood-colored sword reflected his indifferent and deep eyes like a mirror. Draw your sword. A bloody sword glow several meters long and half a meter wide suddenly cut out. Cut a gap in Zhang Meng's sword net. Turn around to take a picture, and get out of the gap. Flaw, a murderous intent flashed across Zhang Meng's pupils. The corner of the mouth grinned grimly. The speed more than doubled in an instant, and he came to Chu Xiu in an instant. Lift the left foot, pumping it toward his temple. Go to hell, trash. Chu Xiu looked indifferent. Anyone who has fought against him knows that whenever he shows such an expression, he should be careful. Because he is about to kill. Raise your arms to cover your face. He is a desolate ancient holy body. Although he has not achieved a small achievement, in terms of melee combat, he is almost invincible in the same realm. The entanglement with Zhang Meng before was just a show for the gambling dogs. If he is serious as soon as he enters the arena, with his rich battle experience and his current accumulation, he can kill the opponent with at most 3 moves, without even needing to use sword intent. Bang, the leg whip was whipped on the left arm, and there was a thunderous sound. Chu Xiu pretended to stagger back, and at the same time, the jade blood sword turned into an afterimage. Zhang Meng only saw a picturesque blood glow flashing past. So fast the sword. Next moment, the jade blood sword slid across Zhang Meng's neck like autumn water. A thin line of blood gradually emerged. Zhang Meng's eyes were wide open, and he raised his hand to cover the wound. Puff. Blood splattered. Gulyalu fell to the ground with the whole big head, and rolled around a few times. A headless corpse, with blood gushing out several meters high. The amount of bleeding is huge, after all, it is the pinnacle of Luanhai, and the blood is enough. Puff Chu Xiu forcibly shook the inner mansion, spat out a mouthful of blood, and half kneeled on the ground with the jade blood sword in his hand, pale and panting. He looked seriously injured. The viewing platform was dead silent. Shock, incredible. How can it be, Zhang Meng actually lost? You know, 20 days ago, Zhang Meng easily defeated Chu Xiu. Lost today, even killed on the spot. 10 days ago, I remembered that Chu Xiu said that he wanted to kill Zhang Meng in the arena of life and death, and he really did it. I can't believe that the 4th floor of Luanhai actually killed the peak of Luanhai. Wow, uproar, I don't have dazzling eyes. Oh my god, I lost 3,000 top-grade primordial stones. I lost 4,000. I lost a mysterious weapon. Is Zhang Meng a waste? If you hit the 4th floor of Luanhai, you will be counter-killed. Q fucking can Q crooked. Woo woo. I'm so angry, I will never gamble again. Victory and defeat. The referee finished. The ring mask disappeared. Tao Yao came to the ring in an instant and supported Chu Xiu. A faint fragrance entered his nostrils, and Chu Xiu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Junior sister, help me to the seat of true biography. Okay big brother. Tao Yao hugged Chu Xiu's arm and flew up to the Xinchuan seat. He went straight, that pile of bets. Jian Lingyun stared at Chu Xiu with squinted eyes, and said coldly, you are hiding your clumsiness. He lost the worst bet in this game. Not only did his younger brother die, but he also lost a large amount of primordial stones, estimated to be 60. He would have to store high-grade primordial stones for several years to save so many primordial stones. Su Tianjin's beautiful eyes also became strange. Chu Xiu's victory was beyond her expectations. Obviously, no one is a fool to become a true biography. Although Chu Xiu acted very realistically, he still couldn't hide it from the eyes of those who cared. Chu Xiu shrugged, neither admitting nor denying it. Do you still dare to gamble? Jian Lingyun said with a smile, senior brother of Yunxia Peak, don't you dare to gamble? Chu Xiu smiled and raised his eyebrows, how do you want to bet? I sent a first-level Xinxiao realm to fight with you, and the bet is the same as before. Jian Lingyun, are you looking for death? Tao Yao's voice was icy cold, her murderous intent was boiling, her hair was full of blue hair, and there was no wind on her own. See here. The expressions of the several elders of Tianqing Peak all changed, and they quickly put on guard to prevent this woman from violently attacking her. Jian Lingyun frowned and stepped back to distance himself from Tao Yao, then looked at Chu Xiu again, and said nothing. Chu Xiu rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, frowned and said, it's not impossible, but you have to pay more. The bet has been increased by at least 3%. You must know that I am only on the 4th floor of the Luanhai realm, and it is very risky to face the 1st floor of the God of War Bridge. While speaking, the greedy look in his eyes flashed away. Seeing Tian Xingfeng elders secretly shaking their heads, Jian Lingyun sneered in his heart. Sure enough, greed without strength is the original sin. You seek death yourself, don't blame me. Seeing this, Su Tianjin couldn't help frowning, and was speechless. This Chu Xiu, doesn't he know that it's good to see each other? The gap between the Divine Bridge realm and the Luanhai realm is not even a tiny bit. If you kill Zhang Meng, do you really think you are strong enough to fight against the Xinxiao realm? Tao Yao also secretly transmitted voice to persuade. However, Chu Xiu has made up his mind. Today, the goods must be brought home. As he said, it won't work even when the Emperor is here. The ancient holy body at home is still waiting to be fed. After learning that, the second game of gambling begins. And Chu Xiu is going to face the God of War Bridge realm. The gamblers who lost a round suddenly felt their tumultuous hearts alive. Gambling dog mentality, the next game will definitely win, and you can get back the money. Betting begins. Even if the bet is % more than before, they don't care. In their view, Chu Xiu, who was on the 4th floor of the Luanhai realm, could not be the opponent of Chen Linfei, who was on the 1st floor of the Xinxiao realm. The two sides are fundamentally different. The gap is like an abyss. Chu Xiu and Shi Lezhi agreed to this bet. Next, they only need to press Chu Xiu to lose, and then they can sit back and wait for the money to be collected. Crazy. Streams of light cut through the air and flew towards Yunxia Peak. After hearing the news, even the personal and true disciples of other peaks rushed over. They also want a piece of the action. Watching the guys scrambling to bet that they lost, Chu Xiu remained calm on the surface. In fact, the heart is full of smiles. People like this who often treat others as fools are the real fools. Forehead. Wrong. Chu Xiu was stunned. I seem to regard them as fools too. However, this seat is not a fool. Think carefully. It was also relieved. There are no fools here. There are only a group of ordinary practitioners bound by the fixed cultivation thinking of the predecessors. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, the Foundation Establishment Realm is the Foundation Establishment Realm, and it is impossible to beat the Luanhai Realm. It is also impossible for the Luanhai Realm to defeat the Divine Bridge Realm. Especially, Chu Xiu still bears the title of a good-for-nothing big brother. Even if he killed Zhang with a very struggling leapfrog earlier, the gamblers will use the excuse of Chu Xiu being lucky that Zhang underestimated the enemy and was killed, to convince his greedy self. The disciples from the various peaks who had finished placing their bets looked at each other, and the meaning in their eyes was obvious. This game is stable. Chu Xiu even saw a direct disciple of the Shenxiao realm gritted his teeth and put his only weapon, the Xiandao, on it. A late-stage disciple of Luanhai pressed down a pair of black-grade boots with tears in his eyes, reluctantly coming up to share a share of the pie. This time, the biggest bet was still on Jian Lingyun. He sneered, and threw out the last 40 top-grade primordial stones, as well as a set of mysterious treasure armor and a few 4th-grade talismans. He didn't believe that Chu Xiu could make any trouble this time. Eldest brother, are you sure? Tao Yao's sound transmission into secret. Chu Xiu nodded. I can rest assured that. Little junior sister, don't you place a bet? Tao Yao stuck out her tongue and smiled sweetly. Let's keep senior brother and make money for yourself. In fact, Chu Xiu understood. The other party looks down on these things. Among them are the 7th grade Tianxian pills. The bets are counted. According to the bet, Yunxia Peak's eldest disciple, Chu Xiu, must take out a bottle of 7th ranked top grade Sky Profound pill, a total of 6 pieces. The total value of all the disciples who bet on the scene, the treasures of heaven and earth, reached 1,000 high grade primordial stones. I declare that the bet is established, and this bet will be justified by Tian Xingfen. Following the voice of Elder Tian Xingfen fell. The scene was suddenly quiet. All eyes were on Chu Xiu, with different expressions, including greed, sarcasm, anticipation, ridicule, and some watching with cold eyes. This piece of shit must die. He is dead. As long as I can win a Sky Profound pill, my fire-type supernatural power will be close to perfection. Chu Xiu of Yunxia Peak, Chen Linfei of Tianjin Peak is going to the stage of life and death. Brother, come on. Tao Yao said loudly. Su Tianjin's clear eyes also stared at Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu nodded, waved his black robe sleeves, and jumped down. A black meteor, with a bang, hit the ring. His body was as straight as a javelin, his black robe bulged with golden clouds, his thick black long hair was constantly swaying backwards by the strong wind, and his feet were 10 meters in radius. The slate shattered inch by inch. What a strong body. Among the crowd, Chu Xiu and Chen Yunfei faced each other at a distance of 1,000 meters. Brother Chen killed him. Junior brother Chen, Chu Xiu is the true disciple of Yunxia Peak. If you can kill him, master will reward you generously. Kill, kill, kill. The cheers and cheers around did not make Chen Yunfei's expression fluctuate in the slightest. Eyes like sharp swords stared at Chu Xiu. Brother Chu Xiu, admit defeat. I don't want to kill you. Chu Xiu was expressionless. Press the right hand on the hilt of the jade blood sword. At first, I didn't intend to go on stage. Do you know why I still go to the stage of life and death? Chen Yunfei was not in a hurry to act. Why? Chu Xiu seemed interested. Walk towards each other step by step. Chen Yunfei didn't care about this. In his eyes, Chu Xiu from the 4th floor of Luanhai posed no threat to him at all. He can kill him whenever he wants. He was willing to say so much because he was worried that he would kill Chu Xiu later and be retaliated by Mengdie, the master of Yunxia Peak afterwards. After laying the groundwork, Chu Xiu knew how to admit defeat, and everyone was happy. If Chu Xiu was ignorant and killed by him, Mengdie had no excuse to trouble him again. My junior sister was seriously injured on a mission. I need a very precious treasure of heaven and earth to save my life, and brother Ling Yun has that treasure of heaven and earth in his hands. So for the sake of junior sister, I have to fight for Ling Yun. So, I can only say sorry to you. Swords have no eyes. If you die, don't blame me. Chen Yunfei's tone was flat, as if he was telling some kind of truth. Very touching story. Clang Chu Xiu, who was 100 meters away from Chen Yunfei, suddenly drew his sword enraged. The image of Xianpin movement moves around the body, gathers on the legs, and pulls out 7 afterimages. In an instant, a blood-colored sword image of extremely poignant beauty, like the setting sun falling from the west, directly hits Chen Yunfei's neck. So fast. What a fast sword. In the spectator seats, a group of disciples let out a low voice. Xuanpin's body method keeps a picture, and it has been cultivated to the 7 afterimages, which is Zogchen. His Xianpin Qinfeng 3 styles are also perfect. The hair on the back of Chen Yunfei's neck stood on end, his cheeks twitched, and he secretly scolded Chu Xiu for being shameless, for actually sneaking up on him while he was speaking. I didn't have time to think about it, this sword must be blocked, otherwise I will die for sure. At this moment, how dare I underestimate Chu Xiu. Clang in the nick of time, Chen Yunfei's dark blue Xianpin long sword pressed against the skin of his neck, barely resisting Chu Xiu's fatal strike. Few a drop, cold sweat dripped down his cheeks onto the tip of the blood-colored long sword, splashing a crystal splash. When he just breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Xiu's long and narrow eyes reflected a gleam of blood, and the sword in his hand changed from a horizontal slash to a straight stab, taking the opponent's heart at an extremely tricky angle. The speed of changing sword moves is jaw-dropping. Puff! Even if Chen Yunfei could twist his body, a bloody hole was still pierced in his chest. Blood splattered, but fortunately, he didn't hurt his heart, so he narrowly escaped the catastrophe. Chen Yunfei still wants to distance himself and fight back. That's overthinking. Fighting against Chu Xiu, one step at a time is destined to be slow at every step. In the 100 years and 70 years since he traveled to the Sky Continent, he has spent, years fighting more than, people. The almost perverted fighting instinct has long been carved into his bones and soul. Just before Chen Yunfei wanted to use his agility to widen the distance, he leaned forward, pushed his legs hard, and his feet sank more than 3 inches into the ground. Hoi shot the sun like he was shooting the sun, bursting out with ripples, the air was whining, and his fist landed on Chen Yunfei's chest. Boom! Click, 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 the sound of bones breaking. The disciples watching the battle had their cheeks twisted and their teeth sore for a while. Wow! Chen Yunfei spat out blood mixed with internal organ fragments from his mouth. The bones on the back protruded, and the originally handsome white robe was shaken into butterflies. The whole person is like a rag doll, flying thousands of meters, booming, and crashing into the light curtain of the ring formation. Padded fell to the ground and rolled a few times. Chu Xiu, who possesses the ancient holy body, has terrifying physical strength. After receiving such a terrifying punch from the front, all the internal organs in Chen Yunfei's chest were blasted into a paste. Chen Yunfei, who fell on the ground with his face covered in blood, struggled a few times to get up, but his eyes gradually dimmed, completely lifeless. You have to remember that the villain died because of the truth of life that talks too much. Chu Xiu put his sword back into its sheath, glanced at the distorted corpse in the distance, and a chilling smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. So I generally don't like crap. This. How is it possible? Chu Xiu is only on the 4th floor of Luanhai. Why do I feel that he is pressing down on Chen Yunfei to fight? Moreover, he has beaten Chen Yunfei to the point where he has no power to parry. If it wasn't for Chen Yunfei's death, I would have suspected that he was playing fake matches. That's right, from the viewer's point of view. Chu Xiu completely suppressed Chen Yunfei from the moment he made a move. Actually, it is not. If you want to blame it, you can blame Chen Yunfei for talking too much and being too aggressive, but Chu Xiu seized the opportunity to strike first. He didn't stand up to a series of tricks. After the silence, there was an uproar, the gambling dogs all over the ground felt dizzy, and the scene was wailing, and there were chicken feathers all over the place. I lost again. This time I really lost my family fortune. I shouldn't have gambled. Ah, the 10,000 high-grade primordial stones I just borrowed are gone like this? Heavenly Chen Yunfei, why are you so dishonest? You return my xianbing. Chu Xiu, a bitch, is definitely pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. I even suspect that he has hidden his cultivation. I hate it. I'll bet later, I'm a dog. Tens of thousands of people wailed, beat their chests and stamped their feet, and the scene was extremely spectacular. Taoyao took Chu Xiu to the high platform with a happy face. Brother, you are really powerful. It's just a contest in the foundation casting stage, it's not worth mentioning. Chu Xiu's expression was flat, neither happy nor sad. Xiaoxing didn't even remember how many he had killed. How could the mere first floor of a divine bridge make old devil Chu feel turbulent? Jian Lingyun had a gloomy face. He lost a lot in this competition. After taking a deep look at Chu Xiu, he waved his sleeves and flew away in a stream of blue light. He didn't bother to threaten Chu Xiu with harsh words. Only the weak speak harsh words, and he, Jianlingyun, is not a weak person. There are tens of thousands of grievances, remorse, and hatred under the eyes of envy and jealousy. Chu Xiu smiled brightly, and began to collect piles of spoils. Oops! Chu Xiu suddenly exclaimed. Once again, the group of disciples who finally looked away were attracted back. The storage bag is full, junior sister, do you have any spare space? With a wave of Tao Yaoyu's hand, a delicate red storage bag flew towards Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu raised his hand to catch it, his yuan force surged, and after a few breaths, he refined it. Yo he. The storage bag he uses now only has a space of 50 cubic meters. Tao Yao gave him a full 200 cubic meters. Thank you, junior sister. Brother, you can just use it, you're welcome. Tao Yao smiled slightly, a pair of dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth. Chu Xiu put all the items worth 1000 yuancher into the storage bag. He held the bottle of 7th grade Sky Profound Pill in his right hand. Lang Sheng, are there still younger brothers and younger sisters who continue to gamble with me? The fragrant top-grade Sky Profound Pill, don't you all want it? Heard. A group of disciples who had lost everything, their cheeks twitched, and their looks were astonishing. I beg you to be human. Why are you here to compete? You are obviously here to buy goods, you just have to take out the last primordial stone in our storage bag to be at ease. Hey, since that's the case, then senior brother, can I go? With a flick of Chu Xiu's fingers, a flying boat the size of a palm emerged, rising in the wind, turning into a small flying boat a few meters long and floating in front of him. Brother, am I really leaving? Chu Xiu jumped onto the flying boat. Then, when everyone thought that he was going to control the flying boat to leave, this bitch poked his head out again, with a gentle smile on his face, senior brother, I'm really leaving. Ding, host, you are black, bad and cheap, you are indeed a natural villain, and you will get a system reward, 200 breakthrough points. You fucking go away. I don't want to see you again. As soon as I saw you, I remembered my missing 30,000 high-grade primordial stones. All the disciples stared at Chu Xiu with red eyes. Hate it. They hate it so much. If this place was not inside the Holy Land, they would even swarm up and kill people to seize treasure. The killing intent on the platform almost formed a real storm, trying to strangle Chu Xiu into pieces. Slip away. Chu Xiu controlled the flying boat, and in an instant, he left the place of right and wrong. Before leaving, he received a voice transmission from Tao Yao. Brother, you offended Jianlingyun today. This man, with a deep mind, is a biting dog who can't bark. Just be careful with him. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, thanked him, controlled the flying boat, and flew towards Yunxia Peak. Being in the Holy Land, he didn't worry about being retaliated. Now, what he cares most about is the improvement of his cultivation. This time I won a total of 1,600 million yuancher worth items, and I don't know how many breakthrough points I can exchange for. No hurry. If you have nothing to do, first find the master to break through the aptitude, and maximize the benefits you get today. Chu Xiu looked ahead with an indifferent expression, thinking to himself. There's not even the slightest bit of the lowly look that she played cheaply before. Before leaving, he deliberately played cheap. Could it be to earn the 200 breakthrough points of the system? Totally not. With his character design as Old Devil Chu, it's okay to kill with a smile, but let him play cheap, is that possible? Then why, he wants to do this? Because just now, he used the bronze fox mask that he left on Master's body to steal the conversation between the two. In order to prevent these big shots from associating him with the identity of Old Devil Chu, this kind of performance will continue in the future. Mengdie, Your Majesty, do you mean that Chu Xiu entered the deepest part of the beginning land and found the legendary beginning sword intent? Mengdie said in surprise, how is it possible? My apprentice is stupid, let alone find the original sword intent. It is extremely difficult for him to enter the original place to find the intent. Taisu said indifferently, I have seen it with my own eyes. Mengdie, has your disciple changed recently? Mengdie, Your Majesty, do you suspect that he has been taken away? Taisu was silent for a long time and said, the people who can get out of the body and seize the house are at least the little sages, and they must have their own will if they want to cultivate to the little sages. A person can only enter once in a lifetime in the initial land, and even the person who seizes the house cannot violate the supreme rule. Therefore, the deity does not suspect that Chu Xiu was taken away. Mengdie, my apprentice, since he was not taken away, how did he reach the deepest part of the original place? Taisu, perhaps he got some heaven-defying opportunity. In the early days of the Luanhai 4th floor, one punch kills the Xinxiao realm, the blood is like smoke, and the human form is like a wild beast. This kind of body is absolutely extraordinary. The deity suspects that he has also awakened a divine body with a very strong physical body similar to the Tsaiyuan hegemony body. Mengdie, train this disciple well, the initial sword intent, plus an unknown divine body. In the future, our Taisu Holy Land may have an extra invincible quasi-emperor sword god. I will. Mengdie, who was wearing a bronze fox mask, twisted her delicate body unnaturally. I thought to myself, cultivate well, how else should I cultivate it? Now I have become that master and rebellious apprentice, so the cultivation aptitude experience package is good. Overheard here. Chu Xiu almost laughed out loud. He could completely imagine how ridiculous Mengdie's mood was at that time. Control the flying boat. Flying to the top of Yunxia Peak, I was going to have an in-depth exchange of martial arts with my master. And walked slowly towards the main entrance of the main hall. Mengdie sat on the white jade lotus throne, with an elegant posture and the appearance of a fairy. See Chu Xiu enter the hall. Subconsciously, she raised her jade hand and tightened her snow-white skirt, breaking her skills in a second. Lu Mei frowned slightly. Rebel, why do you hide it as a teacher? I don't know why this disciple hid the matter from master. Chu Xiu stepped up the jade step by step, pretending to be puzzled. You have found the matter of the original sword intent. Mengdie's delicate body subconsciously moved back. Oh. Master, how did you know? Chu Xiu looked surprised. It doesn't matter whether the master is willing or not. He sat down next to the master, wrapped his arms around her soft and slender waist, and a faint fragrance entered his nostrils, making people intoxicated. Mengdie struggled a few times, but to no avail. Afterwards, Lu Mei frowned. The Holy Lord is the overlord of the Holy King realm, and he almost controls the rules of space. Naturally, the fluctuations when you seek your meaning cannot be hidden from her perception. I see. Chu Xiu nodded and smiled brightly. And then? Did Holy Land decide to vigorously train me, a peerless genius? Ha ha. On Mengdie's beautiful face, there was a disdainful sneer. Taisu Holy Land, there are no free resources. Even if you are reborn as an ancient emperor, you have to rely on your own strength to fight and win. Can't stand the wind and rain. Well, Chu agrees with this point very much. As for resources, it is more sweet to snatch them by yourself. Master, it's getting late, let's rest. Mengdie has a beautiful face, her face pales, and the waves are like anger, ups and downs. Rebel, I can't today. It's all coming. Anyway, if you have nothing to do, improve your qualifications. An hour later. The refreshed old devil Chu left the main peak hall. The master, who was panting and blushing, felt weak all over, and his delicate body was limp on the white jade throne. Wow, host, you are such a bad thing, you actually double cultivated with the master again, triggering a special reward, 6th level crane top venom x1 pot. Cultivation qualification plus 100, cultivation qualification plus 100, cultivation qualification plus 100, the host's qualification reaches 917 day level, and the cultivation speed is increased by 31 times, ding, the host's cultivation base is sophisticated, and he is only half a step away from the 5th floor of Luanhai. Please keep improving and make persistent efforts. Jia, it's getting worse and worse. It is estimated that the aptitude must reach 2000 points in order to break through to the fairy level aptitude. Chu Xiu frowned, a little dissatisfied. The body of Tianxiang shouldn't be so tasteless. Could it be because master's cultivation was sealed? How about next time, unseal her in? Chu Xiu shook his head, suppressing this dangerous thought for the time being. Back to the cave. Around the cave, reinstall all kinds of sound insulation to prevent the prohibition of spiritual exploration. Chu Xiu took out all of today's harvest. Wow la la la. Profound artifacts, treasures of heaven and earth, and primordial stones are piled up like a mountain, exuding all kinds of precious light, dazzling people's eyes. Pick up a character thick back knife and choose to exchange it. Consuming character and thick back knife, gain breakthrough point 1, Chu Xiu frowned, the system will get out of here. Last time I consumed character equipment, the breakthrough point I got was 5. How did it become 1 this time? Jia. As the host's cultivation level increases, the quality of the items consumed for exchanging breakthrough points will naturally increase accordingly. Quietly tell you, the breakthrough point is also of quality. The host wants to rely on low-quality items to accumulate breakthrough points, so I can only say sorry, quack quack. Also, primordial stones cannot be directly exchanged for breakthrough points. Don't ask, I just don't want to calculate the ratio, you bitch. Chu Xiu stood up cursing and left the cave. He's going to sell these bargains and buy high-quality items to exchange. Only in this way can the profit be maximized. According to memory, Chu Xiu came to Jubao building on Jubao Peak. The black bronzing cloud robe he was wearing immediately attracted the attention of the inner disciples of Jubao building. A pretty woman greeted her with a sweet smile. She was wearing a grass blue dress with a pattern of ingots printed on the back of the skirt. When he came to Chu Xiu, he bowed slightly and saluted. The inner disciple of Jubao Peak, Chu Xiaoran, has met senior brother Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu was not surprised that the other party knew him. His attire is unique to Yunxia Peak. The black bronzing cloud robe is the symbol of Yunxia Peak's true disciple. Where is the person in charge here? Chu Xiaoran smiled sweetly. Brother Chu is here to sell things, right? Oh. Chu Xiu stretched out her right hand, her index finger flirtatiously raised her smooth chin, and the corner of her mouth curled up into a faint smile. With a frivolous tone, he said, "How does junior sister know that you are here to sell items for brother? Could it be that junior sister has learned mind-reading skills?" A blush appeared on Chu Xiaoran's pretty face. She took half a step back, her eyelids drooped, and her red lips parted slightly. Senior brother showed his might at the Tianqing Peak Life and Death platform today, and won the primordial stones of countless direct disciples. It spread. Now that you have come to Jubao Pavilion, you can naturally guess that you are here to sell those items. Brother, please come with me. Chu Xiaoran turned around with graceful steps and a graceful figure. Chu Xiu followed behind her, looking up and down at Chu Xiaoran's graceful back. There was a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Thinking in my heart, the supernatural powers are pretending to be the inner disciples of Jubao Peak. I had just arrived, so I showed up. Don't get angry with me, a rookie in the sea, because of my previous frivolity. Obviously, this woman is contacting me deliberately, and has an attempt. It seemed to feel the undisguised, extremely aggressive gaze behind him. Chu Xiaoran quickened her pace a little. The two came to a box on the second floor of Jubao building. The interior space of Jubao building is much larger than it looks from the outside. There are also a wide variety of items for sale, such as pills, magic weapons, natural treasures, wild beast corpses, and even monster slaves. The first to third floors are common areas, and most of the products sold are products that can be used from foundation building to Luan Haijing. The fourth to sixth floors sell products that can be used from the Xinqiao to the Dao Palace. From the seventh to the ninth floors, from the Divine Ability Realm to the Great Sacred Realm, the products in full bloom are all high-quality goods, which are difficult to buy outside, and the prices are also ridiculously high. Some products even require Xinyuan stones to buy. In Sky Continent, Xinyuan stone is in short supply, but this is all for another day. The fourth floor is the area where the treasures of heaven and earth are in full bloom. Chu Xiu held a plant of Xianpin Kingling Ko in his hand, frowning in thought. Chu Xiaoran was very confused. She had been shopping with Chu Xiu for nearly 2 hours. Along the way, he just played around with the products, and he didn't see him buying any of them. Those who didn't know thought that he was going to comprehend some kind of peerless supernatural power from these things. Of course she didn't know what Chu Xiu was doing. Chu Xiu was comparing prices. The above grade yuancher is the unit of measurement. Items with the same value of primordial stones can be exchanged for breakthrough points, and there is indeed a difference. E.g. ordinary weapons worth 50 high-grade primordial stones, the breakthrough point is 2. Ordinary spirit grass worth 50 top-grade primordial stones can be exchanged for 10 breakthrough points. Level 50 vitality pills worth 2 top-grade primordial stones are worth 15 breakthrough points. The gap in this is not a star and a half. Why is there such a big gap? Chu Xiu had a rough guess. The concentration of vitality contained in the item affects the amount of exchange breakthrough points. At the same level, utensils, heavenly materials and earthly treasures to elixir. Look at it this way. If you want to say what in this world is the strongest vitality in the world. Not treasures of heaven and earth, nor magical weapons, but living beings who can cultivate. In the depths of Chu Xiu's narrow and deep eyes, a gleam of blood appeared. What will happen if I exchange human cultivators or monster races to the system? How many breakthrough points will I get? Aside. Chu Xiaoran, who was secretly watching Chu Xiu, saw his gaze at this time, and felt a chill in her heart for no reason. I actually feel trembling because of the gaze of Luan Haijing. Chu Xiaoran was stunned, lost in thought. System, is my idea feasible? Wow, host, you are a fucking genius, you can think of such a cruel thing, worthy of being a villain of destiny, the trigger system reward, Earth-grade flying boat Xianin Shuo. Okay. The idea is unconstrained, but it's a pity, you can't directly exchange creatures for breakthrough points. Can't it be exchanged directly? Chu Xiu touched his chin. Suddenly laughed. Smiling brightly. Host, don't do this, the Tongzi said he was shivering in fear, I remember that 30 years ago, Qishanzong once refined a kind of heaven-grade utensil called Guiyuan. It can forcibly absorb the energy of a monk who has just died no more than a stick of incense, and form a crystal of essence the size of a pill. If I get a piece of Guiyuan, then. Hiss, so terrifying. Is it feasible? Certainly, host, you are a fucking talent, as expected of you. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, and his smile became softer. There is another way to become stronger, and I feel very good. Turning her head to look at him, Chu Xiaoran said in a daze, Junior Sister Chu, what's your order, brother? Chu Xiaoran immediately came back to her senses, and subconsciously straightened her waist, making the part where she couldn't see her toes even more outstanding. I want to buy elixir to restore vitality, elixir of true essence. Chu Xiu said lightly. Give me the 1500W high-grade primordial stone first. Children, do you have many question marks? Chu Xiaoran's red lips parted slightly, obviously shocked. Why do you need so many elixirs for restoring vitality, planning to take a bath with vitality liquid? Even though she thought so in her heart, she still took out the communication jade token and ordered it to go on. 1500W high-grade primordial stone is considered a big deal. A time. In the treasure building, the inner and outer disciples on all floors acted like hard-working bees and began to integrate the information of the goods. Chu Xiu walked to the first floor with his hands behind his back. Many people who knew him cast suspicious glances. Among them, the eyes of those whom he had won with primordial stones were somewhat resentful. It's unlucky, I can meet this guy everywhere I go. It's not. Chu Xiu ignored everyone. While waiting, there is nothing to do. Just walk around on the ground floor. When he was standing by an inconspicuous shelf. Suddenly, I felt something in my heart. On the smooth white forehead between the brows, a bloody sword mark flashed away. He turned his head sideways, and his eyes were fixed on the bottom shelf, an inconspicuous, even dusty, rusty bronze shard. This fragment looks extremely ordinary. It's like a piece of a building has fallen off. But it was such an inconspicuous piece of bronze that caused his original sword intent to react. He knelt down and reached out to pick up the bronze shard. Blow off the dust on top. On the surface, there is nothing miraculous about it. However, Chu Xiu's heavenly killing sword intent had the illusion that he couldn't hold back and was about to get out of his body at any time. It seems that this thing is extremely attractive to it. Junior Sister Chu, how much yuanxia did I buy for this item? Chu Xiu played with the bronze fragments and said calmly. Chu Xiaoran wondered, is there anything special about this thing? If senior brother Chu likes a worthless gadget, just take it. Chu Xiu flipped his hands, put away the bronze fragments, took out a bag filled with 100 top-grade primordial stones, and threw it to the opponent. I don't like being in debt. Chu Xiaoran had no choice but to put away the primordial stone. I feel a little more favorable towards this frivolous guy in my heart. Soon. The elixir Jubao building that Chu Xiu bought is ready. There are a total of 1,000 vitality pills worth 20 high-grade primordial stones. There are 500 yuanli pills worth 1 million high-grade primordial stones in total. After delivering the primordial stone, put a lot of pills into the storage bag. Chu Xiu turned around and left. He wanted to go back to improve his cultivation, and study that piece of bronze by the way. Senior brother Chu. At this moment, Chu Xiaoran, who had been with him all the way, finally couldn't help calling him to stop. Chu Xiu turned around slowly, and asked with a smile, Junior Sister Chu, what's the matter? Chu Xiaoran hesitated for a moment, pursed her red lips and said, there is something I want to ask senior brother Chu for help. What's the matter? Don't say it if it's too troublesome. When Chu Xiaoran heard this, her head grew dizzy. Invite him to a box on the second floor. After Chu Xiu sat down, she poured him a cup of tea herself. Then he sat down gracefully, looked at Chu Xiu and said, Brother, do you know about the Taisu Divine Pagoda? Naturally no, Chu Xiu nodded. The Taisu Divine Pagoda is the natal emperor's weapon of Emperor Taisu back then. It has both offensive and defensive capabilities, and the interior is all-encompassing, with countless small spaces. After the emperor sits down, put him on Taisu Peak. It is not only the treasure of our Taisu Holy Land, but also the best place for our disciples to test. Chu Xiaoran hummed, and said, this time, the matter I want to ask my brother to do is related to the Taisu Divine Pagoda. Brother, do you know? Brother, do you know that the Taisu Holy Land, one of the 3 great secret realms, is about to open in 1 month's time? Chu Xiu, who was holding a teacup, shook his head. He has been busy practicing recently and has other things to pay attention to. However, he had heard of the wild demon secret realm. It was the evolution of a quasi-demon emperor, a small world inside his body. It is said that 10 years ago, the god crow of the demon clan, the quasi-demon emperor, somehow offended Emperor Taisu. On that day, Emperor Taisu sat cross-legged on the peak of the void of Taisu Peak, raised his slender hand, and from an infinite distance, struck the divine crow quasi-demon emperor who was located in the demon imperial city to death with a single blow. This is not over yet, the domineering and shocking Taisu emperor even snatched the small world in his body away. After the death of Emperor Zhuan, the small world naturally collapsed. Emperor Taisu used his supernatural powers and set up 99 seals to prevent it from collapsing. This has become the desolate monster secret realm of Taisu Holy Land today. It is also because of the prohibition that cultivators who enter the wild monster secret realm will be suppressed, and can remain at the peak of the Xinxiao realm. Even if you are the overlord of the Holy King, you will be suppressed if you go in. The Emperor's supreme means are just so arrogant and unreasonable. Desolate demon secret realm has many opportunities, but the number of places to enter is limited. Chu Xiaoran continued, there are 2,000 places in total, 300 in Luanhai realm, and 1,700 in Xinxiao realm. If you want to get a place, it's also very simple, that is to climb the Taisu Shrine. The top 300 of the Luanhai monument will be qualified, and the top 1,700 of the Xinxiao monument will be qualified. Brother Chu Xiu, with a strong body and extraordinary sword skills, there are few opponents in the same rank. If you go to the Taisu Tower, you will definitely be able to enter the top 300. And Xiaoran wants to ask. After half an hour, Chu Xiu stepped on the flying boat and flew away from Jubao Peak. With a steady mind, Chu Xiu, who was sitting cross-legged, closed his eyes. The system opens my personal panel. Host, Chu Xiu, boundary, for layers of the Sea of Wheels, special physique, ancient Eucharist, qualification, 917, Tian Pin, 31 times the cultivation speed. Sword intent, heavenly killing sword intent, cultivation method, Dao Jing casting foundation. Breakthrough point, 642 luck value, -18, black, kill the person with great luck, you can absorb their luck for your own use. Comprehensive combat power evaluation, 25 times the combat power of ordinary players of the same rank. Let's start exchanging breakthrough points. Ding, consume 20 tier 2 vitality pills, and get 1000 breakthrough points. Ding, consume 1 tier 4 true essence pills, and get 500 breakthrough points. Jia. Please the host can choose one of the following options to make a breakthrough. Cultivation method, sword intent, sword formula, full level, Shenfa, full level. Cultivation method, Chu Xiu decided to improve his cultivation first. Cultivation is the root of everything. It is detected that the host is a desolate ancient holy body, practicing the Taoist scriptures, building a foundation and sublimating the 10th floor, and the difficulty of breakthrough has been greatly increased. It needs to be accelerated by a small cycle of 1 year, and it is estimated that 1000 breakthrough points will be consumed every year. In the first year, you retreated in Yunxia Peak cave mansion and tried to break through. Because of your relationship with Master, your aptitude has been greatly improved, and you can easily break through to the 5th floor of Luanhai. In the second year, you retreated in Yunxia Peak cave mansion and tried to break through. Because of your relationship with Master, your aptitude has been greatly improved, and you can easily break through to the 6th floor of Luanhai. In the third year, you retreated in Yunxia Peak cave mansion and tried to break through. Because of your relationship with Master, your aptitude has been greatly improved, and you can easily break through to the 7th floor of Luanhai. In the 5th year, you retreated in Yunxia Peak cave mansion and tried to break through. Because of your relationship with Master, your aptitude has been greatly improved, and you can easily break through to the 9th floor of Luanhai. In the 6th year, you continued to try to break through, and you felt something in your heart. When you touched the threshold of the Luanhai Extreme Realm, you stopped practicing and decided to try to break through the Luanhai Extreme Realm. This breakthrough consumes a total of 6000 breakthrough points, remaining breakthrough point, 1499.4 W breakthrough point. Bang, countless Taoist scriptures came to my heart. The vitality of heaven and earth around the cave mansion, like the water that broke the embankment, finally found a vent, surged towards Chu Xiu's body, and after running for a big circle, merged into the golden will sea. A head full of thick black hair is windless and automatic, and the breath of the whole body is rising steadily. After the cultivation base reaches the 9th floor of Luanhai, Chu Xiu's will sea is expanding wildly, 45 times, 50 times, 55 times, 70 times, 80 times, 99 times of the ordinary will sea's 9th floor. When the expansion reaches 99 times, it stops abruptly. It was as if he was forced to death by some invisible rule, preventing his will sea from expanding further. Chu Xiu looked inside. At this time, Luanhai has changed a lot. The golden lake is vast, like a vast ocean. It's just that the golden water in the vast ocean is slightly less. Chu Xiu opened his eyes and realized that he could no longer absorb the vitality of heaven and earth. It turned out that his previous promotion to the fifth company almost instantly drained all the vitality of the world in a radius of more than 10 miles, forming a vacuum of vitality. If such a terrifying scene were seen by outsiders, they would be shocked beyond measure. You know, this is the holy place of Taisu, and the vitality of the world is already sufficient. Not to mention Yunxia Peak's true disciple Dongfu, the concentration of heaven and earth vitality is twice as strong as that of the direct disciple. Even so, it was still not enough for Chu Xiu to absorb. It is conceivable how edible his luanhai is. Chu Xiu took out tens of thousands of high-grade primordial stones from the storage bag and piled them beside him. Run the Dao Jing, absorb a large amount of vitality contained in it, and replenish the vitality in the Wheel C. System, the conditions for breaking through the extreme realm of the 10th floor of Luanhai. Jia, the host has two choices now, directly break through to the divine bridge realm. 2. Find the rare treasures of heaven and earth, sublimate to the utmost, and break through to the 10th floor of Luanhai. Chu Xiu raised his eyebrows. What else is there to ask? Of course it is extremely sublimated. He wants to lay a supreme foundation and be invincible at the same level. No, he will live again, and he will kill enemies across borders. What treasure do I need? Jia, start trying to find the strange object that is most suitable for the host's current breakthrough. Find complete. The following 3 kinds of rare treasures are most suitable for the ultimate sublimation of the host of the day. 1. Yaoling milk, Bodhi flower, soul baby demon fruit. Chu Xiu's brows suddenly wrinkled into Sichuan characters. 3 kinds of rare treasures are all fairy goods. Nothing is in existence that cannot be met. Not to mention that there is no place to buy it in the market. Even if someone sells it, he can't afford it. To grab? He doesn't have that strength now. Chu Xiu couldn't help clenching his fists, feeling unwilling, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. He wants to live forever, to be invincible in the world, and to walk a different path from ordinary people. This road is destined to be bumpy and full of thorns. It seems that only after the divine bridge realm, the original force is transformed into true energy, and the sea of consciousness forms the divine sense, can we find out the origin of this thing. Just at this moment, a communication talisman flew over and floated in front of Chu Xiu. A clear and pleasant female voice came out. Senior brother Chu Xiu, many years ago, a disciple brought out half a rotten soul baby demon fruit from the wild demon's secret realm. After speaking, the communication talisman ignited spontaneously, turning into fly ash and dissipating in the air. Good news. The corner of Chu Xiu's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Jia. It seems that God wants me to take this invincible path. But for the specific information, I still have to ask Chu Xiaoran for clarification, so as not to be happy in vain. Think of this. He recalled what Chu Xiaoran asked him to do. It seems that it is necessary to go to Taisu Peak and go to the Taisu Divine Pagoda. Chu Xiu has so many breakthrough points now, why didn't he choose to break through the heavenly killing sword intent? The reason is simple. He found that his cultivation base was still too low, and it was very difficult to use the heavenly killing sword intent at the initial stage of intent seeking. If it is raised rashly, the fleshy orifices are likely to be swallowed by the overbearing killing intent of the heavenly killing sword intent, and the gains outweigh the losses. So put it on hold for now. 3 days later. Chu Xiu adjusted to the best condition and went out. Originally solemn Taisu Peak. These few days have been extremely lively. The Taisu Holy Land, the most important place of trials, the Taisu Tower was opened. Undoubtedly a grand occasion. Whether it is an inner disciple or an outer disciple. As long as you reach the Luanhai realm and above, you will have a chance to enter the Taisu Divine Pagoda. For a period of 1 month. The Taisu God Pagoda is about tens of thousands of meters high, straight into the sky, and the color of the tower is blue-gray. All around, there are bursts of immortal sounds, and the Emperor's weapon and Emperor's prestige, pressing across all directions, forming a world of its own. View from a distance. It can be seen that the complex formations, like golden dragons, are soaring and swimming around on the tower. In the sky, countless flying boats flew towards Taisu Peak like thousands of birds facing a phoenix. The 7-meter-high monuments next to Master Taisu Tower are the legendary Taisu monuments. The young man pointed to the distance. Extremely so. They respectively represent Luanhai, Xinxiao, Bayan, Dao Palace, Shintong, Shaoxing, and 7 monuments. Test combat power, talent, understanding, will and heart. The higher the level you ascend, the more and more precious the benefits you get. At this time, a silver light flashed past their heads. What a fast-flying boat. The young man was taken aback. The white-haired old man nodded, with envy on his face, and said, the speed of the Earth-grade flying boat is naturally fast. Looking at the shape, it should be a flying shuttle. The speed of this type of flying device is the highest in its class. Envious, he was drooling with envy. If he owns this flying shuttle, whether he is going to explore the secret realm or go to the Tianyuan Great Wall to kill monsters, his life-saving ability at critical moments will at least double. Hey, that man, the black bronzing cloud robe, is the true disciple of Yunxia Peak. The silver shuttle slowed down, and the old man saw clearly the figure standing above the shuttle. The young man's face was like a crown of jade, his eyes were like stars, and there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. A head of thick long hair, tied at the back of the head casually, has a chic and unrestrained demeanor. The black bronzing cloud gown fluttered, and a long sword with a white bone hilt hung on his waist. It was Chu Xiu who came. Taisu Holy Land is too vast, even if he came from Yunxia Peak, even if he took a land-grade flying boat, he flew for 2 days and 2 nights. The flying shuttle sank slowly and landed at the foot of Taisu Peak. With a wave of the hand, the shuttle shrunk down to the size of a thumb and put it in the storage bag. Chu Xiu was already standing in the square. The surrounding crowd was like a sea, at least hundreds of thousands of people gathered in Taisu Tower Square. An old man in black robe holding a dust whisk in his hands, and a beautiful woman in a red feather skirt with a lotus mark between her eyebrows, stepping on the void, looking down. Hee, the 30-year prosperous age is really lively. The old man in black twirled his beard and smiled. I don't know if there is a disciple who broke the record this time. The beautiful woman has a familiar voice, but her expression is extremely indifferent, charming plus indifferent, 2 diametrically opposed temperaments mixed in one person, not only does not make people feel strange, but has a strange attraction. Both of them are elders of Taisu Peak, and Xiaoxing's cultivation is at the peak. The powerful momentum oppressed the clouds with a radius of meters so that they did not dare to move even an inch. Old man Huang, who do you prefer? Mo Fian's eyes moved slightly, and she asked lightly. The old man Huang twisted his beard. I am more optimistic about Yi Fan. This son has extremely high potential, extremely solid foundation, talent, perseverance, and good luck. He might be in the top 10 of the Xinqiao Monument. Top 10. It's not that easy. Taisu Pagoda, the last 5 times it has been opened, none of the 7 monuments has made it into the top 10. Mo Fian shook her head. At this moment, a bell rang from the Taisu Divine Pagoda, shaking the heaven and the earth. Boom! Mo Fian and old man Huang looked at each other. Everyone is overjoyed. There is a disciple in the Luanhai Monument that has entered the top 10. The 2 of them used their divine sense and looked down. In the center of the square, a female disciple in white was surrounded by a purple halo. 100 meters in size, vigorous and powerful ancient characters emerged one after another on the tower. Dao Yunfeng inner sect disciple Su Ruxue climbed to the 78th floor of the Luanhai Monument, ranking 7th in the Luanhai Monument, qualification Xianzhong, enlightenment, immortal, perseverance, immortal, heavenly mind, battle power heaven. It can be authentic. There was an uproar in Taisu Square. Countless eyes stared at Su Ruxue, envious, jealous, flattering, and there were many people who wanted to come forward to make friends. A female elder in Dao Yunfeng, who seemed to be in her early 30s, wept with joy. Tuer, you did a good job, I'm proud of you as a teacher. Congratulations Elder Yang, congratulations, congratulations, around, the elders of Dao Yunfeng or other peaks stepped forward to congratulate. I also want to be among the top 10 in the Xinqiao realm, and I also want to make the bells and drums ring at the Taisu Pagoda. A young man in a blue robe and a sword secretly clenched his fists. Who are you? Chu Xiu cast a glance at him. Forehead. The young man turned his head sideways, with astonishment on his delicate face, and after seeing clearly what he was wearing, he clasped his fists slightly and said, so it's Yunxia Peak senior brother, and my name is Yi Fan. Heard. Chu Xiu's eyes twitched. This guy's name is really the protagonist. Not only that. In his eyes, this person named Yi Fan was wrapped in an aura that was so purple that it was almost black. This luck. Going against the sky, right? Is this guy the protagonist? Traveling through the world for 100 years, this is the first time he has encountered a guy with such strong luck. Brother Yi, my name is Chu Xiu. Nice to meet you, Chu Xiu smiled gently. Ah, senior brother, you are Chu Xiu. Yi Fan was slightly surprised. You know me? Of course, I heard that you were crazy when you won the primordial stone at Tianqing Peak. Oh, Chu Xiu was extremely gentle, talking and laughing with Yi Fan. Yi Fan thought to himself, this brother Chu Xiu has a gentle personality and is suitable for being a friend. Chu Xiu thought to himself, this brother Yi Fan has a straightforward personality and is suitable for being friends, the kind who takes heart and soul. After leaving the communication imprint, the 2 bid farewell. Yi Fan is going to climb the tower. The same is true for Chu Xiu. After parting, within 100 meters, Yi Fan bent down to pick up the item that he accidentally stepped on just now. Open your eyes and see, good guy, it's a land storage ring. Chu Xiu, who had been paying attention to him all the time, felt his scalp tingle when he saw this. Turn away. If you want to dig out your heart and lungs, it may not be easy to absorb luck. Unless I crush him with an absolute advantage, otherwise, he will be able to save the day. This kind of guy with the fate of the protagonist, Chu Xiu met before, is hard to kill, really hard to kill, and can even explode at critical moments that as long as it is not killed once, the opponent will become stronger and stronger, and then become a big trouble. Random thoughts. He has entered the Taisu Tower. This is a space surrounded by white mist. He was the only one around. An invisible wave swept across his body. The jade token that symbolized his identity flew out of the storage bag automatically. A loud and friendly female voice sounded. Yunxia Peak, True Biography. Chu Xiu, Peak of the 9 levels of the Sea of Wheels. The first level of assessment begins next moment. 3 wild wolves, who were covered in pitch black, meter long and, meters high, exuding a ferocious aura, appeared out of thin air. Oh, a wild wolf in the lead threw its head up and roared, and rushed towards Chu Xiu. The other 2 attacked from both sides. The desolate beast of the wheel sea. Chu Xiu remained expressionless, and pulled out the jade blood sword with his right hand. A 7-meter-long sword light suddenly cut out, and the leading wild wolf was divided into 2 halves from head to tail. Blood splattered inside. 3 days later. Taisu God Pagoda, number 60 has 7 floors. The space was pitch black. Chu Xiu stood on the spot, his eyes slightly closed. Bewitching bloody rays of light overflowed from the slits in his eyes. This level of illusion is a test of heart. In fantasy. Stay here, bliss is here, I will. With a blank expression on his face, Chu Xiu raised his hand and swung his sword, beheading the charming, glamorous and enchanting woman in front of him. Pat. Headless corpses fell to the ground. There are thousands of headless female corpses lying around such a charming and beautiful headless female corpse. Past the 67th floor, the next moment, the scene changed again. The 68th floor assessment begins, a white-haired old man holding a long sword, a middle-aged man with a muscular upper body carrying a sledgehammer, a handsome young man holding a spear, and a childish boy holding a dagger appeared in front of him. Their realms are all at the peak of Luanhai. Please choose. Taisu Pagoda's reminder is not finished yet. Chu Xiu had disappeared in place. The Kung Fu technique took pictures and worked, pulling out 7 afterimages. Brush 4 swords. 4 heads flew up. Taisu paused for a moment after giving the hint. Past the 67th floor, the next moment, the scene changed again. The 68th floor assessment begins, a white-haired old man holding a long sword, a middle-aged man with a muscular upper body carrying a sledgehammer, a handsome young man holding a spear, and a childish boy holding a dagger appeared in front of him. Their realms are all at the peak of Luanhai. Please choose. Taisu Pagoda's reminder is not finished yet. Chu Xiu had disappeared in place. The Kung Fu technique took pictures and worked, pulling out 7 afterimages. Brush 4 swords. 4 heads flew up. Taisu paused for a moment after giving the hint. Finally reached the 98th floor. This is a sea of flowers full of red bonnet flowers. A bloody setting sun hangs in the sky. The scenery is poignant and lonely. 1,000 meters ahead of Chu Xiu, a woman with silver hair in a white dress and holding a strange ice crystal long sword appeared. At first, he guessed that the opponent on the 98th floor was probably the peak of Xinxiao's th floor. What he never expected was that the opponent's cultivation base was the same as his, and he was also at the peak of the 9th level of Luanhai. The weirdest thing is, he couldn't describe the other person's appearance, nor could he remember the other person's appearance in his mind. Take your eyes off him, and even forget the traces of this person's existence. This weird anomaly. Chu Xiu's heart couldn't help beating faster. Unable to bear it, he asked loudly, couldn't you be Emperor Taisu? The woman didn't respond, she just stood still holding her sword. It's like blending with heaven and earth. Ha ha ha. Chu Xiu's eyes flickered with strange blood, full of endless fighting spirit, crazy, excited. The corners of the mouth raised unconsciously. Trembling with excitement. The ancient emperor, ha ha ha, the ancient emperor. Emperor, come to fight. Chu Xiu let out a long roar, and, the jade blood sword was unsheathed, and the photo was turned around, Yuanli was attached to his legs, his body was as light as a swallow, and 7 afterimages were pulled out, and the petals on the other side were flying behind him, beautiful and beautiful. A red sword light seemed to descend from the sky, with the momentum of destroying everything, it went straight to the neck of the woman in the white skirt. He likes to behead, this habit has been deeply rooted in his bones. The woman in the white skirt raised her sword slowly. The movement is extremely slow, and it seems to contain countless principles, countless ways. The tip of the ice crystal sword was at the weak point of the bloody sword that Chu Xiu had cut, which was an understatement. Clang block. With a click, the sword glow shattered. In mid-air, Chu Xiu's eyes froze. The body, which could not rely on strength, twisted 98 degrees in a way that did not conform to the common sense of physics. Dai, the high-raised right leg was cast like a blood dragon, screaming and roaring, and rushed towards the female cultivator's head, causing countless sonic boom ripples. If such a powerful and heavy kick hits the target. Not to mention the Lunhai realm, even if the opponent is the other shore realm, it can't stand it. The woman in the white skirt raised her right hand, palms facing each other. Boom click, the impact of the terrible air wave blows away and smashes all the Manhua flowers within a radius of meters. Even the soil under the feet is plowed and pushed to a distance of meters, forming a smooth circular pit. Chu Xiu flew upside down more than 10 meters and fell to the ground with a thud. The woman in the white skirt took half a step back. There seemed to be more spirit in those originally dull eyes. How is it possible? Chu Xiu, who was covered in mud, jumped up from the ground and looked at the sword-wielding nun with a look of surprise on his face. He, Chu Xiu, sublimated in the extreme realm, and the ancient sacred body, was knocked out by a fellow of the same realm with his physical strength? Even if the other party is the great emperor, it is not scientific. The ancient emperor was so strong when he was young. Just when Chu Xiu was thinking about how to defeat the nun in the white skirt, the opponent moved. I saw her step forward with her right foot. Disappeared in place out of thin air. The next moment, she appeared in front of Chu Xiu. So fast. Raising his slender hand, he pushed it toward his chest. Chu Xiu remained calm, his feet sank into the mud with force, his arms were knotted with muscles, and the golden holy blood surged all over his body, like a young ancient dragon, carrying endless power and power, wanting to palm to palm. Come as you please, even if you are an ancient emperor, you will lose today. Two palms collide. The airwaves rolled. The terrifying force pushed Chu Xiu's body 8 meters away, and the soil under his feet churned and a deep ravine was plowed out. The arms were numb, the bones were crackling, almost shattered. Next moment, the woman in the white skirt appeared in front of Chu Xiu again, as slim as a ghost. The action was still understated, and he punched Chu Xiu in the chest. Chu Xiu's eyes overflowed with blood. A bloody sword mark appeared on the forehead and eyebrows. Carrying the sword intent in the palm of his hand, the boundless killing intent filled the air, reflecting his originally fair and slender palm into a blood-like color. The ancient saint physique was driven with all its strength, and golden rays of light were emitted from the fleshy orifice, like a galaxy turning upside down. With the mighty power of heaven and earth, it slashed at the neck of the female cultivator in white skirt without hesitation. Injury for injury, life for life. Either you die or I die. This is Chu Xiu's way of fighting. Puff, the delicate fist of the female cultivator in white skirt pierced Chu Xiu's chest, protruding from his back, and blood gushed out. Chu Xiu cut 2/3 of her neck off with the palm of her hand. If it wasn't for the connection of flesh and skin on the neck, her head would have fallen to the ground. Fuck, why don't you hang up? I used the sword intent, your body can still hold it. The female cultivator in the white skirt withdrew her fist and took 2 steps back, staring at Chu Xiu with her indescribable eyes. The neck injury recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Xiu's injury is also recovering. Heal quickly. He heard a boosted tone. Past the 98th floor, Chu Xiu disappeared in place. The sea of flowers on the other side also quickly recovered. The ice crystal long sword in the hands of the nun in the white skirt exploded and dissipated in the sky and the earth. Looking at the place where Chu Xiu disappeared, she murmured 2 words, holy body. The test of the 99th floor begins. Chu Xiu opened his eyes and was already standing in a square the size of a football field. There was a vast expanse of whiteness all around. Only in front, 4.5-meter high black stone tablets stand. Who did I fight just now? Chu Xiu rubbed his brows, only remembering that he fought a formidable enemy on the 98th floor. He couldn't remember more things. Shaking your head, now is not the time to think about this. He walked towards the steel. Steel from left to right. The 4 symbols of sword, knife, gun, and fist are engraved on the top. Let me choose one. Chu Xiu came to the left, stretched out his right hand, and pressed it on the stone tablet. All of a sudden, the steel glowed white. Enveloped him in it. Faintly, a black shadow appeared in front of her. She held a long sword and swung it freely in the void. This is sword skill. Please comprehend sword skills and sword tactics within half a day. The more the number, the higher the evaluation, the more thorough the comprehension, the higher the evaluation. The black ocean rushes out, the waves are rolling, the momentum is frightening, the waves of tens of thousands of feet seem to be able to shatter the soul of a person, it is frightening, and you want to escape from this place. This. Chu Xiu's pupils widened. He thought he was well informed, but he was also stunned by the scene in front of him. What is this? That black ocean. A drop of water is a sword technique, a wave is a sword technique. And this ocean is boundless. How many sword skills and sword techniques are there? It is impossible to estimate, like the sand of the Ganges River. Chu Xiu was shocked. The emperor's methods were so terrifying, unmeasurable, unimaginable. Sit cross-legged. Chu Xiu began to observe these sword skills carefully. He found that these sword skills and formulas are all biased towards the basics, and the quality is not high. The highest is no more than Tianpin. Chu Xiu's heart skipped a beat. A picture appeared in my mind. A long sword of ice crystal lightly touched a bloody sword light 7 or 8 meters long. Next moment. The bloody sword glow shattered. This is the perfect state of Qingfeng's 3 forms of drawing the sword and slashing, it was so easily cracked. Hey, no matter how strong other people's sword skills are, they are created by others. They are the most suitable moves for the creator. How can you surpass the creator by learning other people's sword moves? Chu Xiu realized in his heart. He wants to create his own strongest sword art. That's what suits you best. He began to record the sword tactics and sword skills in the ocean. Then, breakthroughs are made one by one. Ding, whether to start to break through the Qingfeng swordsmanship, it is expected, 5 small Zudians, broke through for 2 years, consumed a total of 5,000 breakthrough points, and the Qingfeng swordsmanship reached perfection. Ding, are you starting to break through the 13th sword style? Ding. Ding. The breakthrough point held by Chu Xiu was crazily consumed at a speed like a river bursting a bank. The 5 sword skills are complete. 35 sword skills are complete. 100 sword skills are complete. 200 sword skills complete. 700. 800. 1000. He stopped at 1050. Because, the breakthrough points are exhausted. However, Chu Xiu didn't feel bad at all. On the contrary, I was very excited. He sat cross-legged above the black, raging sea. Letting the raging waves beat his body, he remained motionless. I am different in this life. The system has a breakthrough function, plus the ancient holy body, and the sword intent of heaven. I want to make the most of those strengths. The ancient holy body is invincible physically. The sword intent of heavenly slaughter is unparalleled in sharpness. Adding the two together, how to develop the most powerful attack method? Chu Xiu's thoughts changed sharply. Come up with an answer. Epee. He wanted to develop an epee move, to give full play to the advantages of the heavenly killing sword intent and the ancient saint physique. Start to learn from and comprehend more than 1,000 perfect swordsmanship to create your own unique swordsmanship. Countless images flashed through my mind. At this moment, time becomes blurred. Or an hour has passed. Or the past year. Or the past millennium. Suddenly. Chu Xiu suddenly opened his eyes, and the blood in his pupils was surging. Standing up, he waved his right hand. Mind turns. A giant sword 3 feet long and half a foot wide emerged from the Taisu pagoda. 1 foot equals 1 meter. Reach out and grab it. Can't help but sink. Too heavy. At least tens of thousands of caddies. Chu Xiu held the hilt of the sword, lowered his body slightly, and suddenly disappeared in place. The next moment, Chu Xiu holding a giant sword appeared above the sea. As if the giant sword had the power to lift up the sky, carrying the momentum of smashing everything, it smashed down towards the Black Sea below. Bang! The Black Sea water surged, and a huge sword was formed in a radius of meters, with an outline of unknown depth, and the sea water within it disappeared without a trace. Everything will cease, the first form, all things will be extinguished, and it will be done. The bones of Chu Xiu's body were shattered, golden flesh and blood exploded, and he coughed up blood continuously, like a kite with a broken string. It fell straight into the black ocean below. This move was so powerful that it exploded in an instant, the blood energy of the ancient holy body and the sword intent of heavenly killing, and the power had already exceeded the limit he could control now. Ha ha! Chu Xiu coughed up blood and laughed wildly, laughing wildly. My name is Chu Xiu, and everything is off. This move, he expected to be divided into 4 types. The first move is the annihilation of all things. The stronger the strength, the greater the power displayed. The second move has not been comprehended yet, but there is already a direction, to compress the blood energy, sword intent and true energy, and then burst out instantly. Its power depends on the degree of compression, which may be 5 times, 10 times, 5 times that of the first move. 10 times. An invisible force supported Chu Xiu, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death. White light fell, gently wrapping his rag-like body. The terrifying and hideous injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Xiu wiped the blood off his face. System, check the grade of all things rest. Jie. The detection begins, 10%, 100%, everything is off category, sword art grade, Xianpin sword move, the first formula, the death of all things destructive power, attack speed, introduction, with a domineering blow, the fusion of the blood energy of the ancient holy body and the sword intent of heaven explodes in an instant, and it sticks to the enemy's face at an extremely fast speed, and slashes out a devastating sword. The second type, not comprehended yet, it is not recommended to comprehend now, it is easy to die, just created a trick, there is a fairy level. If all 4 moves are created. Chu Xiu couldn't help laughing out loud, it's worth it, the more than 1000 breakthrough points are too worthwhile. Touch your chin. The first formula is not perfect. If it is added, 1/2 of the true energy in my body, plus an immortal product and the above body skills to stick to the face. Speed, SSSSS plus, destruction, SSSSS plus, damn, I feel perverted myself, who can escape such a terrifying blow? If you can't hide, then go west. You have passed all the checkpoints in Luanhai realm. After 5 breaths, you will be sent out of the Taisu God Tower, be prepared. Taisu Square. There is a sea of people. It's been almost 10 days, Chu Xiu shouldn't have fallen in the Taisu Divine Pagoda, right? It's not impossible. Every time the Taisu Divine Pagoda is opened, there are cases of disciples falling. Qi Ming nodded thoughtfully. Chu Xiaoran frowned, and muttered to herself, did Chu Xiu really fall? Otherwise, it won't be so long without showing up. There is another possibility, Qi Ming clapped his hands, as if thinking of something. Everyone looked at him in unison. Chu Xiu may have been teleported out long ago, but he failed to board the Luanhai monument. He had no face to stay, so he left alone. This possibility is also very high. Xiaoran shook her head, she had been in contact with Chu Xiu before. That is a proud man. She even believed in the fall of the other party even more, but she didn't believe that the other party failed to make the list and left secretly. He, the great disciple of Yunxia Peak's true inheritance, climbed to the Luanhai Tower, but he couldn't be listed. A bell that seemed to come from ancient times came from the Taisu Divine Pagoda, and in an instant, the rays of light were thousands of miles away. The Holy Land shook. Another person entered the top 10. Someone exclaimed. Next moment. Thump, the second bell rang, and the phantoms of thousands of dragons emerged in the void, kneeling in the direction of Taisu Pagoda. The third bell rang, and thousands of phantoms of phoenixes emerged, above the dragon's head, phoenixes roared and phoenixes danced, as if they were congratulating someone. Such, extraordinary, magnificent, magnificent out of phase. The noisy Taisu Square instantly lost its voice. Counting 10 people raised their heads blankly, looking at the Taisu Divine Pagoda, looking at the endless void. What is this? Old man Huang dropped the dust whisk from his hand, and he was no longer as indifferent as a fairy. Could it be that the bright red lips were slightly parted, and his face was full of shock? 3 chimes of the bell indicated the appearance of a monstrous disciple. Just when she was about to use her divine sense to investigate. Thump, the fourth bell rang, and 8 phantoms of the ancient holy kings emerged in the void, lined up in 8 directions, surrounding the Taisu Tower, filled with the breath of the holy kings, suppressing space and time, and constantly muttering profound truths in their mouths. Su Ruxue, who was originally surrounded by her classmates like stars and moon, raised her head to look at the void, her pretty face was stunned by the shock. What an out-of-phase this is. Thump, the 5th bell rang, and the long river of time spanned the ancient years. A phantom of a quasi-sage flowed down the river, stepping on the heaven and earth, growing lotuses every step of the way. His face was blurred, he was wearing a white Taoist robe, and his long black hair was flying, floating like a fairy, such as when the ancient emperor came to the world, the quasi-emperor oppressed and suppressed the world, tens of thousands of people knelt and bowed their heads, dare not look directly, cannot guess. 7 generations of Taisuzi. By Sujuan Emperor. Mo Fian, who was forcibly pressed to the ground by Diwei, recognized the figure and screamed. My God, 5 bells toll, the ghostly shadow of the Emperor Zhuan appears, the preselection of the Holy Sun, peerless evildoer, peerless evildoer. Blessed be my holy land. Zhuandi Shuiying volleyed in the air with his hands behind his back, his feet seemed to be stepping on the whole world, and he waved his sleeve robe. Emperor Zhuan mentions words, heaven and earth celebrate together, Taoist voices curl up, thousands of miles of dead trees are in spring, flowers bloom and fall. With a radius of 1 kilometer, the Aoi is ancient and clumsy, like golden characters written by ancient gods and men, every word is like the law of heaven, and it is engraved on the Taisu Divine Pagoda. This moment. As long as the monks in the Taisu Holy Land, no matter how high or low the realm is, no matter how far the distance is, they can all see the ancient and clumsy golden characters full of Taoism and reason. Inside the Holy Lord's Hall. Tai Suzi stood up, and in an instant, he reached the top of Taisu Peak, standing barefoot in the void, looking at the Taisu Pagoda below, with a touching curve of his mouth. Breaking the ancient limit. Climb to the top. Yunxia Peak, True Biography Chu Xiu. Climb to the 99th floor of the Luanhai Monument, ranking first in the Luanhai Monument, breaking the limit, shaking the past and shining the present. Qualification: Tianzhong, Savvy God. Perseverance God, Mind Nature God. Battle Power God. May the sun be pre-selected in the forefront, next moment. On the Luanhai Monument, the number 1 on the 89th floor was forced down. Top. A row of golden ancient characters, which are 10 times larger than the text below, gradually emerged. Luanhai Monument, first place, Chu Xiu, 99th floor. All the abnormalities in the void gradually disappeared. Before the phantom of Zhuandi disappeared, he glanced down in one direction, as if smiling, and finally disappeared into the long river of time, disappearing in this era, this world. Taisu Square was deadly silent. After about a few breaths. While there was an uproar like a sea tide, like a thunderous explosion. Shocking, extremely shocking. 99 floors. Someone actually boarded the 99th floor of Luanhai Tower. Breaking through the limit, shocking the past and shining the present. The Holy Land shakes. The sun shines for thousands of miles, the dragon pays homage, the phoenix sings and dances, the ancient sage king celebrates, and the quasi-emperor comes across the river of time to personally write the inscription. Such an honor. Oh my God, what a monster this is. Who is Chu Xiu? Where is Chu Xiu? Chu Xiu in the square, tens of thousands of people shouted, the clouds dispersed. They were excited, and their eyes were red. Because of such an existence, it was an honor to come out of their holy land. Is Chu Xiu the master brother of Yunxia Peak true inheritance? Is it that one? Chu Xiaoran's cherry lips parted slightly, her eyes were dull, her heart was both joyful and shocked. Qi Ming was in a daze. Grandma, is Chu Xiu so strong? Xiao Yifeng and Ren Hongying were more shocked and unbelievable than anyone else. They know what kind of bird their big brother is like. How could he reach the top? Impossible, absolutely impossible. They think they are crazy and see hallucinations. Please tell me, God. Evaluation, what is it? What does it represent? A young man asked with a puzzled face. The white-haired old man murmured to himself, trying to explain his disciples' doubts, on God. It really is you, the top of Taisu Peak. With a smile on the corner of Tai Suzi's mouth, he looked down at the figure wrapped in golden light, and while he was breathing, thousands of worlds were born and died in his bright eyes. As expected of the existence of comprehending the original sword intent. Yunxia Peak, main hall of the peak. Chu Xiu regained his vision, and he was already standing in Taisu Square. Surrounded by dense crowds of people. Inner sect disciples, personal disciples, true disciples, elders of various peaks. They all looked at him with extremely complicated and excited eyes. Ah, this. Chu Xiu thought about it and understood. He pierced through the Luanhai Tower, which must have caused a shock. Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu. I don't know who took the lead in calling his name. Hundreds of thousands of disciples in the square also shouted. They were excited at this moment and didn't know how to express it. It seemed that only by calling out this name could they vent their excitement. Outside the crowd, Qi Ming, female cultivator with acne, Xiao Yifeng, Ren Hongying, and Chu Xiaoran watched this scene from a distance, with different expressions. Xiao Yifeng was full of jealousy and resentment, Qi Ming was puzzled, Ren Hongying lowered her head and wondered what she was thinking, Chu Xiaoran was in a good mood, with a bright smile on her face. Chu Xiu, the shouts echoed over the square, and the sound shook the heavens. Why are these people excited? As disciples of the Holy Land, they are proud, and they naturally look down on other small forces or disciples of the great sect. Why is this? Is it their own strength? Perhaps there is part of the reason. The main reason is the great strength of the Holy Land. The Holy Land has produced great emperors. As long as they stand behind the Taisu Holy Land, they will be fearless against anyone. This emotion called a sense of belonging rests on the great strength of the Holy Land. The strength of the Holy Land is due to the joint efforts of the top powerhouses. Chu Xiu, maybe he is only in the Luanhai state now, and he is not yet a strong person. However, they believed that Chu Xiu, who had broken the limit of the ancient times, would definitely be a top powerhouse in the future, and could become one of the pillars of the Holy Land, a giant tree that would shelter them from the wind and rain. That's why they are so excited at this time. Of course, there are jealous ones too. A strange color flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes. Back then, these disciples of the Holy Land University would yell when they saw him. I will kindly say, Old Devil Chu. Old Devil Chu is here, run away. The old Devil Chu died so. It's really unpredictable, the large intestine wraps the small intestine. Chu Xiu sighed in his heart, and subconsciously showed a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth, which was warmer than the sun. This moment. He got it. It was too simple and rude to be a villain before. As for the villains, they should be upright on the surface and do bad things secretly. In this way, who would surround and kill himself? My previous self was still too young. Ah, senior brother Chu Xiu smiled, so pretty. A female inner disciple didn't know whether it was because she was too excited or because she was stunned by Chu Xiu. See this scene. Chu Xiu was more and more relieved. Two arcs of light, one black and one red, flew over and landed in front of Chu Xiu in an instant. The figures of Old Man Huang and Mo Fian appeared. The surrounding disciples hurriedly saluted, claiming to have seen the two elders. The Old Man Huang looked Chu Xiu up and down, and couldn't hide the smile on his face. Chu Xiu. Well, you are very good, very good. Even the indifferent Mo Fian showed a smile. Chu Xiusheng wants to see you, come with us. While speaking, with a wave of his hand, he took out a fiery red sky shuttle. Chu Xiu nodded, not surprised. But before getting on the flying boat, he smiled softly, bowed his hands to the disciples around him, and said loudly, Thank you fellow disciples for cheering on Chu today. I will continue to work hard and live up to the cultivation that the Holy Land has given me. After speaking, he jumped on Mo Fian's flying boat. The flying boat instantly turned into an arc of light and flew towards the top of Taisu Peak. Immediately there was a lot of discussion in Taisu Square. Brother Chu Xiu is really kind, yes, very modest. I like Brother Chu Xiu's smile, it's gentle and the sun is so warm. Besides, Chu Xiu is still a very humble person. If someone else did what he did, I'm afraid his nose would go up to the sky. Extremely. I hope senior brother Chu Xiu will become the holy son of our Taisu Holy Land. Boom! At this time, a bell rang from the Taisu Divine Pagoda. Everyone looked up, looking as usual. It turned out that someone from Xinqiao Tower entered the top 10. Yi Fan walked out excitedly. Not bad, the 8th of the Xinqiao Monument. A book of heavenly grade exercises, barely passable. He straightened his clothes, with a stern expression on his face. He wanted to say something, but it all fell apart. I'm going to pretend. What about the shouts? Shout out. Little brother Yi Fan turned his head and looked around, and found that the disciples around him were discussing something. Are you talking about me? He listened. Only then did I realize that they were talking about Chu Xiu. After learning the truth. I want to cry without tears. I'm in the top 10. Why is no one paying attention to me? Look straight at me. Jie. The host's luck has increased by plus 100, hold head high. Standing with his hands behind his back on the deck, Chu Xiu, who was looking at the beautiful snow scene of Taisu Peak, raised his eyebrows and asked, System, how can the luck of this seat increase for no reason? Jie. This master is just a tool, and cannot be omniscient. Chu Xiu narrowed his elongated and eerie eyes half-closed. His original black luck of minus 18 has now become a normal luck of 82. Think for a moment. It is concluded that it should be related to the summit of Taisu Pagoda. Soon. The flying boat skimmed through a forest of ice crystals and arrived at the square platform at the top of Taisu Peak. The speed slowed down. Began to sink slowly. Boy Chu Xiu, how beautiful is the scenery on Taisu Peak? The old man Huang asked with a smile while twisting his beard. Chu Xiu nodded, Taisu's name is well deserved. Above a peak, spring, summer, autumn and winter, 4 seasons are reflected, full of vitality, it is very magical. That is. The old man Huang smiled proudly. Chu Xiu smiled on the surface, but was a little dignified in his heart. Observation along the way. Taisufeng is not as simple as it seems on the surface. If Chu Xiu hadn't made a mistake in his judgment, Taisufeng was an extremely powerful creature that had been transformed in a deep sleep. This is very scary. How tall is Taisu Peak? Visually, at least 15 feet, W meters, the height of Taisu Tower is already very exaggerated, and compared with Taisu Peak, its height is the younger brother. Such a majestic and huge Taisu Peak was actually transformed by a living being during its deep sleep. This is the essence of the Holy Land. Chu Xiu couldn't help but feel dignified. Back then, he fought against so many great teachers of the Holy Land by himself. Thinking about it, I can't help getting annoyed. It turns out that these holy places and aristocratic families didn't take me seriously at all, and in the end they didn't even show their background, so they dispatched dozens of great sages to surround and kill me. Damn it, you wait for me. If other Holy Land religions knew about Chu Xiu's thoughts, they would definitely scold. Do you think that you can move as soon as you talk about the background of the teaching? We advise you not to look for trouble for nothing. Random thoughts. The two elders have already led Chu Xiu through an antique corridor. The field of vision suddenly opened up, and pavilions floated in the air, magnificent and vast. The purple air comes from the east, the clouds and mists are narrow, and countless cranes fly freely among the pavilions, just like a fairyland. The most shocking thing is that at the highest point of Taisu Peak, a 1,000-mile-long river of bright stars gushed out of the void, hanging down like a waterfall and sinking into the abyss of Taisu Peak's cliff. I go. It's Tai Sufeng's powerful creature, it's constantly sucking the power of the stars. Chu Xiu was inexplicably horrified. Compared to its food intake, my own food intake is not even as good as an ant. Taisu Hall. Chu Xiu followed the two little saint elders into it. See it at a glance. Sitting on the throne of the Peak Master, wearing a white feather skirt, wearing a bronze fox mask, and holding the air of a superior master. The eyes of the two met. Chu Xiu smiled softly. Fairy Mengdie moved her buttocks back unnaturally. Yes, Master Yunxia, your majesty, we have already brought Chu Xiu. It was only then that Chu Xiu noticed that sitting high in the hall, on the bronze throne, was a soft and beautiful woman in a plain white dress and long blue wavy hair. The Holy King is so terrifying. Yes, Chu Xiu was shocked again. When he entered the main hall, he subconsciously ignored it. The overlord on the main seat existed. It's not that he cares about it. It's that the opponent's strength is too strong, and the sense of existence has merged with this world. If you don't know that she is in the palace, even face to face, you will ignore her. For example, when a person walks on a path, will he pay attention to the grass under his feet? The answer is no. That's how she is. Well, hard work. Tai Suzi's red lips parted lightly, like a fairy sound, which came to his ears, and it had a strange power to soothe his mind. Chu Xiu raised his head and looked at the top of the main hall, where the overlord sitting upright existed. She is beautiful, with a smile on the corner of her mouth, a gentle demeanor, and long blue wavy hair. If you look closely, there seem to be planets full of vitality growing and multiplying in her hair. Chu Xiu was shocked in his heart. The Holy King is so powerful, how could he have the legendary quasi-emperor's abnormal appearance? Seeing Chu Xiu staring at the Holy Master all the time, Chi Mengdie coughed lightly and scolded, "Rebels, don't be rude to the Holy Master." A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Chu Xiu. It seems to be saying, if you want to die, can you undo the seal of this seat first and then die? I don't want to be killed by a traitor like you. Chu Xiu also came back to his senses, bowed his hand slightly and saluted, and said loudly, "Chu Xiu of Yunxia Peak, I have seen the crown of the Holy Lord." Tai Suzi nodded slightly. She closed her eyes, but she could see everything in the world with her mind. She didn't open her eyes because Chu Xiu's cultivation base was too low. If she looked at her, she would die suddenly and there would be no fly ash left. The red lips parted slightly, and he said softly, "I am very pleased to see the disciple who broke the limit of the ancient times. Chu Xiu, you are very good." Chi Mengdie looked at the rebel standing straight in the center of the hall. Her heart was extremely complicated. She is a great saint, so she naturally knows some secrets of the Holy Land. The most difficult level to climb to the 99th floor is the 98th floor. Why has no one been able to climb the 10th floor of the Taisu Stele in the Taisu Holy Land for a full 99 years from the ancient times to the Emperor Luo era? Because on the 98th floor, you will face Emperor Taisu of the same level, which is a natural moat that cannot be crossed, but she, a traitor, has managed it. Ahem, your majesty, look, I broke the record of our Holy Land, is there any reward? Chu Xiu immediately climbed up the pole. Don't take advantage of it now, let alone when he doesn't care about face if the benefits come first. Seeing this, Chi Mengdie's beautiful eyes widened, and she wanted to scold again. Only in this situation, she dared to shout at Chu Xiu, a traitor. You must know that usually, the fairy master would not dare to resist. This made her feel like a fox pretending to be a tiger. Tai Suzi smiled softly and nodded, "It should be so. What reward do you want?" Chu Xiu immediately said, "The disciple wants the soul baby demon fruit. 10,000 medicine spirit milk, Bodhi god flower, anyone will do." Mengdie parted her red lips slightly in surprise, thinking, you have a really big appetite, you are worthy of being you. Taisu frowned slightly with her slender willow eyebrows, and pondered for a long time. There are some rare treasures of heaven and earth, and the treasure house of the Holy Land, but there are not the three kinds you want. When Chu Xiu heard this, he was inevitably disappointed. It was right to think that treasures like heaven and earth, even if the big forces got them, would soon be used up and turned into strength, and they would not be kept for long at all. Taisu changed his voice, and said softly, however, I can order someone to find one for you, but I can't guarantee you when I will find it. If you don't want to wait, this deity can promise you other rewards. If I use the seal of reincarnation to weep from child to mother and control the words of this holy master. Chu Xiu thought so when Taisu spoke. Fuck, the host Nyobi Plath, jia. The main hall, above the bronze throne. Taisu frowned slightly. In the previous moment, she felt a kind of ominousness against her. It was the first time she felt such a crisis since she became a Saint King realm. Chu Xiu's eyelids drooped, emitting a strange light, and a wave that no one could detect, swayed and filled the entire hall. Ding, the reincarnation heaven cries for the child-mother seal, the child seal successfully invaded, the target didn't notice it, remaining usage times, 0 Zine host, Taisu Zine host, Mengdie note, the host can take back the sub-seal at any time. When the sub-seal is taken back, the number of uses will increase, and the maximum can be used on 2 people at the same time. Quack. The host is worthy of being the villain of destiny, dare to attack the master of the Holy Land, the strong man in the Holy King realm, bold and reckless, with vicious thoughts, triggering a super critical strike reward, the middle volume of the alchemy. Volume, of Donjing category, occult grade, Xianpin introduction. The Desolate Ancient Alchemy Sutra is divided into 3 volumes. The middle volume is the Poison Sutra, which contains tens of thousands of poison formulas, cultivated to the extreme, and can even formulate the poison that kills the Emperor Zhorn. If the 3 volumes are combined into one, it is the Alchemy Scripture, which was created by the human alchemy emperor in the ancient times millions of years ago. Chu Xiu was inexplicably surprised. This reward is great. He has long wanted to learn to use poison. Let me ask, can a villain who can't poison himself be considered a qualified villain? Thinking of this, he came back to his senses and cupped his hand slightly. Your Majesty, I don't know if this disciple can go and see the treasures of heaven and earth possessed by the Holy Land. Taisu is different from Mengdie, she is the master of Taisu Holy Land, the overlord of the peak of the Holy King. It's not something that can be threatened and manipulated at will. If she acts rashly, she will definitely fight with herself to the death. Therefore, he only reserved Taisu's reincarnation cry and child-mother seal as a backup, and he would not activate it until the critical moment. Yes, Taisu waved his jade hand lightly, and a purple jade slip flew to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu reached out to touch. Waves of purple halos diffused and formed in front of him, phantoms of rare treasures from heaven and earth. Red Yang Lingli, Suzaku Buddha Meat, Bagua Treasure Ginseng, Purple Flame Bud, Dragon King Ghost Lotus, these are all fairy treasures, and Chu Xiu almost drools when he saw them. System, is there any treasure that will help me break through the extreme realm in the future? Fuck, Bagwabeo must be obtained to participate in the Suzaku Buddha Meat, it will be of great help to the host to break through the Eucharist in the future. You can only choose one. Tomzi recommends that you choose Bagua Treasure Ginseng, Suzaku Buddha Meat and find a way to get it later. Chu Xiu turned to look at Taisu and said, Your Majesty, the disciple wants the 8 diagrams precious ginseng. Yes, Taisu was very generous, with a smile that was not a smile, you go back with your master. In a few days, someone will send Bagua Baojin to you. Yes, Chu Xiu cupped his hand slightly. The 2 masters and apprentices bid farewell to the holy master and left Taisu Hall one after the other. Looking at their backs. Taisu opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Bagua ginseng has a great effect on strengthening qi and blood, I hope you can make good use of it. I just don't know where the previous sense of crisis came from. Could someone be plotting against the deity? Maybe it's because I've been closed for too long and have sensory illusions, so let's go out for a walk. Taisu's tender body gradually became transparent, and finally disappeared in the Taisu Palace, where she went. On a huge Tianpin airship shaped like a Suzaku. In the main cabin room. Chu Xiu and Fairy Mengdie sat opposite each other in front of the small coffee table. 2 female disciples from Yunxia Peak's inner sect poured tea for the 2 of them, their cheeks flushed, and they glanced at Chu Xiu with a gentle smile from time to time. 2 junior sisters, let's go out first, senior brother, I have something to say to master. No. The 2 female disciples looked puzzled. Master, are you feeling unwell? Chu Xiu turned his head and looked concerned. Mengdie pursed her red lips, wearing a bronze fox mask, she couldn't see her expression clearly. She also knew that she had lost her composure. A moment of silence. Waving his slender hands, "You guys go out." "Yes." The two female disciples bowed and saluted, and slowly exited the room. "The door is closed." Chu Xiu conveniently put on a soundproof ban. "Traitor, you want to bully me again? Are you really using me as a tool?" Mengdie's tone was cold, and his eyes were full of vigilance. Chu Xiu rested his right hand on his knee, propped his cheek, and said with a smile, "Master, in your eyes, am I such a hungry person?" Mengdie's plump and slender body trembled slightly. "A traitor, you are." There was a strange flash in Chu Xiu's eyes, and he suddenly asked with a smile, "Master, do you want to restore your cultivation?" Seeing the smile on his face, Fairy Mengdie trembled slightly. Chu Xiu stood up, sat down next to her, sniffed the fragrance from the woman, and reached out to take off the mask on her face. Mengdie tilted his head and moved his body back a certain distance. He took off the mask and hid it behind his back. His pretty face was full of vigilance, for fear that the traitors would snatch it away. "It's a good hidden artifact." Chu Xiu nodded, "Even the strong ones in the Saint King realm can hide it." Mengdie sneered coldly, "Rebel, your concealment method is not bad. After doing the same with you as a teacher." Speaking of this, Fairy's pretty face inevitably blushed. "You must have the unique aura of Tianxian body on you, but you have covered it up so well that even the Holy Master didn't notice it." Today, Chu Xiu was in the limelight in the Holy Land, and Mengdie was really frightened when he learned that the Holy Lord would meet with Chu Xiu. Fortunately, this traitor knew how to cover up, otherwise, the matter between her and the traitor would be exposed. Thinking about the consequences, Mengdie's scalp tingled for a while. "You said earlier, let me restore my cultivation." Master's red lips were tightly pursed. Chu Xiu nodded. "Conditions, I don't believe that you would be so kind as a traitor." "Oh, Master, you really understand disciples very well." Chu Xiu smiled, took out a drawing from the storage bag, put it in front of the Master, and tapped it with his finger. "I heard that, Master, you are still a craftsman, come and make these things." Mengdie picked it up and took a look, her pretty face showed doubts. "There are dozens of gears on the drawing, and there are smooth-skinned, bird egg-like things." "What is this?" "Toys, you will know when you make them." "What is this tail-like thing?" "Just do it, you will be rewarded then." "What are you doing, villain?" "Feel the paw on the thigh." Immediately, Fairy Dream Butterfly looked like a little cat with its fur fried. "Still called a villain? Call me brother." "Hey, the traitor is just dreaming, I won't even call death." "Still tough." 10 minutes later. Don't call, traitor, you are dreaming, this seat is a great saint, how can I be at your mercy?" "Woo, good brother." The Tianpin flying boat bumped all the way, and it was already late at night and it returned to Yunxia Peak under the welcome of the crowd. There are 2 bright moons hanging high in the night sky, and there are many stars. It's comforting. Chu Xiu stood under the willow tree outside the courtyard of the Dongfu with his hands behind his back. Looking up at the bright moon in the night sky, the eyes are reflected in the moonlight, which is extraordinarily deep and lonely. "I don't know how long ago." "Elder brother." An elegant voice came. A shadow came out from the shadows. The cyan long skirt outlines her figure in a bumpy shape, slim and graceful, the cold moonlight shines on her delicate face, which is beautiful and moving, the breeze blows, blowing the hem of her long skirt. Raising Chu Xiu's waterfall-like black hair, he turned his head and smiled, "Junior sister." With her little hands behind her back, Tao Yao came to Chu Xiu with lotus steps, smiling sweetly, with a pair of cute dimples at the corners of her mouth. "Junior sister respectfully wishes senior brother to summit Luanhai Pagoda today. Brother, you are watching the moon alone in the courtyard, do you have something on your mind?" Chu Xiu shook his head, with a sad look, senior brother misses his hometown a little bit. "Brother." Seeing his gaze at this time, Tao Yao held Chu Xiu's hand with inexplicable pain in her heart and said, "Senior brother, Qishan County is your hometown, and the Holy Land is also your home. Master and I are both your family. Taisu Sacred governs the kingdom of mortals, the Apocalypse dynasty, Qishan County, which was attacked by monsters more than 30 years ago, and most of the people in Qishan County died. Covering the retreat of the mortals, both of them died in battle. The 3-year-old senior brother was lucky enough to survive, and was brought back to the Holy Land by the former demon exorcising master. Time flies, more than 30 years have passed." Chu Xiu nodded and smiled, and patted her soft shoulders, "You are all my wings." Tao Yao had a pretty face and lowered her head. Recently, she felt that the senior brother had become different. In the past, the elder brother would always hide from himself, let alone look at himself directly, but now, the elder brother is very close to himself, full of confidence and unique charm. Brother, this is the information you want. Tao Yao took out an envelope and stuffed it into Chu Xiu's hands. Boldly, she stood on tiptoe and pecked him on the cheek, blushing, then turned around and flew away in a blue arc. Brother, please rest earlier, junior sister has gone back to practice. If this scene is seen by other people in the Holy Land, their jaws will definitely drop in shock. Nanny. This witch is actually shy, would you still take the initiative to kiss a man? Unbelievable. It just refreshes the 3 views, okay? Looking at the distant arc of light in the night sky, the smile on Chu Xiu's face gradually disappeared. 30 years ago, was Chu Xiu lucky to survive? Of course not, it was Chu Xiu who wanted him to survive. When he met Mengdie, he was planning and operating, just to break into the Taisu Holy Land. There are still many such tool-man chess pieces, and he has placed them in many holy places and great religions. Chu Xiu tore open the envelope and sealed it with wax. Take the information he wants out of it. 3 days ago, Lu Hongyi appeared in Chang'an City, Dongzhou. Published the map, Human Region, Map, East Continent, Central Continent, Southern Territory, Northern Desolation, Western Desert. Note, the Taisu Holy Land is located in the southern region, deep in the Shirwanda Mountain. Monster area, click to view. After reading the information, Chu Xiu's energy surged all over his body, tearing the paper into fly ash. Turn around and walk slowly towards the main hall of the cave. Dongzhou, the Tang Empire, Chang'an City. A cold sword light like autumn water pierced the night sky of Chang'an City. In the imperial palace, King Tang and other strong men of the empire watched tremblingly, and the 2 little saints in the sky were cut into a rain of blood by this sword and dissipated. A woman standing in the void like a demon god, wearing a red dress, holding a blue long sword in her left hand, her skirt and long hair flowing like a waterfall, fluttering in the wind. Her eyes were covered by a white cloth, her skin was as white as snow, and her delicate cheek contours told everyone that she was so beautiful. Lu Hongyi. The only surviving elder of the Ji family of the ancient aristocratic family had messy white hair and beard, and his robe was soaked in blood tightly fitting his body. A pair of cloudy eyes stared fixedly at the demon-like woman. The roar shook 100,000 miles. You have to follow the old path of Chu Xiu, the devil. Do you also want to be enemies of the entire human territory and all forces? Our Ji family will not let you go, and will definitely tear you to pieces. Without saying a word, Lu Hongyi raised the blue long sword with her plain hand, and waved it lightly. The 7-killing sword intent strikes the Tao, and the sky is shocked. There was a huge gap, in which the breath of chaos surged. The Ji family elder who was in the late stage of the little sage, didn't even let out a scream, but was cut into fly ash by the sword intent of Taoism, and was swallowed in the crack of the void. Where are you going next? A 1,000-mile lake, under the moonlight, is like a cold mirror inlaid on the mainland, quiet and beautiful. Lu Hongyi sat cross-legged under the willow tree on the shore of the lake, recovering the true energy consumed in the previous battle. 100 meters behind her, stood a humanoid figure shrouded in black mist. Listening to the voice, this black mist figure should be a woman. Lu Hongyi remained silent, and half a quarter of an hour later, her red lips parted slightly, and she calmly uttered 3 words, go and kill people. You, why do you have to do this? The black mist figure was choked inside, if you are an enemy of the world, you will die. It is better than Chu Xiu's death. Lu Hongyi looked up at the 2 bright moons in the night sky, he won't die. Her voice was quiet, without a trace of emotion. He. The figure of the black mist smiled, you have been in seclusion all these years. He was besieged and killed by dozens of great sages at the Guihun cliff of the Weeping Forbidden Land. An extremely condensed sword light swept towards the rear, Lu Hong's skirt fluttered, but her body did not move at all. The black mist figure disappeared in place to avoid the blow. The next moment, a figure of black mist appeared on the top of the willow tree on the left. The tone was exaggerated, oh. As expected of you. This sword intent is almost touching the edge of spiritual power. Lu Hongyi stood up, dragged her red skirt on the lawn, turned her back to the bright moon, and walked towards the east step by step. Are you really planning to become an enemy of the world for him? The figure of the black mist floated after him, everything is caused by himself, and you will die for him. Lu Hongyi walked forward and said, if you are an enemy of the world, then you are an enemy of the world. If he is a Buddha, I will cross the whole world for him. If he is a demon, I will slaughter the common people on his behalf. The next day, Chu Xiu is in the cave mansion, comprehending the middle scroll and the secret of Xingzi of the alchemy scripture. Someone knocked on the ban outside the cave, and Chu Xiaoran's voice came in. Chu Xiu got up, walked out of the cave, and came outside the courtyard. Chu Xiaoran was still wearing a long grass green dress with ingot patterns embroidered on the skirt. Seeing him coming out, she bowed slightly and saluted. "Senior brother, Xiaoran interrupted your cultivation." Chu Xiu invited Chu Xiaoran into the cave. After pouring a cup of spiritual tea for her. "Junior sister Chu doesn't know why you are looking for me today." Of course he knew the purpose of the other party looking for him, but he didn't take the initiative to mention it. "Brother, this is the information you want about the secret realm of the desolate demon and the information about the soul baby and demon fruit." Chu Xiaoran took out 2 animal skin scrolls and handed them to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu didn't rush to open it to check. Hand over a fist-sized, black lingering light stone to the opponent. The name of this thing sounds bluffing, but it is of no use to him. Great Emperor Silver Sand. Chu Xiaoran was very pleasantly surprised, holding the Great Emperor Silver Sand with both hands. Surprised, but also relieved. Standing up, he saluted Chu Xiu. "Thank you so much, Senior Brother Chu." Chu Xiu waved his hands and said with a smile, "Everyone takes what they need. You look very urgent." He smiled slightly. "I must be in a hurry to go back and save my mother." "Go, I won't keep you." "Yes, thank you, brother." Chu Xiaoran bowed slightly, happily ran out of the cave, turned into an arc of light and flew away. After she leaves, Chu Xiu just opened the 2 animal skin scrolls. If he wants to break through the 10th level of Will See in the extreme realm and get the soul baby demon fruit, then he must go to the wild demon secret realm. The information is quite detailed. Chu Xiu nodded in satisfaction, and put away the 2 animal skin rolls. He got up, walked out of the cave slowly, and strolled on Yunxia Peak. "Big brother. Senior brother Chu." When Yunxia Peak disciples saw her, they saluted one after another. Their attitudes were completely different compared to before. Chu Xiu smiled and nodded, looking very humble. After walking far away, I could vaguely hear the discussions of the disciples. "You have heard that Senior Brother Chu Xiu has been on the list of potential dragons in Tianji Pavilion. The hidden dragon list? It's not surprising, after all, it is the existence that broke the ancient record of the Taisu God Tower." "What number?" "7th on the hidden dragon ranking." "So low." Some disciples were dissatisfied. "Hey, it's normal. The Tianji Pavilion ranks heroes based on their records. It's not easy to be ranked 7th. It would be great if I can also be on the list, and I can confide in my heart to junior sister Chen." "Hee, you should wash up and go to bed early." Chu Xiu came to a huge rock on the edge of a cliff and sat down, looking at the clouds and mist in the east. Started to run the Zingzimi mental method route. The sun rises, the moon rises, and the moon sets. 3 days later, Chu Xiu opened his lips slightly, and spit out an arrow of air, piercing through the surrounding fog. Chu Xiu stood up and wiped the dust off his black robe. Just as he turned around, his pupils shrank. "Who are you?" Less than 20 meters away from him, stood a woman wearing Dao Yanfeng's unique purple cloud robe, looking at him with a smile. This woman looks ordinary, but she is charming, with a unique charm, the pair of waves, you can't see your toes even when you lower your head. Anyway, half a point stronger than master. In fact, Chu Xiu had noticed this person's arrival 2 days ago. At this time, he showed a look of vigilance, which was just a show for the other party. Because the other party has the imprint of reincarnation crying in mother-in-law in the body, when she appeared, Chu Xiu knew who she was, but just pretended not to know. "This is Yunxia Peak, my concubine will not hurt you." The charming woman, with a smile like a flower, looked Chu Xiu up and down. "I am concubine Hua Luo, the elder of Dao Yunfeng." "You are Chu Xiu, right?" The vigilance in Chu Xiu's eyes disappeared, and he cupped his hand slightly. "Chu Xiu has met Elder Hua." "I don't know Elder Hua is here." The charming woman smiled and said softly, "I came to Yunxia Peak to do some errands, and I walked around after I finished. I happened to meet you practicing here, so I didn't bother you. By the way, you are practicing so hard, are you planning to go to the wild demon secret realm?" As she spoke, she sat down on a rock not far from Chu Xiu. He didn't hide anything. As this person, as long as he wanted to know, there was almost nothing he could hide from her. The two chatted very naturally. After chatting for about half an hour, Chu Xiu asked, "Elder Hua, before the era of Emperor Luo, 10 years was an era, and only one great emperor, demon emperor and barbarian emperor would appear in an era. Why didn't the monsters be completely wiped out when the emperor of the human race appeared? Conversely, when the Yao Man appears as the great emperor, it doesn't completely wipe out the human race. You must know that the two sides have been mortal enemies from before the ancient times to the era of Emperor Luo. He has always been puzzled when he came to Sky Continent, but when he met this one today, he decided to answer the question. After all, Emperor Taisu was the last great emperor before the downturn. Presumably this person knows some of the secrets. The charming woman was stunned when she heard the words, and said, "It is said that when he becomes the emperor will get some secrets about this starry sky and the sky continent. There seems to be some kind of tacit understanding between the great emperor and the demon emperor Mengdie. Even if one side has a great emperor born, it can be suppressed, but the other party cannot be destroyed with the power of the great emperor. As for why this happened, no one knows." After Chu Xiu was silent for a long time, he changed the question. "The life limit of the emperor is 3 years. In this world, does anyone really live forever?" The charming woman rolled his eyes at him, and smiled softly. "Even the emperor can't achieve longevity. Seeing you like this, you have a lot of ambition. Want to pursue longevity?" Chu Xiu frowned. Could it be that there is no stronger existence above the great emperor? The charming woman was stunned when she heard the words. Chu Xiu's words seemed to dispel part of the fog in front of her eyes. "I don't know if there is a way above the great emperor. If there is, step on it, maybe you will live forever." "But..." The charming woman raised her eyebrows and murmured, "From before the ancient times, to the ancient times, to the ancient times, to the current emperor's era, 17 great emperors have appeared in this starry sky. But in the end, they all sat down and disappeared in the long river of time, and there is no trace of them in the world. Being able to become a great emperor is undoubtedly a generation of amazing talents, so why didn't they take that step? Is the way forward broken? Or is there no way forward? This is worth our deep thinking." Chu Xiu touched his chin, but couldn't figure out the key point. "Chuck, we are actually discussing the cultivation of the emperor, it is too ambitious." The charming woman stood up with a smile, and patted the sand on her buttocks and skirt. "Sister Hua, are you ready to go back?" Old Devil Chu was ashamed and came as soon as he opened his mouth. The charming woman was stunned by his elder sister's call, but she didn't refute, and smiled softly. "Yes, I'm going back. You should practice hard." After speaking, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, he turned and left slowly. Chu Xiu looked at her back and said loudly, "Sister Hua, do you have a chance to meet again?" The charming woman turned her back to him and waved her hands. "I'll see you after you come out of the wild monster secret realm." "Okay, then when I return, I will wait here for you, sister." "Okay." A smile appeared on the corner of Chu Xiu's mouth. "Jie Jie. The host, you are so tea-like. Go away, Jie Jie. I was thinking in my heart, where to grab, get some good things, and exchange them for breakthrough points, when I heard the conversation between the two. Auntie, you must help me. Otherwise it's really too late. You are Chu Xiu's master, as long as you ask him for Emperor Yunxia, he will definitely give it to you." In the hall. On the lotus throne, Mengdie wore a holy white dress and a bronze fox mask on his face, simulating the aura of the great saint. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at the nephew below, full of helplessness. "Ming'er, it's not that my aunt won't help you. Even if this seat is Master Chu Xiu, there is no reason to ask him for things for no reason." As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed Chu Xiu's arrival. Lu Mei frowned suddenly. This traitor is really getting more and more unruly. Sad face, oh, asterisk, alas. Then what can I do with him? If he doesn't bully me, even if he is filial enough. Tomorrow, do you want Emperor Yunxia? Chu Xiu's face was like a crown of jade, and he walked step by step, looking extraordinary, with a smile on his face like a spring breeze. Hearing this, Qi Ming turned his head and saw that he was here, and immediately showed surprise. "Chu Xiu, you are here. Have you handed over the Emperor Yunxia to Chu Xiaoran?" As for Chu Xiu's sentence tomorrow, he was so excited that he automatically blocked it. But Fairy Mengdie came back to her senses, her beautiful eyes widened, and she stared at Chu Xiu, the traitor. "Tomorrow is also what you can call." Chu Xiu ignored Master Fairy's warning eyes, and shook his head with a smile. "I have been in retreat for the past few days, and I haven't seen junior sister Xiaoran." Overjoyed, Qi Ming stepped forward and grabbed Chu Xiu's shoulder excitedly. "Is the Emperor Yunxia still in your hands?" Chu Xiu nodded, and with a wave of his hand, a silver sand of the Emperor appeared in his hand. Qi Ming's eyes brightened, and he grabbed it with his hand. Chu Xiu dodged and dodged. "I got this thing from the endless sea of fire." "Hey, sorry, I got excited." Qi Ming also came back to his senses, feeling that he had lost his composure. It's not his fault for losing his composure, he just wants to get the great Emperor Yunxia, and then threaten Chu Xiaoran, and finally make that proud woman kneel on his crotch / begging bitterly. Thinking of that scene, Qi Ming couldn't help but tremble all over. "Well, Chu Xiu, make an offer." With a wave of Qi Ming's hand arrogantly, he almost wrote on his face Lao Tzu is Shen Hao, in 5 big characters. Chu Xiu smiled and nodded. "How about 1 million high-grade primordial stones?" Qi Ming was taken aback, uncertain. It's not that Chu Xiu's bid is too high, but too low. He thought he would be hit hard, but he didn't expect Chu Xiu to be so upbeat. Chu Xiu, you are such a good person. Qi Ming was so moved that he almost shed tears. It's okay, tomorrow you are master's nephew, and I, cough. Sensing a certain fairy's eyes that were about to breathe fire, we are all dear relatives and friends. Well, we are dear relatives and friends. Qi Ming nodded his head, he was so moved that he couldn't be more moved. The next moment, he saw Chu Xiu, and there was another stone in his hand, which was dark and lingering with a faint light. He rubbed his eyes, then took out his piece to have a look, and then he was sure that there was still a great emperor silver sand in Chu Xiu's place. Damn it, you still have? Qi Ming almost jumped. Do you want more tomorrow? Chu Xiu smiled gently. On the lotus throne, Fairy Mengdie saw the sunny smile on the face of the rebellious disciple, her delicate body trembled, her red lips parted, she wanted to say something more, nephew ran quickly, but she didn't know how to speak. 2. Qi Ming gritted his teeth and nodded, Emperor Yunxia, he must monopolize. Otherwise, how to threaten that woman Chu Xiaoran? It was traded again to Chu Xiu for 1,000,000 top-grade primordial stones. Qi Ming breathed a sigh of relief, and was just about to say goodbye. His eyes widened suddenly, Chu Xiu actually took out another emperor silver sand and tossed it there for fun. Chu Xiu, what the hell are you playing with me? How much do you have? Qi Ming exploded, and he still doesn't understand that Chu Xiu is really stupid if he is hanging on him. Qi Mengdie clutched his forehead, sighing inwardly. Chu Xiu looked astonished. You didn't say, how much do you want? Ahem, Qi Ming was so angry that his face was as pale as a pig's liver. You. How much do you have left? You said it earlier. Why didn't you say it earlier? The next moment, more than 200 great emperor silver sands piled up to form a small mountain at Chu Xiu's feet. Including this one in my hand, the total is 202. I swear in the name of master. I don't have any more, really. Chu Xiu said with a serious face, the only function of Emperor Yunxia is to detoxify Mingyao, and holding these two pieces in his hands has no other purpose, and naturally they cannot threaten Chu Xiaoran. If you still want to monopolize, look at the great emperor's silver sand piled up like a hill at Chu Xiu's feet. Qi Ming put on the mask of pain in an instant, the corners of his eyes burst into tears. His heart was full of resentment, extremely resentment. However, he only has 10 multi-element stones left on him. Master Fairy, this traitor has a heart darker than coal. Seeing Qi Ming's performance, Chu Xiu knew that Ming'er had already been emptied by him. Disappointed in my heart. That's it. Ant. Qi Ming was annoyed, and turned to complain to his parents, Chu Xiu, isn't Chi Guoguo a liar? You don't care about him? Fairy Mengdie muttered in her heart, who cares, hee hee. Okay, you'll get the great emperor's silver sand too, so go back. Qi Mengdie lightly flicked the sleeve of the fairy skirt. Qi Ming hesitated to speak, not daring to disobey his aunt, so he could only give Chu Xiu a hard look. Angrily walked away. A traitor, why are you tricking him? After her nephew left, Qi Mengdie frowned and spoke coldly, putting on the airs of a superior. What is a pit? Chu Xiu put away a pile of great emperor's silver sand on the ground, surprised, it's obviously a deal between you and me. And what did you call me? Rebel. What a traitor, call me brother. Go away, you are dreaming. Chu Xiu walked slowly to the lotus throne, with a smile on his face, his eyes looked up and down on the woman's delicate body with no eggs. TSK, master, your figure is a little plump compared to half a month ago. Have you gained weight? Go, Master Cao Maosu grabbed a spiritual fruit on the table and threw it at Chu Xiu. But he took it, put it on his mouth, rubbed it and bit it. Crunchy, not to mention, sweet and sour is delicious. Come and let the apprentice check carefully. My lord, I didn't gain weight. Get lost. Correct. Chu Xiu's eyes lit up, and he asked with a smile, Master asked you to make the object last time, is it ready? In the bedroom, get out of the way, I'll go get it for you. Chu Xiu moved the paw on Shizhuan Xiang's shoulder. Qi Mengdie stood up and straightened her skirt. There was an unnatural blush on Xiao Qiao's face, and she wanted to continue to be a superior person, but after seeing Chu Xiu's smiling expression, she broke the room with a breath, snorted coldly, took lotus steps, turned around and walked towards the back palace. Chu Xiu ran behind her. Pass through the apse and enter a beautiful corridor. Not far away, there is also a flower field planted with various spiritual plants, which is too beautiful to behold. After seeing the two people, they saluted one after another. I've seen Lord Peak Master, I've seen Senior Brother. Then they went about their own business. Master, you said our nephew, are you angry with me? Chu Xiu and Qi Mengdie walked side by side. Heard. The corners of Shizhuan's eyes twitched wildly, he gritted his teeth, and his delicate body trembled. Rebel, I advise you not to go too far. What, is it called, our nephew? You still have to be shameless. Chu Xiu sighed, hey, women always say what they mean. To be honest, neither is allowed. Roll, two people cursed and came to the bedroom. The old devil Chu put on the soundproof device immediately, and his movements were so skillful that the vermilion lips of the master trembled. Come to the futon and sit down. Soon. The fairy master was graceful, and brought a red lacquered wooden box a few inches wide. What you want? At some point, she took off her mask, and with a pretty face, she handed the box to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu opened it. His eyes lit up immediately. Tisk amazed. Master is worthy of being you, a veteran craftsman. Chu Xiu picked up one of 3 black pigeon eggs in the box, and gently pressed them. The pigeon eggs miraculously trembled by themselves. There was a creaking sound of gears rubbing against each other. This craft. Master Fairy curled her lips in disdain. It's just a mortal trick, not even a pattern. That is to say, seeing the astonished appearance of the rebellious disciple, there was still a little pride in the beautiful eyes of the master. But Mengdie frowned, wondering, Rebel, why are you doing this? These are of no practical value at all. He, Chu Xiu smiled gently. Look at the brighter smile on his face. For some reason, Master Fairy felt a little fuzzy in his heart. What on earth do you want to use these for? Chu Xiu blinked her big pure eyes, and answered the wrong question. Master, you are really a 3,000-year-old treasure girl. Mengdie's pretty face turned cold in an instant. Why, are you 3,000 years old? No. The great sage can live for 6,000 years, and you are still in the prime of life, so you are naturally not old. Heard. Fairy Mengdie looked much better. Chu Xiu rubbed his hands, and took out a circle of black silky objects from the storage bag. This. Mengdie was surprised, her beautiful eyes stared at the ball that the trader took out. It's the precious silk of the crypt demon spider, a mysterious material. Generally, this material is used for weaving. It is soft and tough, and has a certain protective effect. The fabric of the clothes on you, trader, is woven by this thing. Master, you understand very well. Chu Xiu smiled, today, I will teach you to weave a fun thing. I don't want to learn. Mengdie shook her head, her pretty face full of vigilance. Do you still want to unseat your cultivation base? Chu Xiu turned his head and asked with a smile. Listen to the trader's unabashed threats. Okay. Mengdie pursed her red lips, and struggled to utter the word. Where's the loom, behind? Then what are you waiting for, Lai Sigu? 2 hours later, show my personal panel. A few hours later, as dusk fell to the west, Chu Xiu left the main hall of the peak and went down the mountain like a walk. The shadow behind him was stretched obliquely. Host, Chu Xiu, boundary, the 9 layers of the Sea of Wheels, special physique, ancient Eucharist, qualification, 1414, Tian Pin, 33 times the cultivation speed. Sword intent, heavenly killing sword intent, cultivation method, Dao Jing casting foundation. Secret method, the secret method of Xingzi, not yet started, poison, in the Danjing, first glimpse, sword Ju, all things will cease, immortal, remaining 1124 click to expand, breakthrough point, 215, luck value, 82, white, kill the person with great luck, you can absorb their luck for your own use. Comprehensive combat power evaluation, 35 times the combat power of ordinary players of the same rank. Sure enough, the effect of the body of heavenly fragrance will be enhanced by the mood of the master. Small props are still useful. Chu Xiu touched his chin, nodded, and came to a conclusion. Just returned to Dongfu. Junior sister Taoyao came to ask to see her. She brought the gossip treasure ginseng bestowed on Chu Xiu by the Holy Land. After Chu Xiu accepted it, she smiled sweetly and said, this is the épée that senior brother asked me to find. While speaking, with a wave of his plain hand, he grabbed a 3-foot-long and 1-foot-wide sword from the storage bag, and the blade was blue-red. A lifelike black desolate dragon is carved on the hilt. The épée has no front, giving people an extremely domineering and heavy atmosphere. It weighed more than caddies, and when the tip of the sword hit the ground, several meters of mud and rocks cracked. One can imagine its terrifying weight. The system also pops up the item introduction column at this time. Beijian Songlong, category, heavy sword, grade, land product. Function, injecting yuanli/true yuanli can greatly increase the damage of slashing. Introduction, this sword is made from the backbone of the wild beast Songlong. It is extremely tough and heavy. It is an overbearing heavy weapon. If the body is not strong enough, if it is used forcibly, there is a high probability that the flesh will collapse. Not bad. Chu Xiu waved the tyrannical sword Sanlong casually, very satisfied. Brought up a strong wind, the trees tens of meters away were blown down. Brother, as long as you are satisfied. Tao Yao smiled, and did not forget to ask, Senior brother, be careful when you go to the wild monster secret realm. The secret realm is opened every few decades, and there are many monster beasts in it, so don't be too risky. Well, I can save it. Thank you, junior sister, for your concern. Chu Xiu smiled gently and stroked her head. Tao Yao's pretty face was reddish, her head was lowered, her bare hands were stirring the hem of her skirt hesitantly. Then, junior sister can rest assured. Senior brother, take care, junior sister is waiting for you to return. The crisp sound echoed in the mountains. Today is definitely Mengdie's happiest day in recent days. Because the traitor finally broke the damn seal. In the dormitory, the neatly dressed fairy Mengdie sat cross-legged in meditation, and the condensed energy of the spring and earth poured into her body. This familiar feeling was so comfortable that she almost groaned. Ah, it feels so good to be able to practice. It feels good to be able to mobilize the strength in the body. It's great to feel this world. At this time, she was like a blind person, regaining her light again. It feels like the whole world is so beautiful. A look of surprise appeared on Mengdie's beautiful face. During the time I was sealed, my cultivation has actually improved. Could it be related to traitors? Xiao blushed. Humph, traitor, you wait for me. Mengdie's autumn-like eyes moved slightly, ready to sneak into the rebel's cave and clean up the rebel. The smile on his face gradually became evil. But, just when she was about to stand up, an invisible wave came from nowhere. The smile on Fairy Mengdie's face gradually froze, because, to her horror, she discovered that her cultivation had been sealed again. Chu Xiu, you traitor, don't keep promises, deceive me. She clenched her teeth, her bright red lips trembling. A layer of water mist rose from his eyes, seeing that Master was about to be bullied, and cried. A red sound transmission talisman flew through the air and hovered in front of her eyes. The familiar and hateful soft voice came out. Master, don't get me wrong, this disciple is just reminding you. The sound transmission symbol immediately turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. Immediately afterwards, the wave came again, the seal was released, and her cultivation was restored. Mengdie gritted his teeth. Of course she knew what Chu Xiu meant. This is to remind myself that no matter how far away he is, he can seal himself at any time. Manipulate yourself. And play / fuck yourself. Fairy Mengdie wanted to cry but had no tears, and suddenly felt that nothing was right in this world. Ah, traitor. You devil. Tormenting devil. She was so angry that her delicate body trembled, and the waves rose and fell. She stood up and came to the bookshelf, opened the hidden compartment, took out the scarecrow in the shape of Chu Xiu, and stabbed it violently with the silver needle. Die the traitor. The real Dongfu. Chu Xiu looked at the nearly mad master in the picture through the bronze fox face. There was a relieved smile on his face. Master, you must clarify your position. Otherwise, it's really difficult for the apprentice to adjust. Cough. Chu Xiu closed his eyes, focused on nothing else, and began to practice. Little did they know, Master was about to collapse right now. Just now, after venting. Mengdie regained his composure, crossed his legs and began to look at himself. Then, a horrifying discovery. In my body, there is actually an extra wave of life. It was a young creature that had just been born. Mengdie's pretty face was dull, she looked straight ahead, her bare hands stroked her abdomen, her mind went blank. 7 days passed in a flash. After the opening of the Taisu Tower, the Holy Land became lively again. Today is the day when the desolate demon's secret realm opens. A large number of disciples gathered under Taisu Peak, waiting for the portal to the secret realm to open. Chu Xiu also stood low-key in the crowd, looking at Elder Mo Fian, who was speaking in front of the crowd from a distance. Follow the rules of previous years. The opening time of the secret realm is 30 days, and the Holy Land can pass through the transmission channel again after 30 days. You must gather at the initial transmission point within 30 days, otherwise you will be locked in the secret realm for decades, waiting for the secret realm to open again. After coming out of the secret realm, everyone has to donate a certain amount of income. The top 10 contributors will be rewarded. Be the first to become a true disciple, reward. Second. Chu Xiu yawned boredly. Compared with these rewards, he cared more about how many benefits he could get from the desolate demon secret realm, and the most important thing, the soul infant demon fruit. Brother Chu Xiu, here's someone calling me. Chu Xiu turned his head to the side, only to realize that he was an acquaintance. Immediately smiled and said, Brother Yi, is you? The handsome and well-proportioned Yi Fan asked with a smile, Brother Chu also wants to enter the desolate demon realm. Brother Yi, you are not the same. Play a dungeon with the protagonist's fate. I always feel that this trip will not be peaceful. However, if it is used well, Yi Fan is definitely a super cannon fodder that cannot die. Chu Xiu's mind became active. The two began to chat friendly. During the period, Yi Fan asked Chu Xiu if he was interested in being number 1 on the contribution list. Concealed that he wanted to be promoted from a direct disciple to a true disciple. Chu Xiu heard the words and said very generously that he was only going to the secret realm to practice and had no interest in competing for rankings. Yi Fan was very happy when he heard the words, and asked Chu Xiu if he knew anything about the secret realm of the wild monster, and if he was interested in forming a team. In this regard, Chu Xiu readily agreed that with such a luck bonus package, his chances of finding the baby soul demon fruit might be greater. Yi Fan, come here. A cold voice interrupted their chat. Chu Xiu and Yi Fan looked at the source of the sound at the same time. It was a tall woman in a long purple dress with a veil covering her face and a long sword on her back. A faint majesty's coercion overflowed from his body. As a result, a no man's land formed 100 meters around, and all the disciples lowered their heads, not daring to look at her, full of awe. Brother Yi, my master is looking for me, I'll go first. Yi Fan greeted Chu Xiu, and ran over with a smile. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly. He has identified the identity of this great holy man. The master of Yunxia Peak, Lu Shui, is also Mengdie's enemy. The second level of cultivation of the great sage, the top combat power of the Taisu Holy Land. Find an opportunity to kill Chu Xiu in the secret realm. Hearing master's voice transmission, Yi Fan's body trembled, and he turned his head to look at Chu Xiu in the distance. Or when you notice your gaze, the other party still waves and smiles. Yi Fan made a bitter face, and said via voice transmission, Master, this is not good, I have no enmity with him, and we are still in the same school, and he is also good. Humph. If you want to blame him, blame his master, that bitch Mengdie. Lu Shui snorted coldly, her eyes full of ice. Seeing Yi Fan's troubled face, Lu Shui's tone was slightly softer, Disciple, that bitch Mengdie is not a good person, and her apprentice is definitely not a good person either. You don't have to have a psychological burden to kill him. Remember to be clean and don't get caught. It's best to let him die in the mouth of wild beasts, so that even if the Holy Lord goes back in time, he won't be able to find out the result. Yi Fan was speechless. Lu Shui was discussing how to kill Chu Xiu. The other side. The same is true for Jian Lingyun and Xiao Yifeng. Aren't you Chu Xiu invincible at the same level? Then we will send 100 Xinxiao realm to surround and kill you. If 100 is not enough, then 200, 300. Even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you will fall into the wild demon secret realm. With everything in place, he watched the scattered hundreds of disciples in Xinxiao territory. Jian Lingyun and Xiao Yifeng looked at each other and smiled. Senior brother Xiao Yifeng, you are senior brothers, is it really okay for you to do this? Are you afraid that Peak Lord Yunxia will be furious after Chu Xiu's death? He is now the enchanting genius of your peak, and he is the preselection of the Holy Sun. Xiao Yifeng smiled grimly, a dead genius is no longer a genius, and a dead senior is the best senior. It's you, Jian Lingyun, if you do this, it will be easy for the Holy Master to notice. After all, you and Chu Xiu have obvious conflicts, so you are not afraid of the Holy Master's investigation. Jian Lingyun calmly smiled, afraid? Hee, there are people above me. This is what my master ordered me to do. So what if the Holy Master knows? Would she punish my master for a mere ants? So that's it. Thinking of the enmity between master and Tian Jianfeng, Xiao Yifeng nodded clearly, the smile on his face was wider, and his heart was extremely happy. This time, Chu Xiu, an ant, was doomed. Brother Chu Xiu. Chu Yanran found Chu Xiu in the crowd. Hand him a storage bag. All the formation materials you need are here. Thank you. Chu Xiu put away the storage bag. Afterwards, she asked kindly about her mother's poisonous monster. Chu Yanran was very grateful, and said that when Chu Xiu came back from the secret realm, she would invite him to be a guest at home. Brother. At this time, Tao Yao, a younger junior sister in a green dress, came gracefully. Seeing her approaching, the disciples in front showed fear and stepped aside one after another. Tao Yao's peach-like eyes lightly glanced at Chu Xiaoran who was beside Chu Xiu. Chu Xiaoran smiled and leaned forward. Xiaoran, I met senior sister Taoyao. Taoyao lightly smiled and hummed, Junior sister Xiaoran, you are getting more and more beautiful. Hehe, just a little bit prettier than senior sister Taoyao. Chu Xiaoran was calm and composed. The two women confront each other when they meet each other, with yin and yang eccentricities. In this regard, Chu Xiu just yawned boredly, and had no intention of persuading the fight. The teleportation array has been opened, qualified disciples, quickly enter the teleportation array. Mo Fian's voice came from afar. In the next moment, a blue beam of light rose into the sky. A meter-high light gate appeared. There is a blue swirl in the center of the light gate. The two junior sisters, I will go first. Division. Taoyao didn't finish her sentence. I saw Chu Xiu running the Xingzi Mi to shrink the ground into an inch, spanning a distance of 1,000 meters in an instant, and entered the teleportation light gate in a few dodges. Other disciples also flocked to enter. Taoyao stomped her feet, pouted her lips, and said angrily, Brother, really, why are you so eager? I haven't finished talking yet. Senior brother Chu Xiu urgently needs something in the secret realm, so he is naturally anxious to go in. Chu Xiaoran smiled sweetly. Chu Xiaoran, stay away from my senior brother, don't act like you know him very well. Taoyao's face was as deep as water, and the murderous intent in her eyes was undisguised, there was no trace of the same look as when she saw Chu Xiu earlier. Delicate appearance. Senior sister Taoyao, what do you mean by that? Chu Xiaoran frowned, senior brother Chu Xiu and I are just friends, not as nasty as you think, why should we stay away from him? Even if you are a senior sister, you can't be so overbearing. Taoyao's tone was cold, I'm domineering, why? You want to die too? The eyes of the two women met. Chu Xiaoran suddenly covered her mouth and smiled, her beautiful eyes blinking. Senior sister Taoyao, you know, what do you look like now? Taoyao frowned. You are like a jealous woman, no wonder senior brother Chu Xiu ran so fast before. Boom! The next moment, Taoyao shot out angrily, and punched Chu Xiaoran's head with a fist, causing terrifying ripples, piercing even the space. Chu Xiaoran knew that the opponent was powerful, but she wouldn't regret the punch, her delicate body turned into petals and spread out gracefully. At this time, the scenery outside came into view. A few miles away from the square, there is a primeval forest. Towering ancient trees that can only be embraced by dozens of people are scattered and orderly. Farther away, you can see the outline of the giant peak stretching for tens of thousands of miles, which is as magnificent as a dragon crouching on a tiger. This world gives people the feeling that it is barbaric and full of vitality. Wow, how big is the wild demon secret realm? I heard from my master that the diameter of the wild demon secret realm is about 1,000 million miles, which is 1/20th the size of the southern region. Damn, it's so big. The area is large and there are many opportunities. Is there anyone to form a team? Let's form a team to explore treasure. Someone shouted. Chu Xiu looked into the distance with his hands behind his back, his brows gradually furrowed. He could clearly feel the killing intent coming from around the teleportation square. Hehe, there are quite a few people who want to kill me. I thought about it, but I didn't offend anyone. Chu Xiu rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. Jie. Can you be a little bit close? Hundreds of disciples from the Shenqiao realm surrounded Chu Xiu faintly. Chu Xiu clicked his tongue lightly. I'm too lazy to bring Fan, the protagonist's fate. With a wave of his hand, the thumb-sized silver shuttle swelled in the wind, and finally turned into a shuttle-shaped flying boat that was more than 10 meters long and several meters wide. Jumping up, whoosh, the flying boat turned into a silver afterimage and soared into the sky. He escaped. He can't escape, we chase. 7 days later. In the depths of the wild monster's secret realm, in a certain verdant valley, there were bursts of rumbling and violent noises. The mountains were shaking, and the rocks shattered and rolled down, startling countless flying birds. Chu Xiu was fighting with a giant python that was tens of meters long. This desolate beast is covered with black scales, and its defense is extremely strong. There is a trace of the blood of the quasi-demon emperor in its body, and its intelligence has already been developed, so it is very difficult to deal with. Its Xinqiao 9th floor cultivation base and Chu Xiu have been fighting with him for half an hour, beating him to the ground with wounds, and the blood stained the water of the cold pool not far away. Chu Xiu kept running the Xingzi secret, and his movement was extremely fast. No matter whether the giant python opened its mouth full of fangs or whipped it with its giant tail, he easily dodged it. Grasping the opening of the opponent's attack, Chu Xiu held the hilt of the tyrannical sword Songlong with both hands, and the golden energy and blood surged all over his body, and he smashed hard on the giant python's head. Bang swipe. The giant python's head was shattered, and blood shot out mixed with white brains. He raised his head and roared, his head tilted, and he fell to the ground, lifeless. Chu Xiu put away the tyrant sword, walked to the edge of the cold pool, and picked off a seductively scented earthy cold lotus. Do you want to exchange it for a breakthrough point? Exchange. Successful exchange, get 7 breakthrough points, finally 50. Chu Xiu let out a breath, jumped onto the giant snake's corpse and sat down cross-legged. Please choose a breakthrough below, sword intent, heavenly killing sword intent Taisu sword Ju, everything is ended secret method, Xingzi secret method, the book of pills, secrets of Xingzi. It is detected that the level of Xingzi secret is too high, and the breakthrough is extremely difficult. 30 years is a small cycle, and each small cycle needs to consume 50 W of the breakthrough point. Whether to make a breakthrough, yes, you chose to retreat for 30 years to comprehend the 9 secrets of Xingzi Mi. Because of the master's physique, your cultivation talent has been improved, your understanding of Xingzi Mi has been strengthened, Xingzi Mi has improved, and you have a first glimpse of the door, the comprehension of the secrets of Xingzi after 30 years of retreat poured into my mind like a flood bursting a bank. The strong impact made Chu Xiu frown slightly. The good news is that his understanding of the secret of Xingzi has deepened a lot. If he uses Xingzi Mi now, it will be more natural and smooth. Chu Xiu stood up, running the Xingzi secret, shrinking the ground into an inch, and the next moment, he appeared 5,000 meters away, and after a breath, he returned to the original place again. Before the breakthrough, his lines were shrunk to inches as far as 1,000 meters away. Today, it has reached 5,000 meters. And faster, smoother and silkier. Chu Xiu couldn't help laughing, thinking that the 50 breakthrough point was worth it. This retreat took a total of 30 years and consumed a breakthrough point of 50 W. Please pay attention to the host, the difficulty of breaking through the secret line next time will be greatly increased. Xingzi Mi has successfully broken through. It's time to go to that place. Chu Xiu looked to the west. Running Xingzi disappeared in place. It was 100,000 miles away from the valley where he had previously fought with the giant python. On a flying boat in the sky. It was a mountain thousands of feet high, without a blade of grass, and with jagged black rocks. Gray mist filled the air, and visibility was extremely low. There was a gloomy atmosphere, ghosts were crying and wolves were howling, and there were dark shadows flickering indistinctly, which was very infiltrating. Chu Xiu looked up. Intuition told him that the mountain was dangerous. But he wasn't worried, he made a tactic with his right hand, and carved many hidden patterns on his body. After drawing hundreds of lines, he stepped on a black stone. It feels cold and stiff to the touch, like stepping on a piece of ice. Chu Xiu continued to go up, and his figure gradually disappeared into the gray mist. A day later, his clothes were torn and his body was full of yin qi. He stumbled down the mountain, apparently injured. Host, your luck is really low, and that baby soul demon fruit is still immature, laughed to death. Chu Xiu took out a 5th grade healing pill and put it in his mouth, closed his eyes and crossed his knees on the spot to recover from the injury. Jie. Host, are you not in a hurry? You managed to kill most of the demons and zombies on the mountain, but unexpectedly, the fruit of the baby soul is still immature. What a tragedy. Tongzi chattered and gloated. The corners of Chu Xiu's mouth turned up slightly, and the blood in his eyes flickered away. Unfamiliar? Is there nothing I can do? I rely on. You don't plan to, count yourself as ruthless, quack quack, as expected of you, old devil Chu. After a few hours. In a dense forest of ancient trees. Chu Xiu looked leisurely, gathering spiritual herbs, holding a fruit in his left hand, and took a bite. The juice was sour and sweet. Hey, senior brother Chu Xiu, you're here too. A surprised voice came. Chu Xiu turned around. There were 5 people who came, 4 men and 1 woman, all of them were disciples within the Xinxiao area, and the leading man had even reached the 8th floor of Xinxiao. Chen Mufan, who was carrying a big black hammer on his back, looked around and smiled. Brother Chu Xiu, are you alone? Chu Xiu looked vigilant, and took half a step back. Are you also here to hunt me down? Chen Mufan secretly sent a voice transmission to a few teammates. Suppress the killing intent, don't let him notice. This guy has cultivated an extremely powerful body technique. If you want to escape and the few of us can't stop him, first stabilize him and wait. Others came and surrounded and killed them. Yes, senior brother Chen. Hey, good senior brother Chen. Chen Mufan looked at Chu Xiu with a look of surprise. Senior brother Chu Xiu, what is the meaning of this? Killing fellow disciples wantonly is a serious crime. Yes. Brother Chu must have misunderstood. The handsome woman looked worried, and stepped forward a few steps. Brother Chu, is it possible that someone is chasing you? It's so courageous that you dare to chase and kill the true disciple. You tell us, maybe we can help you. The female disciple is good at persuasion, and looks like a good old man. Hearing this, Chu Xiu's face softened a little, but his eyes were still vigilant. He shook his head and sighed. I don't know who it is, anyway, there are quite a lot of people chasing me. Senior brother Chu, if you join our team, even if you encounter a pursuer, we can help you a little bit. Chen Mufan said. The others quickly agreed, patted their chests and promised that they would definitely help Chu Xiu. All of them are movie kings. Chu Xiu's frowning brows gradually relaxed. With a smile on his face, he clasped his fists together. Thank you to the juniors and sisters, Chu is very grateful. However, let's forget it. Speaking of this, he showed a worried expression. Chu does not want to let a few of you get hurt or even die because of me. A strange color flashed in Chen Mufan's eyes. The black-clothed female disciple Chuanin sneered. Why is this guy's personality different from the rumored killing and decisiveness? He's a little bit kind. Yeah, he is still worried about our safety. What a nice guy, laughing to death. I'm afraid he didn't even know he died. We are one of the people who hunted him down. We can't blame him either, who told us to be too realistic. Cough cough. Chen Mufan coughed lightly, interrupted the sound transmission of several people, and clasped his fists at Chu Xiu. Senior brother Chu is a genius who broke the limit of the ancient times, and the future must be the cornerstone of our Taisu Holy Land. The loss is too great. Brother Chu Xiu, let us stay and help you. The others also clasped their fists sincerely. Chu Xiu was so moved that he stepped forward a few steps and said, You guys are so righteous, what should I do for my brother? I'm ashamed of my brother. Since Chen Mufan looked at each other, the sarcasm disappeared in his eyes. In that case, I promise to be. Chu Xiu gritted his teeth, as if making some kind of important decision. Senior brother, you don't need to be like this, we are family members in the Holy Land. Chen Mufan's eyes were red. Very entertaining. Chu Xiu nodded again and again, leaning against the huge root of the ancient tree, took out drinks and barbecue and invited a few people to sit down. Several people sat around and came forward. Chu Xiu took out a wine glass and poured wine for them. Chen Mufan and the others were considered alert, and they didn't intend to eat or drink. Chu Xiu picked up the wine glass and drank it down, then grabbed a lamb leg that was roasted golden on the outside, charred on the outside and tender on the inside, full of aroma, and bit off a large piece of meat, eating it deliciously. Seeing that they didn't move, he asked suspiciously, Why don't you eat? While talking, he poured himself another glass of wine, raised his head and gulped it down. The other party eats so deliciously, it shouldn't be poisonous, right? He grabbed his glass and took a sip. His eyes lit up immediately, and he praised, Good wine. Hey, isn't it? This is the fine wine in my master's wine cellar. I secretly took it out. Chu Xiu smiled. Seeing that his companion was fine after drinking, Chen Mufan also felt relieved. In addition, Chu Xiu continued to invite to prevent it from being exposed. They also began to drink and eat meat. Brother Chu, did you roast this meat? It's delicious. Well, if it's delicious, you can eat more, if it's not enough for senior brother, there's more here. Chu Xiu smiled gently. The 6 film kings exchanged cups and had a lively chat. An hour later. Chu Xiu took out a face towel, wiped off the oil stains from the corners of his mouth, and said with a light smile, Everyone, the eyes of the 5 people moved to him. How much benefit did Xiao Yifeng and Jian Lingyun give you? Make you want to kill me by all means. When Chen Mufan heard this, his pupils shrank slightly, he grabbed the sledgehammer beside him, and instantly threw it at Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu ran the Xingzi secret, disappeared in place in an instant, and appeared on the branch of an ancient tree 100 meters away. The black sledgehammer covered with barbs smashed into the air, bang smashed a big hole half a meter deep in the ground. The other 4 people gathered around, all of them looked unhappy. Chen Mufan narrowed his eyes and said coldly, When did you find out? Chu Xiu smiled softly, and sat on a tree branch, Of course it was when you showed up. We didn't miss out on our performance, right? Chen Mufan frowned. Well, it's a pity that you are too enthusiastic. Chu Xiu nodded, and glanced at the 4 people rushing towards him, Look inside at your Zifu Xinxiao. When Chen Mufan and the others heard this, their complexions changed drastically. Quickly look inside. Sure enough, the purple mansion has been surrounded by some kind of unknown black smoke. Did you poison the wine? The delicate female disciple asked screaming, her face contorted. Chu Xiu smiled softly and waved his hand, I didn't put alcohol in my poison either. Quack quack. Ben Tongzi laughed so hard, Our poison is absolutely authentic, it will not be mixed with a little wine. Chen Mufan's face became even more ugly, and he gritted his teeth, You mean, what you gave us to drink wasn't wine at all, but poison. Well, smart. Chu Xiu nodded, This is the Wang Yu poison I personally prepared, and it tastes like old wine. Does it taste good? Chen Mufan felt that his body was gradually numb, and the mobilization of his true energy became slow. You are so poisonous. Damn it, you smiling fox, you're dead. Mozi's face was red, and he was about to rush up and fight Chu Xiu desperately. Seeing this, Chu Xiu was not in a hurry, and asked with a smile, everyone, do you want to survive? I can give you a chance. After half a quarter of an hour, if there is no antidote, your body will turn into blood, and you will experience the pain of thousands of ants eating your heart. When the 5 of them heard the words, they felt chills in their hearts. No, not half an hour. Pockmarked Face could already feel that something was biting at his heart, the pain made him clutch his chest, his face pale. Tell me your purpose, Chen Mufan said coldly. Junior brother Chen, you are a smart man. Chu Xiu was very satisfied, and threw a scroll to him casually, just follow the instructions above, there are 10 antidotes in it, and the 5 of you will be fine within 3 days, and everything will be done. After that, I will detoxify you. How do we know? Will you keep your word and detoxify us afterwards? The delicate female disciple's face turned pale, and she also started to get poisoned. Chu Xiu looked serious, raised his palms to the sky, and said loudly, I swear in the name of my master, if I, Chu Xiu, go back on my word, let the heavens curse my master's cultivation base. What a big oath. Chen Mufan and the others looked at each other and nodded, believing Chu Xiu. We did. I hope you keep your word. Chu Xiu smiled gently, I, Chu Xiu, spit and nail. Just wait for the good news from the 5. After finishing speaking, he stood up and ran Zingzimi, shrunk to an inch, and disappeared in place. Chu Xiu left for less than half an hour. Above the ancient wood forest, flying boats quickly assembled. A series of figures jumped off the flying boat, separating each side. What happened to Chen Mufan? A man in a blue monk's uniform, with sword eyebrows and starry eyes, stepped forward and asked with a frown. You actually let Chu Xiu escape. Brother Yan, please calm down. The eyes of more than 200 people around them also became unfriendly, as if they would draw their swords and kill their teammates angrily if they didn't agree with each other. The strong killing intent made several of Chen Mufan's teammates turn pale. Chen Mufan smiled apologetically, everyone calm down, please listen to my explanation. Just an hour ago, we met Chu Xiu here. That guy was too alert and ran away. The movement speed is extremely fast, we failed to catch up with him. Brother Yan at the peak of the 9th floor of Xinxiao was dissatisfied, then why did you ask us to come here? Chen Mufan became serious, and took out an animal skin roll from his pocket. When that Chu Xiu fled, he dropped this item. What is this? Everyone cast curious eyes. Chen Mufan, it's about the rare treasures of heaven and earth, baby souls and demon fruits. Hiss, he said this. There was a sound of gasping for air all around. Treasures of heaven and earth? It's actually a fairy baby soul and demon fruit. Greedy eyes cast it on the scroll in Chen Mufan's hand, wishing he could snatch it immediately. Senior brother Yan showed surprise. Chen Mufan, why don't you pick the baby soul demon fruit yourself after you got this? I don't believe you have such kindness. What kind of medicine are you selling in your gourd? With a helpless expression on his face, Chen Mufan threw the scroll to senior brother Yan, look at it. Brother Yan took it. When I unfolded it, it was a map. After seeing the markings clearly, I knew it. That place is called Yunxia Mountain, and it's extremely dangerous. It's just the 5 of us going, and the probability of falling is too high, otherwise, we wouldn't let you come here. Chen Mufan said in a very helpless tone. Everyone must be aware of the preciousness of the rare treasures of heaven and earth. A mature Yinhun Yaogua is a fairy product. If you eat one in the middle of the Dao Palace realm, there is a high probability that you will directly comprehend the supernatural powers and enter the supernatural powers. Even if you sell them, you can sell tens of thousands of divine essence stones. Let's say at first, the 5 of us have to share, % more if we get the baby soul monster fruit, otherwise, we will lose a lot. Chen Mufan had a heartache on his face. Seeing this, all the disciples laughed. He promised again and again. He was sneering in his heart. We have so many people here. How much do you want? I'm afraid I'm not thinking about farting. Senior brother Yan, let's go. I got this map from Chu Xiu. What if that guy gets there first? A female disciple in red said eagerly. Others quickly joined in. In fact, they were not worried at all that Chu Xiu would be able to climb the Yunxia mountain alone. How could it be possible for him to do it at the Luanhai realm? Mainly, at this time their people have not yet arrived. If one less person comes, one less person will share the benefits. Therefore, they are so eager. Senior brother Yan naturally knew the truth, thought for a moment, then nodded, let's go, let's go. A group of people looked excited, boarded the airship, and headed towards the direction of Yinhua Mountain on the map. The five of Chen Mufan looked at each other, and boarded the flying boat to keep up with the large army. Chu Xiu, who was hiding in the dark, had a smile on his lips. Wealth is moving. Old Mo Chu followed up treacherously. After a few hours, Brother Yen and his party of 230 people arrived at Yinhua Mountain. Looking at the mountain range shrouded in grey mist, everyone's expressions became solemn. This grey fog isolates the mind, everyone should not be too scattered. Brother Yen, the leader, ordered loudly. It is good. Don't worry, brother. They start climbing. An hour later, a group of people came to the halfway up the mountain. A good-looking female disciple smiled and said, the Yin Demon Mountain is not too dangerous. We came all the way, and didn't encounter many Yin demons and zombies. Junior Sister Wang, don't be careless. Senior Brother Yen reprimanded, be careful of capsizing the gutter. Okay, Junior Sister Wang stuck out her tongue with a relaxed expression. Brother Yen and his party quickly reached the top of the mountain. One can see at a glance, 1,000 meters away, a strange plant growing in a gap in a black rock. The plant looks like a tree in a spiritual grass, about 2 meters high. The branches are pale, like human bones, very strange. On the only branch, hangs a fist-sized, light red, strange fruit that looks like a baby. From time to time, it makes a baby's laughter, which makes people feel chills. Seeing this, not only did everyone feel no fear, their eyes lit up, and they were trembling with excitement. Baby soul monster fruit, it really is a baby soul monster fruit. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Get rich, get rich. Haha, get rich. Immediately someone couldn't help but rushed over. Senior Brother Yen also followed, frowning, everyone, don't worry, this baby soul fruit is not the right color, it's not ripe yet. I've seen illustrations of ripe Yin Hun Yaogua in ancient books. The ripened baby soul Yao Guru should be blood red. If you take the immature baby soul fruit, not only will there be no benefit, but you will also be killed by Yin energy. How is that good? The time we can stay in the wild demon's secret realm is limited, and it is impossible to wait for it to mature naturally. Shall we take it off first? A group of people whispered around the strange fruit tree of the baby soul demon fruit. Boom, boom just when everyone twitched and didn't know what to do. 4 red pillars of light shot up into the sky, engulfing everyone in it. A little bit of halo sprinkles, magnificent and dreamy. Senior Brother Yen looked up at the sky, his expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed, no, this is a trap. Run away, he moved so fast that he couldn't care about the others, and turned into an afterimage, wanting to rush down the mountain. Bang! A muffled sound. The next moment, his body was knocked back at an even faster speed. A group of people held various weapons and were just about to attack the formation when the red mist penetrated into their bodies through their mouths and noses, as if they were alive. The originally bright eyes became confused, and gradually became blood red again. It's a phantom array. A female disciple screamed. Puff. A disciple chopped off the female disciple's head with a single knife, with a contorted face, and laughed madly. I killed you bastard, you are the one who killed my mother, kill, kill, kill. The baby soul demon fruit is mine, kill, kill, kill. That's my rare treasure. You don't deserve to have it. Kill, puff, puff. Heads flew up one by one. Blood splattered like a fountain. In the big formation, the sound of killing shook the sky, the recruited disciples killed each other, and the top of Yinhua Mountain instantly became Shura Purgatory, extremely bloody and tragic. No. Brother Yen, who still had a trace of clarity in his mind, turned his head and looked around with a frightened expression on his face. A look of disbelief. No, don't do this, everyone stop. Unfortunately, the group of people trapped in the illusion can no longer hear other voices. The killing continues. Even Senior Brother Yen was dragged into the illusion and joined the ranks of killing. Followed by a disciple of Mingshengqiejing who fell down. The spring blood full of vitality did not seep into the ground, as if it had spirituality, it gathered together and rushed to the root of the fruit tree of the baby soul demon fruit. The fruit tree, which was originally as pale as a human bone, turned red like drops of blood after absorbing human blood. The already weird ghost fruit became even more weird, and the baby's laughter echoed in the mountains, making people shudder. Yin Demon Mountain. Mountain top. Chu Xiu's eyes moved slightly, and he looked into the formation. No one has survived. More than 200 mummified corpses, with grim faces, walked very unsafely. The blood color on the fruit tree of the baby soul demon faded. The color of the baby soul and demon fruit became more and more vivid, and the red fairy mist was dense, exuding bursts of fragrance. Gluck cluck. The eerie baby's laughter was even crisper and louder. You still need some blood to mature, Chu Xiu frowned. He stood up and walked quickly down the mountain. He has set up trapping formations, killing formations, and phantom formations here, and he is not worried that someone will be able to pick his Chu Xiu's peaches. Brother Chen, something happened on the mountain. Qin Min swallowed, his face full of horror. The others were also pale. Chen Mufan's face was also not very good looking. The shouts of killing on the top of the mountain were so loud that they didn't want to hear it. The shouting and killing stopped. Tell me, Brother Yen and the others are all dead? The 5 people looked at each other in blank dismay, all of them were speechless, the horror deep in their eyes could not be concealed. Chu Xiu is so poisonous and ruthless, will this kind of person give us an antidote? Several people looked gloomy. Chen Mufan sighed, and smiled wryly. At this point, we can only choose to trust him. Just now. A slender figure stepped out of the grey mist, with fluttering robes and lightly moving hair. His face is like a jade crown, his eyes are like a star, his mouth is smiling, and his demeanor is as leisurely as a fairy, just like a pretty scholar walking out of a painting. Saw 5 people. Chu Xiu smiled and said, guys, why don't you go up the mountain? The corners of the mouths of the 5 twitched wildly. Cursing secretly in my heart, are all the people who went up dead? You are not a good person, you are not a good thing, even we want to kill you. Senior Brother Chu, we have already brought you people, can you detoxify us now? Chen Mufan suppressed the urge to scold her, forced a smile, went up and bowed to him. Chu Xiu looked at him with clear eyes. Just about to pull out the 3-meter-long big baby, let the 5 brothers and sisters enjoy it. The sound of hurried and chaotic footsteps carried a strong demonic aura, from far to near, at an extremely fast speed. The 6 people looked together, their complexions could not help but change slightly. More than 20 monster races with different appearances, driving 8 huge wild beasts, are rushing towards them. The one rushing forward was a desolate bull, around 10 feet tall, 5 or 6 meters long, with a demonic aura soaring into the sky and a terrifying bloody aura. 7 or 8 bloody corpses were tied to its broad back. It seemed that it had just died not long ago. They found Chu Xiu and the others. The Yaozu were ecstatic, and there were bursts of strange laughter in their mouths. Human race. I found the human race again, kill. Ha ha, kill kill kill. For the tribe, for freedom. Chu Xiu was expressionless. It has been almost 10 days since he entered the wild monster secret realm, and this is the first time he has encountered the monster race. Depending on the situation, it seems that these alien races are still specially hunting down and killing monks. Chen Mufan held the handle of the sledgehammer with a serious expression on his face. Ready to fight. The quality of their team was good. Although they were terrified, they still resisted the urge to escape and prepared to fight. Chu Xiu narrowed his narrow eyes slightly. Crash boom. Chu Xiu was running in secret, with strange real patterns under his feet, holding the domineering sword Songlong, and flew past the 5 people's heads, bringing out a long series of afterimages, and the black robe was hunting. So fast. Chen Mufan screamed on the sword body of the tyrannical sword Songlong. With the infusion of Chu Xiu's true essence, the black true patterns are gradually lit up, making it even more ferocious and domineering. The arrogant and domineering sword, carrying endless killing intent, slammed down on the 10-meter-tall Baron Cao's eyebrows, cracking his skull and spattering blood. Its forward momentum stopped abruptly, and it even retreated 7 or 8 meters. Its limbs froze like pillars of heaven. The desolate bull at the peak of Xinxiao was killed in seconds. Chen Mufan and the others were shocked. Looking at his indifferent eyes, he didn't dare to struggle anymore. Why did you join forces with other monster races to attack and kill us? The pig-headed man's eyes flickered. I want to make up lies to deceive this terrible human race. Sting. Chu Xiu raised his hand like tearing off the curtain paper, and tore off the pig's head's ear alive, blood spurting out. What? The severe pain caused Brother Zhu to scream. When Chen Mufan and the others saw this bloody scene, the corners of their eyes twitched violently. Dare to lie, I'll make your 5 limbs into 4. Chu Xiu smiled and said with a tone of spring breeze. In the ears of others, it makes people feel chills. The pig-headed man's pupils trembled. Anyway. I said, you won't let me live. Senior Brother Chu, can you detoxify us? Chu Xiu turned his head and said lightly, don't worry, transport these corpses to the top of the mountain. Seeing his attitude, Chen Mufan's heart sank. Glanced at the 4 teammates. I don't know yet, Chu Xiu will never let them go. Unfortunately, you can still live for a while. Chu Xiu said as he walked towards them. Chu Xiu, you will die badly. Qin Min screamed. Chu Xiu raised his hand, took out the Xianbing jade blood sword, stepped on Xingzimi, and threw himself on it like a ghost. You devil. What? It's cold, and the sword is shining. You have to die. You will be struck by lightning. Don't blame me, just blame you for knowing too much. Forgive me. Chen Mufan turned pale, and knelt on the ground begging for mercy. Brother Chu Xiu, I can be your servant, just to survive. Please, don't kill me. Chen Mufan's eyes gradually dimmed, his face was terrified, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Chu Xiu stood alone between the corpses, shaking the blood off the jade blood sword with his right hand, shaking his head slightly. He thought these people would resist. Chu Xiu was sitting on a black rock, with a diamond-shaped crystal floating in front of him. The ear moved slightly, and immediately dodged to hide behind a rock in the kernel. Soon, a familiar figure stepped on a sword and flew from a distance, standing on the rock where he was originally sitting. Yi Fan held an animal skin map in his hand, his face was ecstatic. Or because they were too excited and trembled all over, they couldn't help laughing out loud in the end. Found it, finally arrived. The treasure of the quasi-demon emperor. A year ago, he got a treasure map from an inconspicuous chi training exercise on the bottom floor of the Sutra Library in the Holy Land. No one knows who left this mysterious treasure map. It is actually recorded at the God Crow Quasi-Demon Emperor's treasure place. He didn't believe it at first, but it wasn't until he entered the secret realm of the wild monster that the map changed strangely and gave birth to a glow pointing to an unknown direction. Then he finally made up his mind to find this treasure place. The deserted demon's secret realm is so vast and there are so many mountains. It only took him more than 10 days to find it. It has to be said that the luck of the protagonist's fate is against the sky. Chu Xiu, who was hiding in the dark, looked at Yi Fan not far away, whose face was flushed with excitement. The corners of the mouth gradually turned up. Chu Xiu hid in the dark. Observe quietly. Here comes the treasure. Yi Fan, who was flying in the air with his sword, smiled slightly, and flew in without hesitation. He didn't notice at all that there was a faster figure entering this dragon cave first. Chu Xiu was running secret characters, and his figure was extremely fast, running quickly in the dragon cave. The mountain range is hollow, and the dragon cave winds down. It is unknown how long it is, and it does not know where it extends to. Chu Xiu had no expression on his face. Even though there was the Zhundi treasure in front of him, his heart was still calm. Chu Xiu subconsciously stretched out his hand to cover it. After a little adaptation, he just opened his eyes and looked around. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Kilometers away. It is a karst cave with a wide and high space, as big as a dozen football fields. On the ceiling of the karst cave, stalactites like hills hang upside down, dripping crystal liquid, dripping on the stone surface below, making a crisp sound. Those liquids are 10,000-year stone milk. Put it outside, and just a few drops can be sold for sky-high prices. This is not over yet. The most surprising thing is around the cave floor. The lingering herbal treasures exude a burst of pleasant fragrance, lingering in the precious light. They grow randomly everywhere in the cave like ordinary grass, and they grow extremely luxuriantly. There are mysterious grades, earth grades, sky grades. Chu Xiu touched his chin and couldn't help laughing. The next moment, his smile gradually froze, his eyes stared straight at the center of the stone room, two things suspended above the half-meter-high white jade platform. The blue stone mirror, half the size of a palm, exudes an ancient and barbaric atmosphere, and the blue light is extremely dazzling. A red and black egg covered with strange patterns, lingering in the sun, different phases, beating continuously like a heart, with strong life waves, extremely extraordinary. The egg is about the size of an ostrich egg on earth. When the gaze swept over the top of the head, the pupils couldn't help moving slightly. Above his head, there is a huge white snake coiled. The size of the white snake is huge, its circle is tens of meters thick, and each white scale has a diameter of 2 meters, which is as smooth as a mirror. It coiled its body, like a mountain, motionless. The white snake was sleeping, and did not notice that the intruder who was hiding his breath. Chu Xiu was shocked. The aura exuded by this white snake is actually the peak of the other shore realm, and it is also the peak of the other shore realm. How can that be? This is so weird. He didn't dare to disturb the other party. Move forward carefully. Chu Xiu muttered, without hesitation, stepped forward a few steps, and raised his hand to grab half of the cyan stone mirror in his hand. Boom! At this time, in the cave, there was a violent noise. Yi Fan triggered the restriction that Chu Xiu stayed at the entrance. With a roar that shook the sky, the white snake was awakened, and when it found the intruder, it was very angry. The rock swayed, and the stones rustled down. Chu Xiu knew that it was not suitable to stay here for a long time, so he quickly took down the miraculous egg and wrapped it in cloth. With both hands, the speed is as fast as afterimages, and the real patterns that cover the breath hit the two objects one after another. Barely covering the rays of the sun, he carried the package on his back. Running the Xingzi secret, with a whoosh, it turned into an afterimage and rushed out of the stone chamber, into the cave. I saw a huge white snake with a single horn growing on its head, like a dragon, its huge snake pupils glowed with blood, and it opened its mouth full of fangs. It was furious and wanted to kill the mouse that dared to break into her house and steal things. Chu Xiu didn't stop, taking advantage of no one paying attention to him. Run the Xingzi secret, bypass the giant snake and Yi Fan, and disappear into the entrance. Vaguely, I heard Yi Fan scolding from the cave, "Damn it, it's bloody bad luck." Chu Xiu kept running upwards. Few rushed out of the dragon cave, disappeared in the ancient forest. Taisu Square. Sitting cross-legged in the void, Mo Fian has a plump and seductive figure and a mature and enchanting temperament. Hearing the voice, he opened his phoenix eyes and looked lightly at the white-haired old man who was flying towards him. Frowning his eyebrows, his red lips parted slightly and he asked, "Elder Yang, what's the matter, so anxious?" Elder Yang, who is in the late stage of supernatural powers, can be considered a strong man in the outside world, and he will be honored as a god by the world. But at this time, he was sweating profusely, his face was pale from anxiety, and his hair and beard were messy. His main duty is to guard the fate cards of the disciples who entered the wild demon secret realm this time. These 2 days as usual, he took a nap, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a terrifying scene. Something happened, something happened. What happened? Mo Fian's heart sank when she saw Elder Yang's distraught appearance. The life cards of the disciples who entered the wild demon secret realm shattered in large numbers. What? Mo Fian grabbed Elder Yang and asked in surprise, "How many are broken?" Elder Yang's face was disheveled, and his eyes were dull. 775, it's all broken. Is the fate card of Chu Xiu and Yi Fan okay? Mo Fian's face was frosty, and she was no longer as calm as before. Their fate card has not yet been broken. Mo Fian breathed a sigh of relief, frowned, and muttered to herself. There must have been a big change in the wild demon secret realm. So many disciples died, which has never happened in previous years. No, this matter is urgent, I have to report to the Holy Master. Just now. Above Taisu Square, a portal opened in the space. 2 beautiful figures stepped out of the crack. The woman on the left is wearing a plain long dress, with long blue wavy hair, which naturally falls on her chest, with a graceful and proud figure. She closed her eyes, standing there seemed to be the center of the world, beautiful and powerful. On the right is a woman in a white feather skirt, tall and slender, well-proportioned, with a beautiful face. I have seen His Majesty the Holy Lord, I have seen Peak Master Yunxia. The two greeted each other quickly. Tai Suzy kept silent, flicking her skirt sleeves, the space above Taisu Square rippled like water waves. Such a miraculous scene. Naturally, it attracted the attention of other disciples on the square. They all looked up. What happened? You are powerful and are displaying supreme supernatural powers. Your Majesty, is this? Elder Yang asked Mo Fian, wiping his brow with cold sweat. Mo Fian explained, the Holy Master is using the illusory eyes to reflect the scene in the secret realm of the desolate demon. That's the secret realm of the small world refined by the Emperor, and only a holy king and overlord under the crown of the Holy Lord can achieve such a level. Mengdie raised his head, looking up at the ripples in the void. At this time, the Master's mood is very complicated. I really don't know, I hope Chu Xiu will have an accident, or I hope that he will not have an accident. At the same time, in the wild monster secret realm, Chu Xiu, who was running the Xingzi secret and advancing rapidly, paused, and stood on the branch of a giant tree thousands of meters high, looking up at the sky. I saw, above the blue sky, a blinding, bloodshot eyeball opened suddenly, turning around restlessly. Someone from the outside world has noticed that the secret realm has changed. At this moment, not only the disciples of the Taisu Holy Land, but also the monster race noticed the giant eye in the sky. Feeling the coercion of the Holy King emanating from that eye. Whether it is the monster race or the human race, they can't help but want to prostrate and worship this. What is that? Is there any human power who wants to attack us? The monster clan was terrified and trembling. The center of the wild demon secret realm. Monster clan base camp. On top of a huge black peak towering straight into the sky. A humanoid monster with red scales all over its body, 2 horns on its head, 3 meters tall, a muscular physique, and a giant sword on its back, looked up at the sky. Behind him, half-kneeling hundreds of monster races in different poses, staring at the back of the stalwart in front of them, their eyes are full of fanaticism. That is their big leader, the big leader who wants to lead them to freedom. The big leader's mouth full of fangs opened, and he let out an ugly sneer like a saw. Don't worry, no one can attack us through the wild monster secret realm, not even the Holy King. The human race can only look at us from the outside world, and can't do anything. The big leader waved his scaly claws and smiled strangely. Since they want to watch, let them watch us slaughter the tribe, but they can't do anything about it. Ha ha ha. Ow, a group of monsters howled excitedly. Kill kill kill. Kill all the humans. Revenge, revenge for being imprisoned for thousands of years. I'm going to torture them to death. The leaders of the various tribes of the Yaozu issued orders one after another to continue to hunt and kill the tribe. The big leader's scarlet eyes moved slightly. Stretching out his hand, he took out half of the blue stone mirror that kept flickering from his bosom. The big leader, formerly known as Demon Shark, was originally an ordinary pangolin demon. More than 300 years ago, he got this half of the blue stone mirror by chance. This mysterious treasure has a great origin, and it can shield part of Taisu Emperor Zun's mighty power. If I get the other half and combine it into one, then wouldn't I be able to break through to the realm of the Dao Palace? Demon Shark's scarlet eyes became brighter. Immediately ordered, ready to personally lead people to track down. He wanted to find the other half of the stone mirror before leaving the wild demon's secret realm. Chu Xiu also noticed Shi Jing's induction fluctuations. Sure enough, the other half is also in the secret realm. I'll wait for you to find me. With a movement of his body, he continued to go in the direction of Yinma Mountain. When passing a plain stream, he collided head-on with Su Ruxue, who was being chased and killed by the monster clan. Chu Xiu subconsciously speeded up and was about to leave. He, old devil Chu, has never been a hero to save the beauties. But the eye on the top of his head may be watching him. If he refuses to save him, then his dream of being the son of God will be shattered. Thinking of this, good luck for you, Chu Xiu muttered, waved his right hand, 3 meters long, half a meter wide, and the overall black tyrannical sword Songlong was held in his hand, stepping on the secret line, and the magical and true patterns emerged under his feet. In an instant, she passed by Su Ruxue. He rushed towards the group of monsters who were screaming behind her. He is carrying the comatose junior sister on the back. Su Ruxue's already desperate eyes flashed a gleam of brilliance. Don't! She suddenly exclaimed. At a glance, she already recognized who it was. It was Chu Xiu, the brother Chu Xiu who was at the same peak as her. You know, the weakest of the 20 or so monsters behind her are all in the Xinxiao realm. In her opinion, Chu Xiu, who is in the Luanhai realm, rushes up, not to save people, but to die. Is he going to save me with death? Su Ruxue's mood was extremely complicated, she didn't know whether to be touched, or... Bang! There was a loud noise from behind, and mud and rocks mixed with broken corpses flew into the sky. Su Ruxue looked back with difficulty, she really didn't dare to see Chu Xiu's end, but she had to. Then, I was shocked to see that Chu Xiu was holding an exaggeratedly large black giant sword, like chopping melons and vegetables, splitting a demon clan in the mid-stage of Xinxiao into 2 pieces, and then slashed down, and then cut another a kobold, smashed to a pulp, blood splattered. She froze. In Taisu Square, all the disciples who noticed this scene were also stunned. Oh my god, he's a pervert. There was an uproar in Taisu Square. Senior brother Chu Xiu is still at the Luanhai realm. The group of monsters killed by him is really at the Divine Bridge realm? Is it the Foundation Establishment realm? He is a fierce man, like a meat grinder, he killed the group of monsters without resistance. Your Majesty, you must pass through the portal of light in the secret realm ahead of time, so that the disciples can return early. Mengdie turned her head to one side and asked softly. Tai Suzy looked at Chu Xiu in the picture, countless stars were destroyed and born in those eyes, as if he had seen through the ages. Could it be that his movement technique is the secret of the 9 secrets? Your Majesty the Holy Lord. Seeing that Tai Suzy didn't answer, Mengdie couldn't help but speak out again. Tai Suzy's vermilion lips curled up, a smile that was not a smile. Why, are you worried that something will happen to your apprentice? Mengdie blushed pretty, and spat in her heart, she wasn't worried about that traitor, she was just worried about the safety of other disciples. Don't worry, the deity has already arranged it. In a maximum of 2 days, the teleportation light gate will be able to penetrate the secret passage. However, there are too many monster races, I'm afraid they won't last that long. Mo Fian interjected helplessly. If you can't hold on for 2 days, it will be very disappointing. Tai Suzy sighed softly. In the wild monster secret realm. He casually threw the mandrill corpse on the ground, turned around and walked towards Su Ruxue. Su Ruxue's delicate body softened, and she sat on the grass with her junior sister in her arms. Her eyes widened in shock. Is senior brother Chu Xiu the reincarnation of a demon god? It's really too strong, so powerful that it makes people tremble. Is junior sister okay? It's really too strong, so powerful that it makes people tremble. Is junior sister okay? Chu Xiu looked worried. Su Ruxue shook her head, with tired eyes and chapped lips. Senior brother Chu's kindness in saving us, Ruxue is extremely grateful. You are badly hurt. Chu Xiu spread out his palm, took out 2 precious medicines and handed them to her. The precious medicine appeared, the glow lingered, and the fragrance wafted for miles. Deepen Yunxinji, Su Ruxue was surprised. Damn, Taisu Square was also noisy. A group of disciples were obviously shocked by Chu Xiu's generosity. 1 shot is 2 earthy treasures. This brother Chu Xiu was too generous. I really want to make friends with him, there is no other meaning, I just want to experience the local treasure medicine. Senior brother can't make it, precious medicine is too expensive. Su Ruxue shook her head repeatedly, unwilling to accept these 2 plants of precious medicine. Chu Xiu was speechless. In his storage bag, the healing medicines were the most rubbish of these 2 plants. Do you still want Tianpin? He helped Su Ruxue up. A blush appeared on Su Ruxue's pale face. The smile on Chu Zijunyan's face was warmer than the sun, and he said softly, Junior sister, don't be polite. Now the monster clan in the secret realm is in great danger. If you don't heal your injuries as soon as possible, you may be in great trouble. If you don't help yourself, think about it, and think about your junior sister. At worst, after you go out, you just return my precious medicine. Hearing this, Su Ruxue looked at the junior sister who was already in her arms, she gritted her teeth and nodded, and took the 2 plants of Yunshenzi. Thank you, brother, Ruxue will definitely repay this kindness. Looking at the picture, there are 2 people who are in love with each other. Mengdie couldn't help clenching her right fist, and cursed the traitor in her heart. Yes, not bad. Taisu nodded, and read the lips of the conversation between the 2. She already knew the content of the conversation. She is very satisfied with Chu Xiu, a kind and talented disciple. Among the crowd, Tao Yao stared straight at the sky and muttered a prayer, Senior brother, you must return safely. Everyone in the secret realm can die, and my elder brother can't be troubled. I believe brother Chu Xiu will definitely be fine. A beautiful figure appeared beside her at some unknown time. Chu Xiaoran, you still dare to show up. Tao Yao's tone became cold. Don't think that I can't do anything to you after you practice the 10,000 immortals flying flower art. Hee. Chu Xiaoran was tall and slender, her body was as white as jade, her willow waist was full of grip, her flesh was weak, her eyes were almond-shaped and her cheeks were peachy, and she smiled like a flower blooming. Senior sister Tao Yao, don't always use swords and guns, you are not a lady at all. Tao Yao snorted coldly, not wanting to talk to her. Desolate demon secret realm, out of the corner of Chu Xiu's eye, he glanced at the sky's giant eyes. Stand aside. To protect Su Ruxue and her junior sister. Deepen Bao Yao is extraordinary. That's 3 hours. The pale faces of the 2 recovered a little blood, and most of their injuries were healed. Chu Xiu smiled and nodded, since the outside world is aware of the shocking changes in the secret realm, they will definitely pass through the portal in advance. The 2 junior sisters have not recovered from their injuries, so let's go to the teleportation square and wait for their return. Su Ruxue pursed her pink lips and asked, aren't senior brothers with us? No, I have one more important thing to attend to. Okay, don't let it go. Chu Xiu left a sentence, stepped on the secret line, and disappeared in an instant like a ghost, without a trace. So fast, Tao Yu was amazed. Senior brother Chu has left, let's go too, junior sister, it's not easy to stay here for long. Su Ruxue's eyes lit up with a different kind of light. Return to the demon mountain again. Set foot on the mountain road. The figure was submerged in grey mist. The rare treasures of the heaven and the earth, which are beyond reach, how sad, the man in the red robe sighed. Junior brother, are you really unable to break through this big formation? He felt unwilling. The man in the blue robe shook his head helplessly. The people who set up this formation are far ahead of me. Pity. If we get this baby soul demon fruit, the 2 of us can expect supernatural powers in the future. Hey, someone is coming up. The sound of light footsteps, not in a hurry. From far to near. The 2 looked over together. A slender figure emerged from the grey mist. Who? The man in the red robe drank in a low voice. A figure stepped out of the grey fog. Chu Xiu stared at the 2 of them without any surprise in his expression. A few hours ago, he had monitored the arrival of these 2 people through the formation. Their cultivation bases are not bad, the 8th level brother of the Divine Bridge Realm, and the 9th level brother of the Divine Bridge Realm, among the disciples who entered the secret realm this time, they can be considered strong. You are Chu Xiu. Senior brother Hong Pao, with a face full of surprise, recognized the identity of the person. Chu Xiu remained silent, and was about to pull out a 3-meter-long big baby, to entertain the two fellow students. Senior brother, a gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the blue-robed junior brother, and secretly transmitted a voice, let this person enter the big formation to explore the way. As long as he triggers the formation restriction, I can judge the level of the formation, and even increase the probability of breaking the formation according to the fluctuation of the formation. Senior brother Hongpao's eyes lit up when he heard this. The younger brother is a well-known formation genius in Formation Peak. Since he said it could work, he must try it. For this baby soul demon fruit, he is bound to get it. Chu Xiu, you must have seen that treasure of heaven and earth, right? To tell you the truth, it is the baby soul demon fruit, which is extremely precious. Well, what then? Chu Xiu smiled half-smile. The two brothers had already faintly surrounded him. Ha ha. With a smile on his face, senior brother Hongpao pointed at the mature baby soul demon fruit in the formation. You go in and bring it out. How about the three of us sharing it equally? Not so, Chu Xiu shook his head. Brother Hongpao's face was instantly cold, and he sneered, you don't want to? Senior brother, what are you doing talking nonsense with him, just grab him and throw him into the big formation. The blue-robed junior brother was full of impatience. Gee. That's why I hate you guys who usually talk about benevolence and morality, but also like to label people crooked, and those dogs who are rich in gold but corrupt in it. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly, and his tone was flat. What is righteousness, what is evil? It's not just a layer of film coated by some guys who stand on the moral high ground and claim to be righteous for their own benefit. He talked to himself, took out the tyrannical sword Songlong, and pointed it obliquely at the sky. An aura of dominance emerged spontaneously. Looking for death, it's just a round sea, can there be waves? Brother, do it, take him down. Junior brother Lon Pao took out the 4 formation flags, waved his right hand, the formation flags flew out, and rose in the wind, forming a 3-rank and 4-elephant trap formation. The formation patterns intertwined like a net and covered it downwards, trying to trap Chu Xiu in place. Chu Xiu's black hair was like a waterfall, moving with the wind, and his complexion was as usual. He swung the Beijian, and the sword energy was like a tide. In an instant, the formation flag he threw was chopped into powder. The array is broken. Brother Hongpao took out a pair of Yunxia double hooks. Bullying forward, attacking and killing Chu Xiu from behind. He is extremely fast. Pity. Chu Xiu's speed was even faster, his riding was running secretly, his body was like a ghost, leaving an afterimage on the spot, and he was behind him in the next moment. Raising the black giant sword, stab it, cut it off at the waist. The upper body of the red-robed man flew up, blood splashed all over his internal organs, and his blood-stained face was unbelievable. Tyrannical sword Songlong stabbed straight, bringing the sound of thunder, and the air is screaming. Puff the red robe's head exploded into blood mist, and then his upper body also exploded, blood and bones flying everywhere. Not even a scream. Chu Xiu's sword was too heavy, a full caddies, and with his terrifying physical strength, this sword might not be considered a stab, but it might be more appropriate to describe it as a smash. Brother. The man in the blue robe screamed, his face was pale. He didn't expect this Chu Xiu to be so terrifying. One sword cut his senior brother who was at the peak of the Xinxiao realm in half, and the second sword completely killed him. Don't worry, I'll send you brothers to meet right away. Chu Xiu said coldly. The figure disappeared in place. Appeared again, already standing in front of the blue-robed man. The strong wind blew his hair. The man in the blue robe, with a frightened face, spit out blood with a wow. He was also cut in half. Chu Xiu expressionlessly raised his hand to pinch his neck, preventing him from landing on the upper body. What the two of them did today reminded him of bad memories back then. The calmer he appeared, the angrier he became. Back then, I and the girl were arrested and used as cannon fodder to explore the way. If it wasn't for good luck, he would have died in the secret place of the southern demon long ago. You. The upper body of the blue-robed man writhed, and blood and intestines fell to the ground. Could it be that you set up this large formation? He said with difficulty, his face pale. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes. Use your right hand to pinch it to death. Like throwing garbage, throw the body aside on the ground. Step into the formation. Soon, he stood in front of the baby soul demon fruit. The fragrance enters the nostrils, as if it wants to lift the clouds to the sky. It is irresistible to eat it immediately. Chu Xiu reached out to pick off the demon fruit. All of a sudden, the fruit tree dries up quickly and eventually turns into a piece of dead wood. I don't know how long it will take before it can regain its vitality and grow a second baby soul demon fruit. Chu Xiu took out a jade box and sealed the Yinhun Yaogua to prevent the medicine from passing away. Put away the jade box. Turn around and go down the mountain. With a loud noise, Yunxia Mountain turned into ruins. The rocks collapsed and the ground sunken. From then on, there is no Yunxia Mountain in the desolate demon realm. Jie. In the future, there will be no baby soul demon fruit in this secret place. The host is worthy of being a villain of destiny, and he actually did something to root out, and he will be rewarded, 500 breakthrough points. After I die, let him be flooded. Chu Xiu sneered, besides, I killed too many people on the mountain. It is necessary to disturb the time of the Yin Demon Mountain, so that no one can go back in time. Host, are you going to break through the 10th floor of Luanhai now? I have some good news. I want to remind you. Standing under a towering ancient tree, Chu Xiu raised his eyebrows and said, say, break through the extreme realm for the second time, you will face thunder disaster, no mistake. It can be confirmed that this Tongzi has analyzed a total of 3,000 billion times, and the probability of the host facing the thunder disaster is 89%. Generally speaking, only the Empress Dowager Shaoxing will face thunder calamity. Some people have never even experienced thunder disasters in their entire lives. Perhaps this is the price that the extreme realm needs to bear for its strength. Resist the past and become stronger. If you can't resist the past, you will die. Chu Xiu smiled. What about the thunder calamity? I, Chu Xiu, will soar up and step on the 9 heavens under my feet. Boss, a human race was found in the ancient forest 30 miles away. With a pair of bat wings on its back, a mouse head, and a black-haired bat demon, it half knelt at the feet of the demon shark. An ugly laugh came from the mouth of the magic shark. Finally found you, kill. Behind him, thousands of demon clans with different postures held high their maces and wild animal bone clubs. Demon Shark raised his big hand, quiet instantly. Scarlet eyes stared into the distance. Since the eye in the sky appeared, the human monks began to rush towards the teleportation place. He turned his head and said in a loud voice, give me an order to gather all those who can fight. Go to the teleportation place of the human race, it's time to launch a general attack and completely exterminate them. Yes, Big Boss, a group of monster races responded enthusiastically. They waited for this day, and they waited for too long. Killing people and regaining freedom is their only thought of living. Demon Shark reached out and stroked the pair of horns on his forehead. You can't run away, baby mirror is mine. Chu Xiu carried a bulging package on his back. It contained a strange egg and half a fragment of a stone mirror. The fluctuation of Shi Jing became more and more intense. I'm chasing after him. Chu Xiu let out a breath. The owner of the other half of the stone mirror. It should be the big leader in the rumors. He thought to himself. Chu Xiu touched his chin. A bold idea was hatched. The figure moved. Disappeared in place. Teleport Square, a number of wounded and embarrassed disciples gathered here from all directions. Teleport Square, a number of wounded and embarrassed disciples gathered here from all directions. Senior brother. I beg everyone to save my senior brother. A female disciple's face was bloodstained, and a man who was seriously injured and comatose with his lower body missing was on his back, with a sad voice. Begging, others save her senior brother. Seeing this, many people showed unbearable expressions. There was endless wailing in the square, most of the people were wounded, and some were seriously injured. It is not known whether they can survive today. Stand up and walk slowly towards the teleportation square. So many people were injured. Chu Xiu looked around and saw a group of wounded lying in disorder in the square. According to rough estimates, more than 300 people were seriously injured and more than 500 people were slightly injured. Dozens of people were not injured. 2,000 people entered the secret realm, and now there are less than 1,000 people left. Most of them died. How miserable. Jie, 2/10 of them were killed by you, you vicious fellow. Chu Xiu ignored Tongzi's complaints and found an open space to meditate in the corner of the square. Taisu Holy Land. Taisu Square. They were all hurt so badly. It's miserable. The monster race seems to be gathering. Are they going to besiege and kill all the disciples in the teleportation square? Obviously, but don't worry, there is an ancient defensive array in the teleportation square, which was set up by the Emperor himself, and no amount of monsters can break it. Hehe, it's just a bunch of beasts, there's nothing we can do about them. Mengdie looked at the picture of the sky, and subconsciously stroked her lower abdomen with her hands. She just felt restless. It feels like something bad is about to happen. Your Majesty, there will be no problems with the ancient formation, right? Tai Suzy, if you care about it, it will cause chaos. It is impossible for the formation laid down by Emperor Zun to go wrong. As she spoke, in the square below, there was a noisy sound. The demon clan is coming, wow, this amount, too exaggerated. It reminds me of the years when I fought against the monsters at Tianyuan Great Wall. Even if it is placed on the Great Wall of Tianyuan, with such a large number of monster races, it will be a big battle. Shocking. Horror. Taisu, there are more than 87, and the weakest are all in the middle stage of Luanhai. Mengdie raised his head and looked into the void. I saw that the defensive mask of the teleportation square had been opened. Demonic soaring. Even across the void, people can clearly feel it. Fuck, that's too much. Someone in the teleportation plaza uttered a foul language. This is too much. A female disciple trembled all over, her eyes full of horror. Standing tall among the crowd, Chu Xiu was also surprised by the number. Don't panic, everyone, we are in the ancient defense formation, and it is impossible for the monster race to attack. A male disciple at the peak of the Xinqiao realm came out of the crowd, his face was as usual, and he was not captured by the aura of the monster clan. Yes, they can't break through the formation. A group of disciples calmed down after being flustered. Human race, eat blood. The monsters stared at the less than 1,000 human races in the big formation, their eyes were red, sticky saliva flowed from the corners of their mouths, and all kinds of weird cries came out of their mouthparts. Suddenly, the monster group split a passage to both sides. A monster with red scales, horns, and blood-red eyes rode a white tiger and came to the front with heavy steps. His aura was so powerful that the monsters around him didn't dare to make any noise, for fear of being killed by his sword. This aura, he is definitely not in the Xinqiao realm. Some disciples in the crowd exclaimed. Not only him, everyone felt it. The aura of this monster race seems to be too strong. At least in the late stage of the other side, or even the peak. Some people's teeth are chattering. How is it possible? Isn't there a rule to suppress the secret realm? Why can he break through to the other shore realm? Some disciples couldn't believe it. There was an uproar in the teleportation square. This monster race broke the common sense cognition, horrifying. The leader of the monster clan. Chu Xiu narrowed his elongated and eerie eyes half-closed, staring fixedly at the scaled demon clan riding a white tiger outside the formation. Demon Shark raised his hand and roared, quiet. The sound shook all directions and spread thousands of miles. All the monsters are quiet. Frantically looking at their leader. The scarlet eyes of the demon shark looked into the formation. Grinning his mouth full of fangs, he let out a low, strange smile. His throat quivered, and a saw-like voice came out, human race, do you want to die or live? Into his bosom and took out half of the cyan stone mirror. Chu Xiu's eyes moved slightly. Holding the stone mirror in his right hand, Masha flicked lightly at the light curtain. A scene that horrified everyone happened. I saw that the originally unbreakable ancient formation was cut by the half-stone mirror. Outside, the unique pungent stench from the crowd floated into the formation along the gap. All of a sudden, everyone's face became extremely pale. The atmosphere was suppressed to the extreme. Needle drop can be heard. Silence. No matter in the desolate demon secret realm, or in Taisu Square. All fell into deathly silence. Mengdie's beautiful cheeks paled instantly. She bit her lower lip tightly. The delicate body trembled. Why is this happening? Taisu's beautiful face was also covered with a layer of frost. Could it be that his stone mirror is an imperial weapon that can cut through the formation laid by Emperor Zun? Mo Fian muttered to herself, her lips parted slightly in shock. Why can he cut open the ancient formation? Barbie's Q, it's over, there are hundreds of thousands of monsters, even if one person spits, they can drown them. I can't escape. Among the crowd. Demon Shark smiled cruelly, holding a fragment of the stone mirror in his hand, and chanting some incantation, the stone mirror shone brightly. He is summoning the other half of the stone mirror. In the package that Chu Xiu was carrying, the fragments of the stone mirror began to tremble, emitting the same bright light. Instantly attracted everyone's attention. Hundreds of gazes fell on him in unison. Mo Sha looked at Chu Xiu with a playful look on his mouth. Boy, don't you run fast, you keep running. Everyone started talking in low voices. Chu Xiu. It turns out that the person the demon clan is looking for is him. It was he who attracted the demon clan and put us in a dangerous situation. Taisu Square. The discussion was extremely noisy. Some people think that Chu Xiu put everyone in a desperate situation. Even more vicious, he simply said that Chu Xiu deliberately stole the treasures of the leader of the monster clan to kill all his fellow disciples, and Xiao Yifeng and Jian Lingyun were the most fierce among them. There are also rational people who think that Chu Xiu is not to blame for this matter, because individuals always carry treasures with them when they find them, and there is no reason to throw them out. In short, people say what they say. Mengdie's Tao heart, which was calm in the ancient well, was also rippling at this time, and he was a little nervous. Su's hands subconsciously clenched. Taisu frowned lightly, quietly watching the development of the situation. After all, it was a group of disciples who pushed Chu Xiu out. Or did Chu Xiu choose self-sacrifice? Of course, in her opinion, no matter how Chu Xiu chooses, it will not change the result. Is it necessary to use the backhand left by Emperor Zun back then? In that case, the wild demon's secret realm will definitely collapse. The teleportation square was not silent for long. Brother Chu Xiu, you are a true brother. Are you not willing to sacrifice for us brothers and sisters? There was an angry voice from the crowd. Who speaks in secret? He was one of the people Jian Lingyun and Xiao Yifeng sent into the wild monster secret realm to kill Chu Xiu. Because he left the team, he was not killed by Chu Xiukeng in Yinhua Mountain. As soon as he said this, the teleportation square exploded immediately. Chu Xiu looked at Chu Xiu, hoping that he would stand up and bear everything. Do you want to sacrifice senior brother Chu Xiu? Su Ruxue stood up, her pretty face covered with frost. Junior sister Su Ruxue, what you said is going too far. The man in the crowd was a thief, he hid very deeply, he could only hear his words, but could not see him. Senior brother Chu Xiu voluntarily sacrificed for the sake of righteousness, you say so, senior brother Chu Xiu. Do you want everyone to die here because of you? The crowd began to stir. Yes, how good it is to sacrifice one person to save everyone. They looked at Chu Xiu, their eyes became sharp. Nearly 1,000 people kept calling brother Chu Xiu, hoping that he would sacrifice himself after being persecuted like this. Chu Xiu was indifferent, with no fluctuations in his heart. Su Ruxue came in front of Chu Xiu, blocked everyone's eyes with her slender body, pointed to the outside of the formation, looked at everyone with a sneer and said, you people, don't you think you sacrificed senior brother Chu Xiu? The group of monsters outside will let us go. Joke, big joke. Such an ugly gesture will only make the Yaozu look down on us human monks. As a monk, why not be afraid of a battle? You will die anyway, why not die more honorably? Did you see that eyeball in the sky? In the outside world, the Holy Master, the Elders, the Master, and fellow disciples are all paying attention to us. Do you want to shame them? Her voice echoed over the square, shocking. Junior sister Su Ruxue, senior brother Chu Xiu hasn't expressed his opinion yet, so you can't wait to stand up and fight the injustice, isn't it too good? You. Su Ruxue's pretty face was flushed with anger, and her eyes were cold, sweeping across everyone's faces. When they met her gaze, they lowered their heads subconsciously, not daring to look at her. The ugly state of the human race at this time. Ling Masha couldn't help laughing out loud. I'll give you another 50 breaths. If he doesn't come out, we'll go in. Hearing this, the crowd became commotion in an instant. He looked terrified. No, I don't want to die. Who will save us? I don't want to die. Brother Chu Xiu, save us. You are a true brother, are you so cruel? The leader of the monster clan said that as long as you go out, he will not hurt us. That nasty voice continued to rage. Where's your bloodliness? Su Ruxue's eyes were full of disappointment. At this time, she felt someone tap her shoulder from behind. Back. What came into view was a face like a crown jade, extremely handsome face. And his sunny smile. Senior brother Chu Xiu. Su Ruxue's eyes turned red. Thank you, junior sister Su. Chu Xiu pursed her thin and red lips. His eyes were deep and clear, without any fear. Look up at the others. Whether it's inside the big formation, or the hundreds of thousands of monsters outside the big formation, or the outside world. All eyes were on Chu Xiu alone. Is this your choice? Mengdie's face was pale. Hey. Taisu sighed softly, ready to rescue Chu Xiu. She also didn't know if it was worth it to lose a small secret world for a disciple. Humans are good, you are better than everyone else. Demon Shark looked directly at Chu Xiu with scarlet pupils. I didn't feel even a trace of fear from you. Chu Xiu didn't answer. Take out a white jade box from the storage bag. Unlock the restraint and open the cover. In an instant, the glow of the sun is overwhelming, and the fragrance is floating for thousands of miles. When you smell it, the whole person seems to be lifted up by the clouds. Such a different phase is definitely a rare treasure. Hundreds of thousands of eyes stared straight at the jade box in Chu Xiu's hand, wishing he could rush up and grab it and eat it. Baby soul demon fruit, a trace of greed flashed in Masha's eyes, it's actually mature. You want to give it to me and let me spare your life? Chu Xiu smiled, took out the baby soul demon fruit, made a formula with his right hand, and washed it several times with clean water. Immediately, under the attention of all the people, he put it on his mouth and swallowed it in a few mouthfuls. Tongzi, break through the Taoism. It is detected that the host is a desolate ancient holy body, practicing the Taoist scriptures, the ninth floor of the wheel C, the difficulty of breaking through, and the consumption will be greatly increased. It needs to be accelerated by a small cycle of 1 year, and it is estimated that 10,000 breakthrough points will be consumed every year. Breakthrough is successful, this time the breakthrough point is consumed 1 W. Your ancient holy body has undergone transformation, Ding, Luanhai realm is extremely sublimated, and will face the baptism of thunder disaster. Please be prepared, thunder tribulation will descend after 10 breaths, it is detected that you have broken through the big realm, and you will be rewarded. Chu Xiu closed his eyes, temporarily ignored the reward, and began to receive a lot of insights about Taoism. The whole body is full of breath, and it keeps improving like a rocket. The black hair is like a waterfall, and there is no wind, and the large gold-plated cloud robe is hunting. The limit of Luanhai, which is 99 times wider than the peak of ordinary Luanhai, has been broken. Start crazy expansion again. 100 times, 110 times, 130 times, 149 times, 150 times. Expansion reaches its limit. Booming, the golden waves of the round sea shook the sky and the earth, and there was no purple thunder snake piercing through the space above the sea. His body was transforming rapidly, his bones were crackling, the density and strength were constantly increasing, and the bright red blood gradually changed from red to pale gold. Swimming through the meridians, thousands of horses were galloping, and thunder was rumbling, which was extremely frightening. Immediately afterwards the vision of the Eucharist also appeared. Above the head, in the void, light grey chaotic air surged, and a cyan lotus flower with crystal dewdrops was born. Then, an endless golden ocean emerged, with raging waves, thunder and rumble, and Buddha's chanting continued. That green lotus, with the glow of the sun, the fragrance drifting out thousands of miles, twirling and falling on the golden ocean, floating gently, taking root and sprouting. The different phases of the ancient holy body, the chaotic golden lotus. Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes, ignoring everything. The golden light in the pupils shone, and the golden energy and blood surged straight to Xiaohan. It was extremely terrifying, like a Buddha and a demon coming to the world, looking down on the common people. He opened his mouth and sucked suddenly. The spiritual energy with a radius of hundreds of miles rushed towards him like a bank bursting, forming a funnel of atomized vitality. The pile of 10 yuan stones in front of him was instantly shattered into fine powder, and all the vitality contained in it was absorbed. System, continue to break through the Taoism. The spiritual energy with a radius of hundreds of miles rushed towards him like a bank bursting, forming a funnel of atomized vitality. The pile of 10 yuan stones in front of him was instantly shattered into fine powder, and all the vitality contained in it was absorbed. System, continue to break through the Taoism. The first floor of Xinxiao is 10 times that of ordinary Xinxiao monks. The second floor of Xinxiao, 15 times that of ordinary Xinxiao monks. There are 3 floors of Xinxiao, 20 times that of ordinary Xinxiao monks. There are 9 floors of Xinxiao, 50 times that of ordinary Xinxiao monks. A full 50 times, such a terrifying altar, if it is said, no one will believe it, thinking that he must be crazy. Just right, the moment the breakthrough was completed. His thunder tribulation followed suit. In an instant, the sky and the earth paled, the wind howled, and the dark clouds gathered to cover thousands of miles. There are dense golden thunder snakes swimming in the swirling dark clouds, and the aura of destruction is creepy. The coercion of heaven and earth swept everything. All the monsters raised their heads and looked at the sky, terrified, shocked, and trembling. I only feel that the might of the sky is mighty, and a great terror is about to come. They knelt on the ground unconsciously, shivering, and some turned around and fled. The corners of Chu Xiu's mouth turned up slightly, and he let out a strange smile. Please try the thunder tribulation set meal. That's right, Chu Xiu is going to pull hundreds of thousands of monsters together to cross the catastrophe. Bang! As a golden thunderbolt as thick as an arm descended, it bombarded Chu Xiu's body. At this moment, the void seemed to open a valve. The densely packed thunder falls down like a waterfall. The dome of the sky splits, the thunder destroys the world, a doomsday scene. Every golden thunderbolt hit the top of Yaozu's head. The monster clan would be smashed into flying ash in an instant, and when the wind blew, nothing was left behind. Thriller. Only the dense screams reached the ears of the Taisu Holy Land disciples. In the Thunder Sea, the monster race fell down one by one, and turned into ashes one by one like harvesting wheat. Looking at the scene like a thunder calamity destroying the world outside the big formation. The disciples of Taisu Holy Land all looked pale. Taisu Square, above the void, the golden thunder light flooded everything, and nothing else could be seen on the screen. Uproar, shock crazy, the entire Taisu square swept through like a raging wave, and there were noisy discussions. I have never seen such a terrifying thunder disaster, there are 10 people crossing the tribulation together. This scene is too terrifying. See you soon. Isn't he worried that he will also be chopped into ashes? How did brother Chu Xiu do it? Why is he able to trigger thunder tribulation when he is only in the sea realm? Impossible, absolutely impossible, no matter how defiant he is, he won't be like this. Senior sister Taoyao, have you survived the thunder disaster? Chu Xiaoran's eyes were dull, she was too shocked. I never thought that senior brother Chu Xiu's operation would be so flamboyant. Taoyao rubbed her brows and shook her head, when I break through to the realm of little sage, I may face a catastrophe. My senior brother is worthy of breaking the ancient limit. I hope that senior brother will not have any accidents. 50 monsters are not as good as half a finger of him. Chu Xiaoran smiled sweetly, well, since senior brother Chu has chosen to use this method to deal with the Yaozu. Then, he must be sure to survive the thunder disaster. Mengdie, have you seen it? Taisu smiled slightly. Master's eyes reflected a golden light. Gently nodded and said, golden chi and blood, golden will see, chaotic green lotus vision. Chu Xiu has a legendary physique. The ancient holy body, but what makes me strange is why no one saw it when he entered the Holy Land. Taisu shook his head, the holy body is covered with dust, and has not appeared in the sky continent for tens of thousands of years. Maybe I didn't think about the Eucharist at the beginning. No wonder, Chi Mengdie pursed her crystal red lips, and muttered to herself, no wonder your cultivation speed was so slow at the beginning, it was because of the Eucharist. It's really amazing that Chu Xiu can break the curse of not being able to practice in the Eucharist alone. Taisu stared at the sea of thunder, with countless stars turning in his eyes, as if he could see through everything. The Holy Land has not yet elected a holy son. After Chu Xiu comes out, let him be the son of Taisu. Oh. Master was stunned, his long eyelashes trembling. You disagree? Taisu asked suspiciously. The master is secretly annoyed, he is a Chong/teacher/rebel/disciple, and he has a chance to sit on the position of the Holy Son. And heaven, and Wang Fa. Dream butterfly. Chi Mengdie came back to his senses, and quickly said, the matter of the Holy Son still needs to be decided by the peak masters of all peaks. His cultivation base is too low now, and he may dissatisfy other peak masters. Taisu nodded slightly. That's reasonable, but with Chu Xiu's performance in the secret realm today, presumably other peak masters will not deny my proposal. A saint who can cultivate, as long as he doesn't die young, he is destined to become the most powerful person in this universe. And he has a good personality, a kind boy. For the sake of the same family, I am willing to take risks alone. Chi Mengdie complained in his heart, didn't you see that he threw a disciple to the Yaozu? The traitor is kind. He. In the golden thunder sea. Chu Xiu's robe had already been chopped into flying ash by the thunder. The skin of the body was ripped apart and burnt. This thunder tribulation is somewhat stronger than the little Saint Thunder tribulation. It's so scary. Chu Xiu's hair was fluttering, running the Taoist scriptures, exercising Lei Jia to exercise his body, and constantly strengthening his physique. The ancient saint physique claims to be immortal, even if he has not yet achieved a small achievement, the recovery speed of his physical body is extremely fast. However, the speed of recovery was not as fast as that of being struck by thunder. What surprised him most was that half of the mysterious blue stone mirror actually has a certain lightning protection effect. Chu Xiu felt that he couldn't bear it anymore. As long as he held the stone mirror in his hand, the thunder that struck him would be a little weaker. In this way, the big leader of the monster clan, holding a stone mirror, might not be destroyed by the thunder. It seems that there is still a tough battle. The stone mirror is extraordinary, you must grab it. Click. At this time, there was a sound behind Chu Xiu, like a cracking eggshell. Oops. Forgot to carry a strange egg. It won't be broken. Chu Xiu's eyes moved slightly, and he quickly took off the tattered package. The egg was half exposed. It is constantly absorbing the power of thunder calamity. The eggshell is full of cracks. Next moment. Click. The eggshell is pushed open. The light yellow fluffy chick's head protruded from the eggshell, with 2 golden dull hairs on the top of the head, shaking. The neck turned, the big black eyes glanced left and right, and finally looked at Chu Xiu. In the sea of golden thunder, there is one person and one chicken, with their eyes facing each other. Fall into an eerie silence. Click. The little chick jumped out of the eggshell, jumped onto Chu Xiu's palm, raised his head, held his toes high, and exhaled fragrantly. Damn, there are thunders everywhere. Boy, are you going through the tribulation? What are you? Chu Xiu carefully looked at this chicken cub, and it was really extraordinary that he could speak human words when he was born. I'm not a thing, Zai spat, raised his left paw, and raised a middle finger at Chu Xiu. Boy, you'd better show some respect, or I will eat you up in one bite. Its voice is milky, but the words it speaks are extremely arrogant, and one can't help but feel the urge to hammer it. Call a huge black sword slashed at Chu Xiu's back. It is about to cut it in half. Chu Xiu's eyes froze. The strong wind from the slashing of the giant sword caused his clothes to flutter and his hair to dance wildly backwards. It has to be said that the timing of the demon shark's attack was extremely good. Even if his secret riding speed is unparalleled in the world, he still has to bear this sword. A golden light suddenly appeared in Chu Xiu's eyes. Pale golden blood is surging, condensed on the right hand, as if casted in gold, shining golden light. Carrying the phantom of the golden giant hand, it grabbed it backwards. The clash of palms and swords, the sound of gold and iron, makes one's teeth sore. Bang boom. The terrible rebound force made the demon shark stagger, and the tiger's mouth split open and blood shot out. The pupils are wide open, with an expression of disbelief. He slashed with his sword with all his strength, but was caught by someone with his bare hands, and he was even injured. Impossible, impossible, why are you so powerful? In mid-air, the demon shark screamed. Chu Xiu stepped on the golden Dao pattern, stepped forward at a faster speed, grabbed the ankle of the demon shark that had not yet landed with his right hand, and smashed it hard to the ground. Bang! The scorched ground that was blasted black by the thunder calamity was dented with human-shaped potholes half a meter deep, and a large number of cracks continued to spread around. Now that he has initially awakened to the holy body, his physical strength is so powerful. Like a humanoid tyrannosaurus, grabbing the 3 to 4 meter tall, muscular shark, and smashing it around, it's as effortless as smashing a rag doll. You. Chu Xiu was expressionless, grabbed him, and slammed him to the other side again. Bang bang! The thunder calamity stopped, the dark clouds dispersed, and the sun shone down on the earth. The people in the defensive formation quickly looked out. Thousands of miles around were turned into scorched earth, smoky, and not a single blade of grass grew. Hundreds of thousands of monster races were all turned into ashes. The demon clan is all dead. Ah, we are not dead. Someone cried with joy. That's senior brother Chu Xiu, my mother. Nearly 1,000 people looked several miles away with strange and shocked expressions. On the scorched earth plain 3 miles away. Chu Xiu-chi/naked upper body, tattered trousers, black hair like a waterfall, slender figure, well-proportioned muscles, light golden blood and blood soaring into the sky, grabbing the ankle of a monster covered in red scales, and smashing it back and forth. Every hit will leave a deep pit on the ground, billowing with smoke and dust. I remember that the leader of the monster clan is at the peak of the other shore realm. In the hands of senior brother Chu Xiu, he doesn't even have the strength to resist. It's too fierce, senior brother Chu Xiu is too fierce. It's like a god and demon descending into the world. Su Rushua's beautiful eyes were full of splendor, her chest heaved and fluctuated, she was both surprised and happy. Brother Chu Xiu, are you okay? Su Rushua stepped forward and asked him if he was injured. Chu Xiu shook his head and said he was fine. Others also gathered around. His face was red and his ears were red, expressing his gratitude to Chu Xiu for saving his life. They are grateful to Chu Xiu, but also feel ashamed. Not long ago, in order to survive, they allowed Li Ming to force Chu Xiu out of the formation. If it wasn't for Chu Xiu's turnaround, he might have died at the mouth of the monsters. Brother Chu Xiu, it may be too late to say sorry now, but I still want to apologize to you. A handsome man in Xing Yi with a broken arm came to Chu Xiu with his head bowed and his face flushed. Others also apologized. Yi Fan's eyes were complicated, he hesitated for a moment, but still didn't step forward. A small white snake drilled out of his collar, stood up the snake body, spit out the letter, and stared curiously at the chicken Taimei on Chu Xiu's shoulder with big eyes. The other party's breath is very familiar. It always feels like I've seen it somewhere. Chu Xiu's smile was as warm as the sun, and he waved his hands and said loudly, I'm standing here right now. You don't have to be like this. Like the humble son, his generosity is incomparable and heart-wrenching. The calmer he is, the more everyone feels sorry for him. From now on, they will become his supporters in Taisu Holy Land. This is the brilliance of old Demon Chu. Brother Chu Xiu is really kind. Brother Chu Xiu, I want to be your follower. It's all about Li Ming's fault. This person's heart can be punished, but fortunately he died at the hands of the Yaozu, otherwise I have to make him look good. Chu Xiu came to Yi Fan. At this time, in his eyes, the purple aura on Yi Fan's body has faded a lot, and it is no longer as strong as when he first saw it. Chu Xiu has absorbed a lot of his luck. Brother Yi, is this on your shoulder? He noticed the cute little white snake on Yi Fan's shoulder. The pupils moved slightly. Could it be the giant python in Treasure Land? Subdued by Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled, stroking the white snake's head with his fingers, the spirit beast that has just been subdued. Brother Chu, what's on your shoulder? It's called chicken time. As you can see, it's a chicken. It's barely my pet. Chu Xiu didn't care. Damn it, boy, show me some respect, you are the chicken, and your whole family is a chicken. The chicken was too beautiful, and jumped up and down in anger. The corners of Yi Fan's eyes twitched, he had never seen such a weird chick. What a funny little guy, hee, we exchanged pleasantries for a while. The protagonist will become the Holy Sun, walk out of the Holy Land, and enter the world to experience. The third day of returning to Taisu Holy Land. In the cave. Chu Xiu closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the futon. The old monk fell into samadhi, motionless. From time to time, golden light overflowed from the slits of his eyes. A blue stone mirror is suspended above the head, the fairy light is lingering, the dragon and the phoenix are dancing together, there are many visions, and the sound of the Tao is faint. The third day of returning to Taisu Holy Land. In the cave. Chu Xiu closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the futon. The old monk fell into samadhi, motionless. From time to time, golden light overflowed from the slits of his eyes. A blue stone mirror is suspended above the head, the fairy light is lingering, the dragon and the phoenix are dancing together, there are many visions, and the sound of the Tao is faint. I don't know how long ago. Open your eyes slowly. 30,000 bands, I only refine 1%. Cultivation is still too low. The celestial light of the blue stone mirror faded and slowly fell into Chu Xiu's hands. He refined part of the forbidden stone mirror and obtained information about the stone mirror. The rank of the stone mirror is extremely high, at least it is a holy king's weapon, or even a quasi-emperor's weapon, but it is not complete enough. There are two functions, suppression of the blue light field. When facing the enemy, the stone mirror will emit a large amount of blue light to form a field, suppressing all enemies within a radius of several thousand meters, slowing down their action speed, or even directly immobilizing them, prevent it from moving. The higher the user's cultivation base, the stronger the suppression force and the larger the scope of influence. Function, information communication, this function, he has not yet figured out. He stroked the mirror, took out a high-grade primordial stone, and put it into the groove at the back of the stone mirror. The blue light of the stone mirror suddenly appeared. Charged successfully. In the next moment, something that surprised Chu Xiu happened. A row of small characters gradually appeared on the stone mirror. Enter your name. What's the matter with this sense of sight? Chu Xiu was surprised. Stimulate the input of divine thoughts. Sunshine Boy, created successfully, the mirror rippled. The screen changes. Sequence 6, welcome to landing in the prehistoric, your sequence is extremely advanced, and your authority level is far beyond ordinary people. The following functions are open for you for free. Chat channel, Star Plaza, Secret Ground, Private Trading Space, Arena, Cultivation Treasure Land, 10,000 Races Battlefield, and others to be unlocked. Note, in addition to the chat function, if you want to open the teleportation function, it will consume a lot of energy. Please prepare Yuanxia or Shenyuanxi, otherwise you will not be able to open the teleportation channel. This. Chu Xiu's eyes widened, I seem to have gotten something incredible. He, old demon Chu, has ruled the Tianqiong continent for decades, and he is known as an invincible player of the same level. He has never heard of such a thing in the world. As a traveler, he can probably understand the functions displayed by the stone mirror. Chat tool, secret ticket. Click. In the groove of the stone mirror, the primordial stone exhausted its energy, shattered, turned into dust and fell. The surface of the stone mirror shimmered, and the text gradually faded. It only takes 1 minute for a high-grade primordial stone. Chu Xiu stuffed a primordial stone into the groove again. Text emerges. Click on the chat channel. Welcome to number 17 chat room. Online number 6. Golden Yang clan Golden Green Goat, the godson of the Dragon Horse clan has been chasing and killing me for 3 days and 3 nights. Whoever is the closest to the Great Plains of Taimang, come to a strong man who knows space warlocks to help me out. I am willing to give 3,000 the prehistoric currency is the reward. Void 1 Makar Hot, Yakian, I will travel through the space and come right away. Golden Sun clan Golden Green Goat, damn you are ruthless, come quickly, the coordinates are Han 335. Koan 245-inch, Cobalt 8 Holly, it's really black. Which Shuamo or, which one of you sells human souls? I'm currently doing a warlock experiment on souls, and I need a lot of souls. Undead race Momoyet, I have it, how much do you want? Don't open your mouth if it is less than, dash. Which Shuamor, 50, the trading space talks about the price. Undead race Momoyet, okay. Chu Xiu, who was watching the screen, gradually frowned. He has never heard of these race names, isn't it the race of Sky Continent? He had never heard of the Great Plains. This world is probably wider than I imagined. Who built this great desolation? The Great Emperor? Or who? What is the purpose of their establishment of Honghuang? Countless questions lingered in my mind. Chu Xiu took a deep breath, quit the number 17 chat channel, and went to other channels to watch the screen. Night. The double moon hangs high, the moonlight is like water, and the stars are densely covered. Yunxia Peak, the courtyard of Chu Xiu Cave Mansion. You call chicken too beautiful? Tao Yao held the little chicken in her left hand, and with her right index finger, poked its furry head curiously. Tao Yao under the moon is very beautiful, her body is reflected white and transparent, she is wearing a green skirt, and her waist is slender. Ji Taimei raised her right paw, raised her middle finger, and said viciously, damn, dead woman, invite me, Master Shen Crow. Otherwise, I will eat you up. Chuck, Tao Yao laughed until the flowers trembled and the waves were choppy. Just you little one, you still want to eat me? Ah, the chicken was so beautiful that it jumped up, and said boldly, after I attain the Tao, I will definitely take you, a woman, as a slave, and then I will take the little one as a mount. Senior brother, where did you tame this bastard pet? Tao Yao turned her head sideways, her eyes bent into a pair of crescent moons. In the secret realm of the wild demon, I saw it was extraordinary, so I accepted it. In front of the fire, Chu Xiu was roasting a spirit deer, and the aroma was wafting. Recently, because of the beauty of the chicken, he has also become obsessed with barbecue. Wow, you guys and dogs are too much, I am not a spiritual pet. The chicken was so beautiful that it jumped up, waving its paws, and flapping its pair of small downy wings. I wish I could peck Tao Yao to death with one beak. He still has a big temper. Senior brother, why don't you roast it? The meat must be very tender. Tao Yao showed a pair of small canine teeth, shining brightly under the light of the fire. Oh. In Ji Taimei's eyes, a pair of horns grew out of Tao Yao's forehead, and she suddenly became a demon. That's a good suggestion. I think it would be good to make it into a beggar's chicken. Chu Xiu nodded in agreement. Fuck, you guys are threatening me. Ji Taimei was in a hurry. Immediately turned into an angry chicken, and ran towards Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu dodges. He flew into the air and almost threw himself into the fire. Rolled on the ground and stood up, his body was dirty, his little wings hugged his chest, and he said proudly, this uncle was born extraordinary, this life is destined to become a Taoist and ancestor, you two dogs and men, you better respect me, or eat them all. You are a dead chicken, but you are stubborn. It seems that you have to show some color. Tao Yao was irritated by his words of dog and man on the left and man and woman on the right. Raising her plain hand, she pressed it down towards him, the white golden light lingered between her fingers, like heaven and earth turned upside down, Taimei grabbed the chicken and began to pluck the feathers. Ji Taimei poked her neck, gritted her teeth, and said with tears in her eyes, woman wait for me. How dare you pluck out my beautiful feathers? This grudge has grown. Just you. You don't even reach the Luanhai realm, and you still want to seek revenge from this girl. Tao Yaoqiao's face was full of disdain. It's ready, Chu Xiu said. When Tao Yao heard the words, her eyes lit up, she threw the chicken Taimei out, and immediately sat beside Chu Xiu, holding her cheeks in her hands. Chu Xiu cut a piece of venison with a knife, put it on a porcelain plate, and handed it to her. Bang! The chicken was so beautiful that it fell to the ground and fell into a coma. Shaking his head, his feet flew like flying, and he also ran over. Shouting, get out of the way, my uncle will eat half of it. In the dead of night, I sent off Tao Yaoho. Chu Xiu returned to the retreat. These days, he has been refining the stone mirror, and he has not had time to look at the system in the future. Remember, the reward for breaking through the big realm has not been received. Call up the system log. It is detected that you have broken through the big realm, and you will get a special reward, the first part of the cultivation method of the ancient holy body. The first part of the practice method of the ancient holy body. Category, exercises. Grade, immortal grade. Introduction, practicing this method can cultivate the ancient sacred body to the realm of Xiaocheng. Jie Jie. Do you accept the transmission of exercises? Accept. Chu Xiu's eyes lit up, he was missing the practice method of the ancient holy body. Unexpectedly, the system sent him a pillow. Close your eyes and begin to accept the Dharma. Golden light poured into the altar. A golden phantom appeared out of thin air behind Chu Xiu, and the Taoist voice lingered, moving like a peerless power, personally preaching for him. One by one, ancient characters full of the principles of the Tao flew into the altar, surrounded by the golden soul of Chu Xiu like stars guarding them. In the golden sea of wheels, the green lotus is in full bloom, the fragrance is overflowing, the chaotic energy is surging, and the avenue is natural, and the chanting continues. The vision of the chaotic green lotus floats above the head, overwhelming the world. Chicken Tai Mei, who was dozing off on one side, shivered, cursing, "It's a dog day, but it's hard work. Looks like I have to practice hard, surpass Xiao Chu/Z in the future, and accept him as a mount. When breaking through the holy body, because the speed is too fast, I need to absorb nutrients in time and provide it for the growth of the holy body." Chu Xiu kept taking out the precious medicine from the storage bag, and even took out the fairy medicine Qixia fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. This feeling of being hollowed out is really uncomfortable. Ding, the cultivation has been interrupted. You have cultivated the Eucharist for 2 years, consuming a breakthrough point of 100 W, non-refundable. Pain and happiness. It seems that in the future, if you break through the holy body, you should prepare more precious medicines and fairy grasses, otherwise you will probably be crushed to death. The main hall of the peak. On the white jade lotus throne, there is a peerless beauty. But, when she saw that the rebel's right hand was starting to strike, the qi machine receded like a tide. Qi Mengdie bit her crystal lips with white teeth. The phoenix eyes widened. Hey, she was unable to lean on the throne. Yesterday, the Holy Land discussed business. Chu Xiu turned his head, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. "Please, master. The apprentice's qualifications are still too poor." Rebel, a blush appeared on Qi Mengdie's beautiful cheeks, and her eyes dodged. The golden runes surged under Chu Xiu's feet, and his secret writing speed was unparalleled in the world. In an instant, standing in front of the throne, he reached out and held her slender and smooth wrist. "Come all come. Go to the bedroom." 6 hours later. The sun is setting. Yunxia Peak, the main bedroom of the peak. Ling / chaos. Bed / couch. The master's cheeks were flushed, a strand of hair stuck to his cheeks, he sniffed, and turned his head, looking at the back of the rebellious disciple leaving. His eyes were full of pride. The door is closed. Chu Xiu frowned suddenly. The right hand is holding the wall of the corridor, and the left hand is pressed on the waist. His face was slightly pale. Leaning on the wall, he walked slowly and with difficulty. "If I knew it earlier, I would ban her cultivation." Hiss. "Woman, it's so scary. Even the ancient holy body can't stand it." Ding, it was detected that you and the master of Jianxiang body have no seal. Your cultivation qualification plus 200, ding, it was detected that you and the master of Jianxiang body have no seal. Your cultivation qualification plus 200. Ding, it was detected that you and the master of Jianxiang body have no seal. Your cultivation qualification plus 200, your qualification reaches 2214. Old Mo Chu was very puzzled. "I don't know what happened to master today. Obviously her cultivation was not sealed. She is very cooperative. Even put on the black / S and get out the little fox. He said it was a deal, and asked me not to seal her cultivation. However, how do you feel that she is the active party? When did I, old devil Chu, become so passive?" Touching his cheeks, he muttered to himself, "Am I so attractive now? Jia, you bastard. Host, you can't do it even if you, old devil Chu, are unparalleled in the world. Don't help yourself out of the wall." Chu Xiu cursed and leaned on the wall. 2 huge bright moons, like a pair of twin fairies, stand upright in the night sky, sprinkled with pure white silver sand. Nebula. The cliff behind Yunxia Peak. The mountain wind blows, the primroses fly, and there are often small spirit beasts passing by in groups. Chu Xiu set up a fire and roasted a newly caught rock. The surface is golden and the meat is fragrant. The light of the fire reflected on his handsome cheeks, and his eyes were deep. Chirp. At the foot, a little spirit mouse stood up, blinking its black eyes, rubbing its 2 paws, begging for meat from him. Chu Xiu lowered his head. Met his eyes. The little spirit mouse's fur exploded, chirping, and Sa Yazi ran away. It firmly believes that if it does not escape, it will probably be framed and roasted. "Hee, you are too fierce," the little thing was frightened. A soft voice came from behind. Chu Xiu didn't look back, with an innocent face. "Sister Hua wrongly blamed me, it's too timid, I just took another look at it." "Hee, you are too fierce," the little thing was frightened. A soft voice came from behind. Chu Xiu didn't look back, with an innocent face. "Sister Hua wrongly blamed me, it's too timid, I just took another look at it. The fragrance is tangy. Concubine Hualuo gracefully sat down beside Chu Xiu. Tonight, she was wearing a long lavender dress with slender legs and a slender waist. Her already delicate skin was illuminated by the moonlight as clear as jade. Above her slender and fair neck was a beautiful but charming face, bright eyes and white teeth, dignified and gentle temperament. The soft blue silk is simply bound and hangs naturally on the back of the chest. She is like a ripe peach, she can't see her toes when she lowers her head, and the fragrance of orchid and osmanthus naturally exudes from her delicate body, which is refreshing. Why? See Chu Xiu staring at him. Hua Luofei smiled sweetly and her voice was as gentle and soft as the spring breeze in March. Sister Hua, is there anyone chasing you? Chu Xiu asked with a brush, dipped in spices, and smeared on the depeng's meat, pretending to be casual. Concubine Hua Luo was startled, she didn't expect Chu Xiu to ask such a question. She shook her head, following her movements, her silky blue hair fluttered, her red lips were slightly pursed, with a smile on her face. As the female cultivator's realm improves, her appearance will naturally become closer to the natural way of heaven, and she will become more beautiful and beautiful. Hey, with my looks, I'm actually not very good in the practice world. So no one is chasing me. Tsk tisk. That's because they are blind. Chu Xiu shook his head, actually, in my opinion, sister, you are really beautiful. Really? Concubine Hua Luo found it interesting, her eyes curved into crescent moons. There is no woman who doesn't like to be praised for her beauty, even if she is a holy king and overlord. Chu Xiu nodded, with a straight face, and said slowly, sister, you remind me of a poem. What poem? Hua Luofei looked at him with beautiful eyes. Yunxiang's clothes are beautiful, and the spring breeze blows Revlon. If it wasn't for Yunxia Mountain, I would meet Taisu. Concubine Hua Luo was dazed in a daze, she patted her bare hands lightly, and said with a smile, good poetry. It's just exaggerated, I'm not as beautiful as in the poem. Chu Laoma was secretly happy in his heart, and started copying his old profession. Absolutely not. Old Mo Chu looked at him, a little shy, his cheeks flushed slightly. Well, Sister Hua, how about I pursue you? I especially like a big sister like you. Puff Hua Luofei couldn't help covering her mouth and laughing. The flowers and branches trembled, and the waves were choppy. How old are you? Do you know how old I am? Chu Xiu shrugged, glanced at the giant without concealment, and sighed, you are really big. Hua Luofei followed his gaze, lowered her head, and immediately cursed with a smile, begging to fight, I didn't expect you to be a libertine. Ha! It's a man's right to appreciate the beauty of a woman. You can't erase my right as a man. Chu Xiu spoke boldly and righteously, frantically probing on the verge of death. Actually, age is really not a problem. As the saying goes, female juniors hold golden bricks. Hua Luofei found it interesting, her beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons, and said softly, I should be 3,000 years older than you, right? Chu Xiu. Concubine Hua Luo, Chu Xiu made a trick, washed off the oil stains on her hands, and held her slippery / tender hands, with deep eyes, and said in a deep and serious tone, Women's University, ranks in the fairy class. Sister, after marrying you, longevity is just around the corner. Really, it's super serious, and it's more real than the top-quality pearls of the Snow King of the South China Sea. Chu Xiu secretly sweated, on the surface he was as stable as an old dog, but in fact he was flustered inside. Concubine Hua Luo. Is the little guy hooking me up? Hua Luofei withdrew her slender hand, her beautiful eyes were smiling. She was not angry at Chu Xiu's Meng Lang. On the contrary, I find it quite interesting. One must know that when cultivation has reached this level, there are very few things and people that can cause emotional fluctuations. This is no hooking up, I can't help it. Chu Xiu squeezed out a shy smile. I breathed a sigh of relief. Accidentally made a wave, but fortunately it stabilized. Jia, however, the risk is worth it. The one opposite is the overlord at the peak of the Saint King realm, and there are not many people in the entire continent who are as powerful as her. A woman like her who occupies a high position and is as powerful as ever. The male cultivator stood trembling in front of her, not even daring to look up at her. I am so bold to go up, but it will cause her to have a special strange emotion. This feeling is completely different from usual. Very subversive. Such people, on the contrary, will find it very fresh and interesting. When she finds it interesting, then this old devil's opportunity will come. Because the women under this starry sky don't have complicated love thoughts, which is easier to deal with than those demise on the blue star. Why did old devil Chu want to hook up Lord Xingzhu? Is it simply greedy body? It's not that simple. Before rebirth, what kind of life did Chu Xiu live? I have struggled in blood and fire all my life. Kill the younger ones to grow older, kill the older ones to grow older, kill the old ones to grow older, keep being chased and killed, keep fighting bloody battles, until finally besieged and killed. Why is this so? Is he not strong enough? No, the main reason is that he is single and weak, has no background, and there is no super strong person behind him to take care of him. It's cool to think about it. However, this matter should not be rushed, but should be done step by step. Treating Lord Holy Lord and treating Lord Master are two different things. If the Master is disobedient, you can adjust / teach. As for the Holy Master who has practiced Taoism for many years and has never been a human being, he wants to let her experience the sweet love. Sister, try my craft. Chu Xiu tore off the golden rock thigh, wrapped it in oiled paper and handed it to her. Hua Luofei took it, tried to take a small bite, and chewed gracefully. But after Bigu, she seldom eats like this. Her beautiful eyes brightened slightly, and she said sweetly, not bad. The cultivation level of this spirit beast is too low, and the meat taste is average. Chu Xiu also unscrewed a thigh. It is said that the desolate animal meat in the great sacred realm is very delicious, and it is more nourishing than the ancient medicine king. When my cultivation is high enough in the future, I will hunt and kill the great sacred wild beast and roast it for my sister to eat. Hua Luofei, then you must cultivate hard, the great sacred wild beast is not easy to deal with. Just wait and enjoy the great holy meat. Chu Xiu was very confident. He patted the storage bag with his right hand and took out a pot of spirit wine. A pair of white jade bottles. Wow, the clear wine glistened under the moonlight, and the aroma of the wine overflowed, just like the fine nectar drunk by immortals. I'm not very good at drinking. Hua Luofei frowned. However, the wine smells good. What kind of wine is it? The name of the wine does not depend on each other. It is produced in Qishan County, my hometown. Chu Xiu looked up at the bright moon with a sad expression on his face. It turned out to be Mo Xiangyi. I heard that he was very famous in the Tianqi dynasty. Patting his shoulder with a slender and fair hand, her vermilion lips parted slightly. Don't Xiangyi, the yellow sand rises, there is a thin horse on the west wind ancient road, Xiangyi's clothes are full of tears. Mo Xiangyi, under the setting sun, the mountain road outside the village is rolling with lusts, and I will look back when I feel reluctant. Meimo looked at him, you miss your hometown, right? Chu Xiu's eyes were far away, and he murmured, don't depend on each other, don't give up in your heart, the distant stars look at each other for countless miles, it's better to turn around and leave each other. Raise the wine bottle with the right hand. Hua Luofei also picked up the wine bottle to clink glasses with him. The two drank with their heads up. I remember that Mo Xiangyi's poem is not about staring at distant stars. Looking at each other for countless miles, it's better to turn around and leave each other. It's so sad to look at my hometown through the endless starry sky. Why, you are not from this starry sky. Chu Xiu's heart tightened, and he said with a smile, it is said that the senior who created Mo Xiangyi came to other ancient life stars outside the region. I made up a sentence based on this illusion. Oh, I got it. Concubine Hua Luo's cheeks were blush, and her eyes were hazy. With a hint of drunkenness, she was drunk with a glass of wine. With her cultivation base, she wouldn't get drunk even if she drank a whole lake of wine in an instant. If she is not suppressed by her own cultivation, she will get drunk after a drink. Except for good friend Qi Mengdie, no one in the Holy Land knows this secret. Sister Hua, you really don't know how to drink. Chu Xiu saw her drunken beauty. Can't help laughing. A bit. Hua Luofei's cheeks glowed brightly. Forcing to drink, I think you are very uncomfortable. Hua Luofei shook her head, you can't spoil the fun, it's been a long time since I've had a drink, it's nice to be a little drunk. Little guy, you must have never drunk the real Mo Xiangyi. Is there any fake wine? Chu Xiu became interested. Concubine Hua Luo's cheeks were slightly red, her vermilion lips parted slightly. The real Mo Xiangyi contains the Tao. People who drink can clearly understand the artistic conception of the brewer. It is very wonderful and very helpful for enlightenment. 1,000 years ago, after the brewer of Mo Xiangyi passed away, this wine became a swan song. It is difficult to find the real Mo Xiangyi in the world. Nowadays, the ones circulating in the practice world are just imitations, with appearances but no gods. That man is very strong, he integrated emotion into wine, and enlightened Tao with wine, and finally became the Holy King. There was a touch of sadness on her charming face, and there seemed to be endless sighs in her beautiful eyes. The avenue is ruthless, time is like a knife, how many heroes have turned into bones, suddenly looking back, how many old friends are left in the world. Chu Xiu nodded. Yes, everyone in the world is fighting on this road, walking alone until they turn white, and looking back, how many people will be left in this life? How old are you? Where did you sigh? Hua Luofei was slightly drunk, and patted his shoulder with her plain hand. Hey, I'm expressing my feelings. Chu Xiu grinned. Think about it, in the future when my cultivation base reaches the Saint King realm, the lifespan limit will be, years. When I am old, how many people of my generation will be left in this world? Hehe, you're only at the Divine Bridge realm, so you're starting to think about the Holy King realm? Hua Luofei smiled. The two continued to raise their wine bottles and clink glasses. The moonlight is like yarn, toast to drink. I heard that you are about to become the Holy Sun, congratulations. Chu Xiu, Sister Hua, does the sun have great power? Hua Luofei, it's quite big, anyway, it has more rights than me, the elder of Dao Yunfeng. Chu Xiu was not ashamed, so he opened his mouth and said, then how about I ask the Holy Master to ask her to betroth you to me? My dignified son, marrying you as an elder should be enough. Hehe. Hua Luofei's hazy eyes froze. You go to beg me, and let me betroth myself to you. You are so good at it. What? Chu Xiu asked with a smile. I think. Holy Master, she won't agree. Hua Luofei felt a strange feeling in her heart. If you don't try, how will you know it won't work? That's it. Chu Xiu stood up with a wine bottle in his hand. He turned around and stood facing her with his hands behind his back, with deep eyes, fixedly looking at her, and smiled slightly. The auspicious moon on the chest is slanting, and the peach blossom wine is half drunk in the eyes. Gorgeous. Hua Luofei straightened her skirt with bare hands, and gave him an annoyed look, with an indescribable charm. You are so brave, you still dare to tease me. Chu Xiu raised her head and laughed loudly. With a wave of her right hand, a bright peach blossom appeared out of nowhere and placed in her palm. Sister is more beautiful than peach blossoms and the bright moon. Her tyrant sword Songlong flew out and circled around. Next moment. Facing the moonlight, he stepped on his sword and floated away. Concubine Hua Luo held the peach blossom branch, her beautiful eyes looked at the direction in which he disappeared, her red lips were lightly pursed, she shook her head and laughed, her figure gradually faded away and disappeared. On the back cliff of Yunxia Peak, the flames flickered alone, and half an unfinished roasted rock, which was cheaper than the little spirit mouse. On this day, the news that Chu Xiu will become the holy son of Taisu spread like wildfire. The Holy Land was in an uproar. Too shocking. All the disciples and elders were dumbfounded. Chu Xiu will become the holy son.
On this day, the news that Chu Xiu will become the holy son of Taisu spread like wildfire. The Holy Land was in an uproar. Too shocking. All the disciples and elders were dumbfounded. Chu Xiu will become the holy son. Is this news accurate? My brother Chong Long got this news from the second elder of Yunxia Peak, it is absolutely credible. I remember that Chu Xiu broke through to the Xinxiao realm not long ago. The Holy Land is higher than him. There are many talented brothers. Why choose him as the holy son? Some disciples were indignant. Keep your voice down, I heard that His Majesty the Holy Lord personally appointed Chu Xiu, and His Majesty the Holy Lord has taken a fancy to him. Being a holy son is a soaring sky. His status is only lower than that of the Holy Master, but he can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Master of the Three Peaks. It is beyond words. It's enviable, I don't know how many senior brothers will hate him for this. Such conversations happened in various parts of the Holy Land at the same time. A cave. Xiao Feng, who had a pale, needless face and became more feminine, broke his favorite suet white jade luminous cup. Gritting her teeth, miscellaneous, why can he be the son of God? I'm still scheming for the head of Yunxia Peak's true biography, but he quietly became the holy son? Why, God is so unfair. Xiao Feng's pupils were round and convex, and his body was filled with blood. Wearing a gold-plated cloud robe, Chu Xiu walked leisurely on the mountain path, taking a panoramic view of the fairy scenery along the way. Brother Chu Xiu, I've seen senior brother Chu Xiu. When they met his disciples, they all saluted him. There is both respect and envy in his eyes. Now everyone knows that he is about to become the son of God. Old Demon Chu would not be arrogant, he had a gentle smile, returned the courtesy one by one, and was approachable, which made all the disciples heartbroken. All the way into the inner peak. Along the way, I heard many elders and deacons talking about him. I just got the news that the fourth sword master of the endless sword domain brought his two favorite disciples to watch the ceremony. Those who came were not kind, and threatened to attack the Holy Sun on the ladder to become famous in the world. I've heard that these two people, Long Qingfeng and Long Shuiyue, are twin brothers and sisters of a dragon and a phoenix. They both have the body of a sword. The two swords are combined, and they can be respected among the younger generation. Not only in the endless sword domain, but also a young god king of the Jiang family was born, and he will also prevent the Holy Sun from climbing the ladder. Tai Holy Land, a Taoist body was born. What, Tai Dao body, this invincible physique has appeared again. A deacon exclaimed, his eyes full of horror. Tianjiao Qi is born, is the general trend coming? Hey, I don't know if the son of Chu Xiu can resist these arrogance. I am optimistic about Xian, because I am afraid that he will be easily defeated by others in the grand ceremony, and the dignity of our holy land will fall. There is an elder of Chuangong Peak who is not optimistic about Chu Xiu, and has hidden worries in his heart. Chu Xiu walked forward leisurely, with a vague smile on his face. Endless sword domain. I really have a relationship with this holy place. I remember that 20 years ago, their holy son and holy daughter were also a pair of siblings. The younger brother's name is Feng Qingyang. He is an arrogant idiot who thinks he is invincible. He looked down on my background as a casual cultivator, called me a member of the Devil Way, and prevented me from going to the Shihuang Tower, and was finally beheaded by me by the West Lake of Zhongzhou. My elder sister is named Feng Yaoshi. She is extremely beautiful. She avenged my younger brother and chased me to Dongzhou. Before being beheaded, the resentment and unwillingness in the eyes are still fresh in my memory. Behind me, the most ferocious people chasing and killing me were also those lunatics from the endless sword field. Haha. Jia Jia, host you, the son and saintess killer. The brothers and sisters who came to trouble me in endless sword region this time are most likely the sons and daughters of this generation. Jia Jia, Jia Jia. Thinking. Chu Xiu has arrived at the door of the Buddhist Scriptures Pavilion. The Sutra Pavilion is resplendent and magnificent. It is a tower-shaped wooden building, thousands of feet high, and the tower exudes heart-pounding fluorescence, dreamy and dangerous. Chu Xiu couldn't help but froze, his muscles tensed instinctively. This is the 5-element combination formation at the top of the 7th rank. Defense, trap, illusion, killing, and life, 5 7th-rank formations. Those trapped in them will not die, and the formation will continue to live, and it will go back and forth. Sharp. Chu Xiu praised, the great sage will definitely die if he forcibly breaks into this formation. The Sage King is trapped in it, and it will take a lot of effort to get out of his body. Hee, boy, you are wrong. This formation is passed down to the Emperor, and the Holy King will be injured if he enters. A soft voice came from behind. Chu Xiu's eyes moved slightly, secretly thinking that this person had a strong cultivation base. He didn't notice it at all. Back. There was an extremely beautiful woman, dressed in blue and white, with black hair, with a fair face, and her cheeks were slightly wordy. She was Archive Court Guardian Elder Su Jin. Chu Xiu cupped his hands. I'm Yunxia Peak Direct Disciple Chu you are. She introduced herself, I am the Guardian of the Archive Court, Su Jin. Chu I would like to trouble Sister Su Jin to open the Archive Course door for me. Su Jin turned around by waving his hand to the archive room. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes and stared at his back. Great sage. The blood is dry, but she is definitely a top saint, much stronger than the master of the 3 peaks. Step into the Sutra Pavilion. The Sutra Pavilion has 9 floors. Outer disciples can only enter floors 1 to 2. Inner disciples 1 to 4 floors. The deacons of each peak, 1 to 5 floors of personal disciples. The elders of each peak, the 1st to 7th floors of true disciples. The masters of each peak, sons and daughters 1 to 8 floors. As for the 9th floor, only the Holy Master and the previous old Holy Master can enter. Chu Xiu is not yet a holy son, so the treatment is still at the true level. He went straight to the 7th floor. The number of disciples here is obviously much smaller than that of the lower floors. Chu Xiu saw Yi Fan standing in front of the window at a glance. He was earnest, saying something to the woman sitting in the Grand Teacher's chair. With a thought, he attached his true energy to his ears, and his hearing improved dozens of times. Elder. Can this book of 3 Kings body training be made cheaper? My contribution is really not enough. The woman didn't even raise her eyelids, and said lightly, if you don't have enough contributions, go to save contributions, and if you have enough, you can read them. Can't the elder be accommodating? Yi Fan was helpless. Can't. All right. Yi Fan sighed, borrowing contributions from fellow students he was familiar with all around to no avail, and finally saw Chu Xiu pretending to check the exercises in the distance. Brother Chu. He stepped forward quickly. A trace of surprise flashed across Chu Xiu's face, and he smiled and said, Brother Yi, so you are here. Yes. Yi Fan's face was not very good looking, and he said helplessly, I have taken a fancy to a body training method, and I don't contribute enough, so I can't borrow it. It's too annoying. Brother Chu, do you have extra contributions? Lend me some, and I will pay you back double in a few days. Chu Xiu heard the words and smiled wryly, Brother Yi, it's not that I won't help you. I also need to exchange for a book of boxing, and the contribution is just right. Okay. Yi Fan was helpless, I'll borrow some from other students. I won't bother you anymore. After finishing speaking, he turned around and went downstairs quickly, very eagerly. Brother Yeyang, have you found something good again? Jia Jia. Jia Jia. Chu Xiu walked towards the woman guarding the 7th floor, and slightly cupped his hands. Elder, I don't know how much contribution is needed to look up the Three Kings body training technique. The woman opened her eyes, was stunned, recognized him, and said kindly, so it's Chu Xiu. The exchange of the body refining technique requires, contributions. If you want to see, it can be avoided, as long as you don't take it out of the Sutra Pavilion. The difference between before and after is obvious, which makes people smack their tongues. Chu Xiu shook his head and smiled, Thank you Elder for your kindness, but the rules of the Holy Land cannot be broken. The brows could not help but wrinkle, showing embarrassment. She stood up and handed over the Three Kings body training technique and said, Rules are dead, but people are alive. Keep it, and find somewhere to read. Thank you, Elder. Chuxiu found a place inside the cultivation court. Chu Xiu sat cross-legged on the futon. Open this ancient and unpretentious body training technique. The Three Kings body refining technique is a heavenly grade body refining method. Cultivation to achieve perfection. The physical body is comparable to a heavenly defensive treasure. In the eyes of ordinary people, it can be said that it is not powerful. However, compared to the ancient sacred body, it is a few star fields away. Chu Xiu carefully flipped through each page. Finally found clues on the last page of body refining technique. This page should be a little thicker. If it wasn't for Chu Xiu's concentration and constant checking of every page with his divine sense, he wouldn't have been able to find it. In the Sutra Pavilion, every book of exercises is banned and locked, and you need to pay contribution points to read it. Then here comes the question, Brother Yeyang has never opened this body training technique, how did he discover something extraordinary? Does Brother Yi Yang have golden pupils? Chu Xiu couldn't figure it out. Manipulate the power of true energy, and condense a blade of true essence thinner than a hair on the finger. Carefully cut the scripture paper. After half an hour. From it, he took out a transparent object that was thinner than a cicada's wing and about an inch long. This is... Chu Xiu was shocked, his eyes widened. Could this be the rumored celestial silkworm origin silk? This is the legendary treasure of heaven, material and earth, which is extremely tough, and contains immortal substances, which will be immortal after hundreds of thousands of years. The value is extremely high, and in this day and age, it is almost invisible. Legend has it that in ancient times, holy kings had to add this material to refine armor. It's a pity that the quantity is too small. But the information that can be recorded on the silkworm source silk must be extraordinary. Chu Xiu looked forward to it in his heart, and looked intently at the silkworm Yunxia in his hand. This thing is extraordinary, when it comes into contact with his divine sense. Automatically convey a trace of information. A phantom with a tall figure is reflected in the altar, practicing a style of boxing. The fist is majestic, and it goes forward indomitably. One punch blasts the void and explodes. Dao Yun is wiped out, and the universe is collapsing, which is extremely terrifying. One punch breaks everything. The level of boxing is extremely high. The person who created the law is definitely a terrifying existence. Chu Xiu was shocked. Surprised in my heart, I kept trying to memorize this style of boxing. Dao Yun, fist intent. Integrate it into yourself, and then deduce the understanding. Ding, you have comprehended part of the true meaning of human emperor fist. The system has recorded the boxing technique. The host can consume the breakthrough point to comprehend the breakthrough. Message as follows: Emperor fist, category, boxing, grade, God level, the ultimate form, one punch breaks everything, destructive power. Introduction, a supreme powerhouse engraved, the secret art chapter of the Renhuangjing, the ultimate form of the Renhuangquan, on the silkworm source silk with Taoism, waiting for those who are destined to get it. Note, practicing this boxing method has extremely high requirements on the physical body. When it is practiced to the fullest, one punch can break all kinds of magic. Chu Xiu opened his eyes, and the phantom in the altar disappeared. The immortal substance in the silkworm's source silk was obliterated by time. If it didn't carry the Dao thought of this supreme powerhouse, it would have turned to ashes long ago. After Dao Nian disappeared, the silkworm UNC turned into transparent gray particles in Chu Xiu's hands, and fell to the floor along the fingers. It's such a powerful boxing technique. One punch breaks all kinds of techniques. After I have cultivated enough, I can integrate it into my everything will stop sword formula. Human Emperor's Sutra. The secret technique of the Emperor's Sutra. You have found a treasure. Chu Xiu was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth from ear to ear. System breakthrough Renhuang fist. It is detected that the Renhuang fist is of a very high grade. Even the great emperor created the boxing method when he was young, a cycle of 10 years, and a cycle consumes a breakthrough point of 100 W. Chu Xiu took a look, and there were still 378 W breakthrough points left. Breakthrough. If he wants to break through the Xunxiao extreme realm, he still lacks a rare treasure from heaven and earth. I can only take it easy. Choosing to break through the Renhuang fist can maximize his current combat power, so as to face the challenge of the group of heavenly talents half a month later. Comprehension breakthrough begins. In the 10th year, because of your extremely high comprehension, you have retreated and comprehended the Renhuangquan, and you have gained a lot, and you have a first glimpse of the Renhuangquan. No. In 20 years, because of your high comprehension, you have retreated to comprehend Renhuangquan, and you have gained a lot. Renhuangquan has entered the hall, number 30 years, because you have a very high level of comprehension, you have retreated to comprehend the Renhuangquan, and you have gained a lot, and the Renhuangquan is perfect. P.S. The level of moves, the first glimpse of the door, the entrance into the room, the proficiency of the fire, the peak of perfection, the ultimate sublimation of beyond perfection. Breakthrough is completed. This breakthrough consumes a total of 300 W breakthrough points. Note, to reach the pinnacle of breakthrough, 500 W breakthrough points are required. The insights from 30 years of comprehension of Renhuangquan poured into the altar. Chu Xiu's body was surging with golden blood, and divine light overflowed from his closed eyes. After half an hour,